You want to change the world.
Really nice video, right? Welcome to the Project A Knowledge Conference 2022. My name is Rainer Berak, operating partner at Project A. We call ourselves the operational VC, and that's something very dear to us. For us, building startups, supporting startups goes way beyond giving them money. It goes all the way to supporting them. And essential to that is also to build a platform where they learn from each other. And because of this, we organized this event for many years already now, and I'm thrilled to see this as the biggest crowd that we have ever put together for inspiring each other and sharing knowledge today here. We have something like 2,000 people signed up. We planned for 1,000, so let's see how that works out. We hope the capacities here will be okay, but we trust that that will just all work out. Thanks to everybody who organized that, and thanks to all the partners that you also see here and who very much helped us to put this together. The motto this year is Beyond the Obvious. And isn't that a wonderful motto? Is it? Yeah? Okay, I must admit, I personally, when we decided for a motto, I was very much against that. If I'm honest, for me, it ranks extremely high on the bullshit radar. I mean, beyond the obvious. Seriously, here is some not so beyond the obvious, but some obvious. You want to get smart, you read books. You want to be healthy, you eat healthy food and you work out. You want to get rich, you get your hands dirty and you work. But oh no, we don't like that, right? I mean, this is obvious, but that is so hard work, ordinary, not very inspiring, probably gets the job done. What we want is we want to go beyond the obvious because that just feels so much nicer. Maybe there's a hack, maybe there's a fast way, maybe there is a way to achieve all that without actually doing all the hard stuff. The books that we typically read in our industry, How Can You Join the New Rich? With working 4 hours per week. That's what we like, right? Or how can we lose weight very fast? Let's not diet and let's not exercise. That just sells well. Are there any parents here? Can you give a hands up if you're a parent? I'm a parent. So imagine you are now in your magazine store and you see 2 magazines, both targeted at you as parents. And one of them is telling you how to achieve the best for your child. It will be very hard work, but it will be worth it. And just next to it is one that tells you how to achieve the best for your child without giving up on your personal pleasures. And again, please give me a sign. Will the left one rather tell you what to do so that your child is developing really well? Yeah. Who of you would actually buy the right one? Of course we would. Just feels well. But I'm sorry, it's still bullshit. Here's some obvious. If you want to build a startup, a successful startup, you have to find product market fit. If you can, you have to scale. You have to define your brand. You have to know how your model is defensible. You have to mind your technical debt. You should treat data as something that is not optional. You should hire people only if you really need them, and if you need them, you should hire them fast. You should raise money before you actually need it. You should know your funnel. You should work your funnel. You should make sure that your marketing is efficient and that you can measure it and that you know which channels and which campaigns really work. You need to enable your team to perform. You need to deal with the crisis and you need to get default alive. And all of this is obvious. It's not beyond the obvious. That's obvious. And even though all of this is obvious and everybody knows it, not even half of it is usually done right. And that is the reason for that is just really hard work. There's very often, or in most cases, probably always, there isn't like a fast track, some hack, something that makes it very easy for you. So beyond the obvious, I mean, last year our motto was obligation to descend. This is value that we very much believe in. So yeah, we decided as a team, and the others, the majority was just supporting this motto, but I thought I will take the freedom of giving you, for the opening of this day today, my view on it. I hope you forgive me for that. A question, of course, anyhow, is why do we still go for such a motto? And the truth is, it works. We are all here, right? I mean, you tell people, let's go beyond the obvious, and we're all thinking, that's it. I will get very inspired. So sorry for that. I'm very happy you're all here. I hope you will still enjoy the day. And now that you are here, let's look at what we have in store for you today. And these are just the very first sessions that we will do today. Let's start with Cinema 7. We will start there at 10 o'clock with a talk by Dr. Andreas Spengel from MasterCard, who is helping us to understand how digital banking is actually helping inclusion. We will hear a talk from Klaus Harisch from Hyundai about the way work works in our times and how you can build an operating system for that. We are thrilled to have Martin Eriksson giving us a very good product talk about how to translate from strategy into actual operational doing and product. And before that, our own CPO, Tama, and I know that he is more than thrilled to actually make the bridge and to introduce Martin Eriksson right afterwards. Before that, Antonia Welsholz with a very important topic and a very good talk about how we can and should support having more female founders. In Cinema 5, we will start with somebody who is actually very knowledgeable about cloud service providers and where the pitfalls and traps are in this. And then we have a talent acquisition / HR talk about all the updates on how workplaces work in 2022. In Cinema 4, Dr. Theo Pham about the building blocks and how you can actually best support and which versions of it are actually successful when it comes to the metaverse. Followed by a live recording of the podcast Unicorn Bakery with Fabian Tausch and Dr. Markus Wibben from CrossEngage. And here on this stage, which is the largest room that we have here today, right after me, I'm very happy to welcome Uwe Horstmann with his already by now traditional talk about the ugly truth about venture capital, something that we started to do every year. It's a very honest talk about what's going on in our industry, followed by a panel that is organized by Gründerszene about how to raise money in these difficult times. And then Christian Hecker himself, together with Florian Heinemann, Christian Hecker, the founder of Trade Republic, the, how do you call it, Quintacorn, and talking a little bit about how to achieve such a success. So I hope you will enjoy all these sessions. Welcome to this event. Pardon my introduction and my rant about the motto. And I hope you will enjoy the day a lot. And I hope to talk to as many of you as possible during the day. Enjoy.
right, good morning, everyone. Here we go. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming out all the way to cinema number 5. Today, I'm Moritz, I'm your moderator today, and I'm going to be with you the whole day up until 1. And I have the great pleasure of introducing Mike Bursell, CEO, co-founder of Profian, one of our Project A ventures, who's going to talk about the problems with CSPs and the benefits of confidential computing. Up to you.
Thanks. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you. Right, hello. Welcome everybody to the most interesting and sexy of all of the talks, because it's about security, and security is, as everyone knows, very sexy. So I'm going to just keep going through, and definitely time for questions at the end, or find me later on. So who are we? Profian founders. I'm Mike Bursell, and in Raleigh, North Carolina is Nathaniel McCallum, who is our CTO. We're 14 people now. We'll be 15 in month today, and we're currently at seed and looking to do another round in the next few weeks, possibly. So if you've got lots of money, come and talk to us. That's fine. Oh, and I like tea. This will become important later on in the talk. So, what is the problem we're talking about here? So, I'm going to start off with telling you a story, because stories are really good, and everyone likes stories. So once upon a time, computing was simple and easy. It looked like this. There was lots of tape and lots of valves and two very intelligent people just sorting it out. Oh, it's not going for... There we go. And then along came the Brits. Who messed it all up? Really, really badly. And it came down to tea. So there used to be a very famous tea, kind of like a chain of cafes, but for tea, called Lions. They were everywhere. And they also did cake, which is also great. And we'll also come back to cake in a bit. And they were so big that they decided they needed a computer to help them with logistics. And this is early days of computers. You know, everything's still in black and white, as you can tell. And the evil geniuses at Leo, the name of their computer, came up with something called multitasking. Because they realized that a lot of the time, you know, the computer wasn't working its full task, and they thought, well, why not have two different sets of programs or different sets of people running at the same time, right? Which is great, because you're making better use of your computer. And ever since then, people have been obsessed with sharing stuff, right? When you go to put stuff on the cloud, you're sharing those resources with other people, with other companies, and with the CSP, the cloud service provider themselves. Sharing is not good. For cake, which I care about a lot, and also for computer security, which I also care about a lot. So, what is the problem? The problem is not really the computers, it's the workloads, the applications that you're actually running stuff on. And when you're running an application, a workload on a computer, you want to make sure that it's isolated from all the other bits around, right? You don't want to it being messed around with. And there's 3 standard ways that your workload, your data, your application could be messed around with. One is confidentiality. Someone could look in at your private data, your customers' data, their credit cards, their patient data, your M&A information, whatever it may be. They could look in. That's a bad thing. The second is integrity. They could change the information that you're looking after, right? They could change the amount of money that you're transferring to your customers or that your bank is transferring to you. They could change patient data. All those sorts of things. And the last one is availability. They could stop you using your application, using your data in the way that you want to do it. It's sometimes called the CIA triad. Now, generally, you can tell when availability isn't working, right? You can tell if you can't access your data or it's not, your application's not running very fast. The problem is the other two. So that's what we're going to be talking about for the rest of the talk. And there's 3 types of isolation. One is workload from workload. Let's say you're on the cloud, right? You've got an application running on the cloud. It's quite likely that another organization will have a workload on the same machine, because that's how clouds work. You're sharing these machines. You don't want somebody else's application messing with your application. That's a bad thing. You need to be isolated from that. Standard computing, CSPs, virtualization, containers do a pretty good job of stopping this. This is good. Good news for everyone. The second is host from workload isolation. And this is stopping your application or someone else's application interfering with the basic workings of the computer you're running on, the host. And obviously you don't want that happening, because if someone can do that, they can interrupt what everyone else is doing, they can mess with the CSP. It's all bad stuff. And again, current technology is pretty good at fixing this. We know how to do this. It's been around for 20 years, 30 years. It's kind of fine. The difficulty is type 3. And that is workload from host isolation. And that is why we're here today. Because if you're running your applications with your data, your sensitive applications on a cloud machine, anyone who has root access, kernel access, administrator access, or hypervisor access to that machine can mess with your workload. They can break confidentiality and integrity protection. This is not a good thing, folks, okay? You should be really worried at this stage if you're not really worried already. I know they're comfy seats, but you should be worried anyway. So this is what we're going to talk about. So how does this play to the cloud and the edge? Well, the problem is it's okay as long as you trust your CSP, your cloud service provider, with all of your data, and your regulator trusts it. And you trust all of the sysadmins, right? And all of the hardware and the software and the firmware that's on those machines. From compromise or of supply chain or at runtime, so it could be compromised before it even got on the machine or whilst it's running, now and in the future. And your CFO and your board and your auditor and your regulator all happy about this as well. It turns out that quite often they're not. So this is why people can't run as much in the cloud as they'd like to, and why possibly you shouldn't be running as much in the cloud as you are at the moment. So, the problem is that not all clouds are good. Yeah, okay, sorry, it's a bit of an obvious one. So, let's talk about confidential computing a bit. This is one of those industry body descriptions which looks lovely and is very complicated, so I'm not going to go into detail. But it's the protection of data in use by doing the computation in a hardware-based trusted execution environment. So the key words here are hardware-based. This is not software. This is about using capabilities of hardware, of chips. I'm not going to go into this stuff, but this foundation is big. It's got lots of big names in it, and us as well, so that's good. So what we want to do is stop this, right? We want to enforce type 3 isolation by stopping the host or any of the parts of it interfering with your workload. And the way we do that is with what are called trusted execution environments. And they are based on the CPUs. The actual chips that run your workload are providing this protection. And the ones at the moment are from Intel, who I guess you've heard of, and AMD, who I guess you've all heard of as well. ARM is coming out with some very soon. Intel has a new version. IBM may have some. It's a growing thing. They're absolutely available right now to use in the cloud providers. And what they do is they encrypt your workloads. So, hands up who's heard of HTTPS? The little padlock on your browser, right? So that's encryption. What it means is that whenever your data is moving from one computer to another, it's encrypted, right? So, lots of ciphers and lots of stuff like that. And that is encryption on the network, in transit. Also, when you store stuff encrypted on a hard disk, using bitwise or whatever, that's encryption at rest. What TEs do is provide encryption whilst your data is actually in use. And that's the big difference here. They protect the integrity of your data, so people can't mess with it, and the confidentiality, so they can't look at it. They don't protect the availability, but as we've already said, that is something which is generally fairly easily observed. So, confidential computing is about deploying applications to TEEs. Sadly, it's not as easy as you might hope. But first of all, what is this about? And is this really tea? Let's talk about it. So I've got a scenario for you. I warned you we're going to be talking about cake. I warned you we're going to be talking about tea. This is where it comes in. I'm British. This is how I think. So here's the scenario. I've got some cake, right? And I want to eat it with some tea. So I called your cafe. You own a cafe in this scenario, okay? So just to put yourself in the mind of that, I call you and say, I want to order a cup of tea. And you'll provide the pot, and I'll come with the cake. But I can't check before I turn up at your cafe whether you've actually made the tea, right? This is a problem. What? And this is the horror for me. What if you provided coffee instead? Okay, this would be a bad thing. I don't drink coffee. I love tea. So what I need is a remote, trusted tea taster, okay, who can warn me before I turn up with my cake. We'll get there. We'll see how this is applicable, and then I know what's going on. And this is my trusted tea tester, okay? She says, yes, she phones me and says, it's lovely tea. Or sometimes she'll send me a text or phone said, no, this is not tea, don't come along. So this is where we do the mapping. The CSP is the cafe. The cloud service provider is the cafe, the machine, right? This is what they're providing. The T is, and I apologize for this, the TE. Okay. What's astonishing is I didn't realize until I wrote the slides that worked. But hey, really. Coffee would be a pretend TE, right? So if your CSP has pretended they provided you the protection, and the cake is my workload and my data. Now, I'm not actually going to put my tea in my cake, or cake in the tea, but you've got to stop with the metaphor somewhere. So this is how it goes. So the measurement of the TE instance, the thing we're going to put our application in, needs to happen by a trusted entity, and we need subsequent verification of this. So how do I find a trusted entity in the CSP? Because the CSP owns all of the hardware and all of the software. Okay? So actually, you need as someone who's outside that, but the CPU can provide the measurement. The CPU and the firmware, which is not controlled by the CSP, or we can check whether they've faked it, allows us actually to check the TE. So the measurement itself is in the cafe, but the validation must be managed by a trusted entity, a third party. Because if not, if I say to you, please provide me one of these, and you're my CSP, and you say, oh yeah, I've done that, it's fine. It's like you're marking your own homework, right? That does not work. Somebody else needs to check the measurement that's been produced. And once we've done that, I can decide whether or not I'm going to deploy my application, my workload. Okay? This is really hard. It's really hard to get it right. And if you do it wrong, then all the confidentiality, all the integrity that you've told your auditor, your regulator, your CFO, your board, you can provide is out of the window. So this is not something you want to do on your own unless you're very, very, very good at it indeed and willing to keep it going and keep it up supported and all those sorts of things. Luckily, Profian does this for you. This is exactly what we're about. So let's move on and show how this actually works in the real world. So we have in the top right a green box. That is a trusted execution environment. It has nothing in it at the moment. Okay, we haven't deployed an application into it. The bottom right, we've got a CPU, and on the left, we have an attestation service, the thing which is going to be doing the initial testing of that tea, tasting testing of that tea, and deciding whether it is safe or not. So the TE says to the chip, please measure me. Please measure the basic setup with nothing in it. It does so. It provides a bunch of ones and zeros, which it signs cryptographically. All of this stuff is cryptographically maintained. And it sends that measurement to the attestation service. That knows what a good version should look like And if it is good, it will say to the user, you know what, that's good. You can put your application into the TEE. And this is the safe way of doing it because you're not leaking your application to a pretend host, right? Because if, as is often the case, your application is itself sensitive, let's say you're doing risk management or deciding when to buy stocks, sometimes it's the logic of the application or your AI or ML model, which is in fact more important than the data that it's working on in terms of the confidentiality and the integrity. So you don't put it in until you're sure what's going on. So Profian Assure is a solution which is available right now, and we provide all of these pieces. So the keep is the TEE. We call it. We use castle metaphors because it's cool, and I like castles, and they're about safety and security. So the keep is the safest part of the castle, and that's where you're going to put your application. That is the TEE. The steward is a third party, we're the third party, SaaS service, which is used to do these checks, and the drawbridge holds your application encrypted until it's safe to put into the keep. And it will not be deployed if we don't get a good measurement. If we get a bad measurement, we'll say, no, it's a spoof, we don't trust it, we're not going any further. So briefly, who needs this, right? Okay, it's everyone, but I have to give a list, right? Otherwise it looks like I'm making it up. So if you're in finance, you will have sensitive data. If you're in healthcare, or pharma, or defense, or energy, or government, or telco, or enterprise, you will have sensitive data. It may be cryptographic data, keys for securing your website. It might be credit cards. It might be legal information. It might be patient information. It might be patent information. It could be research information. It could be information about missile codes. Please be careful with that, particularly at the moment, frankly. Basically, any company you can think of, any organization, is likely to need to maintain the integrity and or the confidentiality of some of the data they look after. Anyone with sensitive data or sensitive algorithms, in other words. And that's in the public cloud or on the edge, or even in the public cloud on premises in your own data center. Because one of the things that this can help you do is manage insider risk as well. Because it restricts who can access information even when it's on your own on-prem, because it's at the chip level that is being protected. Yeah, everyone. I like parrots too. Do parrots drink tea? I don't know. So, one thing I've not talked about, which is really important to our offering, is it is 100% open source. And that may seem like a weird thing for security, but actually the more you think about security, the more important it is that it should be open source. For the last 50, 60 years, people have known in the cryptography world that you should make the protocols, what's actually doing stuff, open and the keys secret. And the same kind of goes for security. You want as many people as possible to check your code, to check that it's right, tell you when it's wrong, and fix it. And so, first of all, it's visible. People can do it. Secondly, it's auditable, right? Which means that when you go to your auditor, when you go to the regulator, you can say, look, this has been audited by us or by a third party or by them themselves, and that's a good reason to trust it. And we take the view that it shouldn't just be the software that is open source, but actually the entire process. So we have all of our development meetings, all of our stand-up, all of our chat, all of our issues are out in the open. We are huge about community involvement. One of the first people we hired as a company was a community manager to grow that community of people who will get involved with, who will add features to look after, maintain that code. So for us, it's really important. Because if it's not open source, you can have no technical assurances in the code and that it's right. And therefore, you cannot use it as the basis to trust any system using it. It's as simple as that. I hope that this isn't a controversial view anymore, but you really need to think about what you're doing if you're using code security particularly, which is not open source. So what are the key takeaways from this? First of all, CSPs, Azure, Google, Amazon, OVH, Equinix, whoever it may be, can look into and they can change your workloads. There is no way of stopping that. Now, of course, we trust them most of the time, but there are times when governments can lean on CSPs for understandable reasons, and there are times when they are compromised, whether they wish to be or not. So you can have no technical protection from those without using confidential computing. So TEs can protect your workloads. They basically work at the memory page level with attestation. I can go into loads more detail for people who want to talk about that later on. Go and see our website, etc., etc. However, they're difficult to use and to set up. And what confidential computing about is deploying workloads, hopefully in an easy way. And what Profion does, our company, is to provide tools to allow you to do confidential computing with the open source project NX. We do the runtime, the keep, so you can be sure that what's running there is safe. And we do the deployment piece, putting it into it. So it's very, very easy for you. And it's open source, and we'd love you to get involved. We really, really would. Oh, and of course, another key takeaway. I love TNK. So the NX project you will find here. Please have a look. Everyone can get involved, as I said. If this is an area of interest for you, I have a book which is kind of provides a step-by-step basis all the way from sort of the human side of how we trust Rousseau and people like that, all the way to the sort of much lower technical levels in here. So feel free to look at that. Before I finish and take any questions, I want to say, what should you do next? How should you get involved? And the first thing is, think about and talk to your colleagues about what data you have that you care about, what applications you have that you care about, and how that is currently protected. Is it in the cloud? How would your regulator feel about that? How would your board feel about that? How would your customers feel about that if they knew, and particularly if it was compromised? We've seen some very, very high-profile compromises, and it's a huge reputational risk and a huge financial risk as well. So have a think about that. Secondly, please go and look at the open source if open source is your thing. Apart from that, please come and talk to us. It may be that we're not the right fit for you. That's fine, but we can certainly talk to you. We are focusing on financial folks at the moment, but we've had lots of incoming from defense, from telco, from pharma, from healthcare, from all sorts of people. And we want to help you understand the benefits of what we're doing here. And it's about risk. It's about risk management. How can you reduce that risk, understand your risk? And we're there to help you do that. So think about how that could benefit you. So that's me. I'm done. I'd love to have any questions if you have some. I've spoken rather faster than I expected, so we've got lots of time for questions. On the business side, on the technical side, on organizational side, anything like that, very, very happy to have them. So.
Yeah, thanks, Mike, for coming out and breaking up some of the stereotypes about the British, all the way from London. Maybe I can start off with a question. So you guys are developing your systems at the moment. Can you give us a little bit of an insight, remember you're on stream, about something that you're currently working on?
Sure. Well, we are live. We moved to MVP and product launch a couple of months ago now. What can I talk about? Yes, so something that's very interesting. We've had a number of people coming to us with a use case which we thought was maybe 15, 18 months away. But people have jumped on this much faster than you might expect. And it's called secure multi-party computation, which is a long phrase for something which is actually quite simple. Let's say you are a pharmaceutical company, okay, and you want to do research and you need access to patient data. Fine. So you approach two hospitals and say, give us your patient data. And they say, I don't think so, because once you've got our data, you can do anything you want with it. And you say, oh yeah, that's true. How can I prove to you that I can write something which will allow you to, that will prove that I'll only look at the bits of data that I need to look at, right? So you write an application which does just the things you say it's going to do, because you're sensible, right? And then you show it to these two hospitals. And they check it, and they say, you know, you're right. As long as this is all you run, then we're good, right? So what you then do is you deploy that application. And the way that we manage that gives you and them, the hospitals, the assurance cryptographically that what you've launched, that application, what you've deployed, is what you showed them in the first place. So they know that what you're running is what you say you're running, and you can't look inside it to change it. We have integrity control and confidentiality control. So they can now give their data to that application, which will only do the things it said it's done, and they are happy and you are happy. It just opens up new ways of people working together. There's lots of, as it turns out, interesting use cases on blockchain, permissioned and crypto, standard crypto. There's use cases in government and defense and banking all over the place for this type of thing. So it's quite a complex one, but really an interesting business enabler, frankly, which is why it's so interesting.
Cool. Yeah, thank you very much. I think because of the technical setup, it's easier if you guys have questions. We have a speakers lounge across from the third cinema on the top floor, and you can ask Mike any pertinent questions.
We do have a question. I can repeat it. If you want to give it a go. The gentleman seems very keen.
So. All right, I'm going to come over to you then.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, trying to ask a technical question, non-technical person. Could CSP come up with that as a service?
Yes, absolutely, and some of them are creating it as a service. The problem is this marking your own homework problem.
Yeah, and the second question, what prevents them from moving the installation to a different area after you guys are done? Are you just trying to understand that? Are you checking that repeatedly?
So once it's in the trusted execution environment, there is no migration. We don't support migration for exactly that reason. Now, there are ways of migrating trusted execution environments and proving that's done, but they're fraught with difficulty. So generally, you'll be doing things like running microservices, which are typically going to run for an hour to 24 at the most anyway. So actually, migration is generally not something you want to do. But because of the way that these capabilities are designed into the chips, the CSP can't just move it elsewhere. It just doesn't work like that. Great question. So thank you for that. Let's head out to
Thanks so much, Mike.
If you had questions, thank you. Thanks for your attention. Thanks.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look at mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh.
2016 startet Flaschenpost in Münster als Pionier der Online-Getränkelieferung. Nach dem erfolgreichen Start wird das Konzept in weiteren 150 Städten ausgerollt. Jeder der 33 Standorte hat ein regionales Sortiment, individuelle Kundenbedürfnisse und befindet sich in einer eigenen Wachstumsphase. Jede Standortstrategie ist also einzigartig. Über 1 Million aktive Kunden und Kundinnen bestellen online ihre Lebensmittel und Getränke bei uns. Sie können aus einem Sortiment von über 4.000 Artikeln pro Standort wählen. Dank unserer 14.000 Kollegen liefern wir mit 3.000 Fahrzeugen zuverlässig innerhalb von 120 Minuten mehr als 200.000 Kisten am Tag. Ganz ohne Liefergebühren. An diesem Versprechen messen wir uns täglich und zeigen den Kunden und Kundinnen, dass sie uns vertrauen können. Und deshalb ist Flaschenpost weit mehr als einfach nur E-Commerce.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming out to Cinema number 5. So now we have a great talk for you with Katharina Hilgers, founder and MD of Relocate, and to our very own Andrea Althaus, who's VP of Talent Acquisition at Project A, and Mirela Stefan, team lead at Project A, to talk about globalization and relocation.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Hi, and welcome everyone to our panel discussion of managing the workplace and how to adapt to the global talent trends. My name is Mirela. I'm team lead talent acquisition at Project A, and we're going to spend the next 30 minutes together with Andrea, VP of Talent Acquisition at Project A, and Katharina, founder and MD at Relocate. In the last few years, actually, there are no more rules when it comes to the workplace. We've seen a lot of options, everything is open, and we have to figure out how we actually want to work. Therefore, we're going to spend this time to talk about the obvious or beyond the obvious and try to understand if there are any trends here. We're going to focus a bit more on the German market, as we all work here. And unfortunately, we're not going to have a Q&A in the end, but feel free to approach us if you have any questions individually after the talk. And that being said, let's start with a round of introductions. And Andrea, would you like to give us a short introduction?
I think it's working.
Kommt wieder was?
Might be the same for mine, or is it no? Maybe it was sitting on it. All right, I'll try not to make it like this. Hi. Okay, well, Andrea, as we said, have a great team of 22 people, sourcer coordinator and recruiter. And interesting, I have thing is about our work as a portfolio companies. The industries are super diverse. We are working with very early stage startups, with later stage startups, with very mature companies, with private equity companies. And that gives us quite a nice overview about, the industry.
And Katharina, would you like to also give us a short introduction, please?
Yes, of course. Thank you for the intro, Mirela. So I'm Katharina, the founder of Relocate, and our mission is to make global hiring effortlessly by actually simplifying employee relocation. And I come actually from the venture side, so I've been working in HR for Rocket Internet Venture, so I've experienced the challenges basically live when I 6 years ago started building up a tech hub for one of the ventures, and we realized, okay, there's already really high demand of talent, especially in the tech industry. And we faced challenges finding talent, especially in a timely manner on the German market, and then opened up, and we're hiring across borders. We had our CTO from India and hired most of the talent via his network. And this was also when we established like a really standardized and strong relocation process for our talents. And I started speaking to many other companies and realized, okay, many companies simply don't hire internationally because they don't know how the processes work. They think it's way too time-consuming and too complex. And with Relocate, I want to enable other companies also to finding great international talent and relocating them to Germany. So what we do is we combine expert immigration partners, how we call them in our team, with software to also make this scalable for fast-growing companies. We're a core team of 10 people now. We're founded in 2020, and we are also fully remote, which might sound controversial for some.
And that is also quite some story, how you came up to build a company 2 years ago. Can you also tell us a bit more about the clients and the industries you're working with, please?
Yeah, so the industry can basically, or the clients can be any stage of a company, so early stage startups who need to build up their tech hub fast, over to scale-ups who hire international talent on an ongoing basis, but also digital subsidiaries of corporations, basically. Or also we have a university who's bringing over the lectures. So it can be anything industry-wise, from tech over e-commerce, crypto, and we focus mainly on white-collar positions. Yeah.
Awesome. And then thank you very much, both of you, for the great introductions. So let's jump then into the topic of on-site or remote working, because this has been the question for the last 2-3 years. Which is your experience with this? Andrea, what have you noticed here? How do companies work nowadays?
Well, what have I noticed? Well, I'm looking back 3 years. I would say we kind of worked, when we talk about working environment, it was quite traditional, right? Usually we had to be at the office. There was some flexibility in mobile work for 1 day or for 2 days, but generally it was a common ground to be at the office. Then the pandemic came, of course, we all were forced to go home, to work from the couch, from bed, from wherever. And now everything is back to somehow normal, considering the fact of the pandemic, in terms of working at the office. But we realized that the employees, the talents, the candidates are not willing to go back to the same workplace. And this is for sure a trend what we have to live with, right? Like we conducted, I was checking the number yesterday, we conducted about 2,500 interviews the last 6 months. And really one of the most important factors of a candidate to switch or to change to a job or to take a job is for sure this kind of flexibility in the working arrangement. And this is, well, I would say not just our portfolio companies, it's like general market perspective on a market, it's like same trend here. And it means for us we have kind of a new future of work and we have to somehow respond to it. We, like, when I say, I mean we as a recruiter, as a company. And basically on this company level, there are at the moment no universal approach, right? I mean, we have these super prominent examples of, for example, Airbnb really calling out remote work policy already in April, or then Tesla with Elon Musk, who have a really strict get back to the office policy. And it shows that at the moment it's discussed a lot. And well, how do we deal with it? It's a bit up to us, but of course, we for sure have to see the advantages and disadvantages and also the market in terms of talent shortage and so on.
And Katharina, have you seen similar situations in your experience?
Yeah, so for us as a team, as I've mentioned, we're remote first. And we basically, as the company got founded in the middle of the pandemic, we really got used to this flexible setup. And we're really, really happy and really like to work with a hybrid model. And we get together at least like 3 or 4 times a year to connect as a team. So that's also super important in my opinion. And then for our customers, we really see different approaches. So there are 3 different scenarios, I would say. The first, basically, companies who hire talent remote and start the relocation process or the visa application process at the same time, and then relocate the talent to Germany, maybe onboard them on-site, and then offer like a hybrid model. Then we also see some customers who hire talent and onboard them only on-site in Germany. So after they've been relocating them, that might be for compliance reasons, for instance. And then the third scenario is really where we have companies who have a very flexible approach and say we basically offer all options, and it's up to the talent whether they want to work remote or want to relocate. And what we see lately is a little bit of a state of ambivalence between talent and companies. So talent really, candidates, employees are used to working remotely, as Andrea has been mentioning, and companies are trying, or at least some companies, to bring them back on-site. So that's the current challenges a lot of companies are facing, I would say.
So thank you very much for sharing these options. But in that case, is there also a trend that the companies tend to choose from these options? What have you noticed?
Mostly really the hybrid options, I would say. I think the option where really talent is onboarded remotely and then relocated to Germany for onboarding session, and then is basically the offer is to work hybrid. There are also some companies, for instance, who have a full hybrid model. So for instance, we had a crypto startup recently where a company, a managing director from El Salvador, wanted to explore the German market, come here, and then they often work with employer of record providers in order to have it easier to get a working permit in Germany. Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit more about the employer of record? Because I think that's not something that maybe everyone knows, or at least I didn't know before you told me.
Yeah, so employer of record provider is a company which enables you to hire globally without having an entity. So imagine you hire someone in India and you either consider a freelance basis or you want to go for a more secure option, and they give out a local contract in the respective country and then basically lend that person over to you and your, in this case, German company.
Awesome, thank you very much. And it looks like you both have quite a few options that companies can choose from. But why are there so many options in that case? Andrea, have you seen any reasons of why there are so many options at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, well, we may be starting from the point why some managers, founders would like to get the people back to the office, right? Like calling them back to the office, there are reasons for it. Of course, it's always a discussion also with our portfolio about foster the culture, train your people, also ensure a certain communication and collaboration with your people. These are all factors often mentioned, but on the other side, from my perspective, a really reason what often lies behind this is really that the people are, like the managers are used to a certain style of leadership, and this is usually common at the office, right? We have tons of books, we have tons of best practices, how to lead your team, how to manage your team, how to communicate with your team when you are at the office together. So, and especially maybe when we see about our stages of the company. So what we realized a lot that the early stage companies now tend to build their core team with a lot of office presence. So even though when they're starting the company now, they really say, okay, the core team I will found for the next, or I will recruit for the next half a year, the people should be at the office. Why? Reasons for that are, we are more agile, we are more faster, because we don't have any process set up, we don't have any culture so far, so we have to build the culture together. And these are quite fair reasons. Of course, they could be managed differently, but these are quite fair reasons, especially when their background is in terms of leading a team. And there's so many new things in building a company, so you kind of feel secure to have certain things you know, there's like a common ground on it, and you start your company with that. These options of going more remote, relocate, or like all these kind of things we discussed before, these options often be more highlighted in a more mature company, like at our portfolio, right? I'm talking about our portfolio, means like later stage company. They really consider, okay, if we open now and try to access more talents globally, we have the chance to get more talents, we have the chance to access a new market. And also, of course, we have somehow probably can profit from certain salary structures, right? That we are more cost effective. So it is somehow, there are advantages, disadvantages, but yeah, like let's face the situation of talent shortage, demographic change, digitalization. We all know these buzzwords means at the end they are younger, not many young people, or just a few young people entering the job market, and we have a lot of new jobs, especially in the tech sector, that just arise and we don't even know so far. And considering this fact, for sure, going a bit more further in this direction would probably make sense.
Very interesting that you say the talent shortage, because I think I just had also a very similar experience with that. We tried to look for a Unity developer in Germany, and we looked on LinkedIn where we had 250,000 software developers, out of which only 5,000 Unity developers in the whole Germany, and these are not even active talents. So the limit is there definitely, and there is a talent shortage. Have you seen these kind of numbers, Katarina, as well? Do you have also some talent shortage you're working with?
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I think talent shortage is something everyone is aware of now recently, and especially when we look at the numbers in Germany in terms of open positions. There are 870,000 open positions in Germany right now. 100,000 of them are in the tech sector, and an average tech position, for instance, is open for 6 months at the moment. What does it mean if your position is open for 6 months? It's not only the increasing hiring costs, right? But it's also the revenue you're losing because your company can't be developed further while you're not having that talent on board. So our approach is then, when it comes to relocation, not only that you can bring the people over faster, but if you're flexible and they can start remote, then you can find a talent, for instance, within 2 weeks. So our best case scenario with finding someone, we don't do the recruiting, that's what our partners or customers do, and bringing that talent on site is basically 2 months. So when you take into consideration that in Germany you have notice periods and it takes a much longer time to find that person, then yeah, it's quite simple math, I would say, that this is a good option. Yeah.
And in that case, where exactly does the talent come from?
Yeah. So there are two sides. So one obviously is the employer who's actively looking for talent, and then there's also the other side, candidates who are actively applying. From the employer side, I would say it's more or less the same than in the last recent years. So that would be India, Pakistan, Iran, Brazil for tech talent. And then there is also, in different positions, such as for medical workers, there are also other countries like Ukraine or Brazil because of the vocal training, which is more similar to the one in Germany, and it's easier for them to work here. We also see increasing talent coming from North Africa recently. And then there's the other side of candidates who are actively looking for positions in Germany or Europe because of the situation in their country, like, for instance, economical or political situations which are challenging. So we have a lot of these requests recently from employers when candidates are coming from Ukraine or Russia, Iran, Afghanistan, right? And there's a lot of uncertainty of these employers, and they ask us, hey, is it actually possible to relocate people from these countries? Because, they might not know, right? And then we can kind of support them and tell them, yes, it's actually possible, especially because even if an embassy is closed, there's always a neighbor country where an embassy is operating, and we kind of ensure and support there. Yeah.
Thank you very much for sharing all these numbers and statistics. Super, super interesting. And I think we covered so far a lot of options we can choose from, also the reasons why there are so many options. But obviously, in order to take a decision here and choose one of them, there should be some aspects we should take into account, or a company and employer should take. What kind of aspects should we take into account, Andrea, or what have you noticed, and what is important?
Well, what is important, I mean, there are different aspects we have to take into consideration. Also, there are a lot of market specifics, right? That's why also you found your company. And basically, what is for sure a major topic is the legal aspects, right? The visa process takes long. We have, like, for example, if an employee is employed in Germany, we have a lot of restrictions in terms where the employee can work. EU-wide and globally even more. This is why we also talk to the employer of record and so on. There are also all the facts of culture, right? But whenever we talk about culture, we know that, but it's not just that be aware of culture, it's really to train your people, to educate your people, your employees, whenever you really open up for relocation, global talents, but even more when you really open your company for remote. And well, what is also, I would say, one of the major differences, why also we do that often, is like the salary differences, right? And the salary differences not just go with the basic difference, how much the employee at the end will earn on gross salary, it's also the costs for the employer, right? Like we have the social security paid. And that even it differs in Europe from 10 to 20%, what an employer has to pay extra on top as additional cost for salary. What also is interesting then, when we had this example with a sales manager from the US, where we, of course, the salary was way higher than in Germany, like even about 50,000 higher than in Germany. And what we realized there, that we had to educate the employees over there, or like the candidates, hey, but there's also a different social security system in Germany, right? So many things are covered within your salary, what's not covered in the US. And having all these facts in mind makes the difference, and also what you have to put into consideration with recruitment a lot, I would say. I mean, just a few things to mention, right? There are quite more.
Yes, and I think maybe Katarina would have a few more to add, because there are indeed probably many more.
Very similar, and we see it on the candidate side, right? When we start the process and our relocation partners explain the German social security system and tax system, and then candidates are often relatively surprised about what will be actually net, what they will have. So it's very important as an employer to also really early on in the recruitment process educate your people, your future employees, about the cost of living, and then actually, but also about the positive things, right? So for instance, the healthcare system in Germany is incredibly good in comparison to other countries. So you should really mention all of these factors. But yeah, as I said, we have a lot of these surprises.
Yeah, and definitely I think education is very important here. And I know that in regards to the education, you have quite a strong, thorough process with quite a few tips that you can share. Would you like to cover that a bit, please?
In regards to how we educate them, or
Yes.
so I mean, what we do in general is that we work very closely with our talent acquisition teams. So either with the partners we work with, or with the companies directly if they're hiring internally, and we basically offer trainings, free trainings on what to consider when hiring globally. So that means talent acquisition managers can already give out like checklists early on in the process. Can also already ask the talent to get certain documents translated and so on, so that we are actually able afterwards to accelerate the processes. So that's really important, because if you also imagine you are a talent and you are in India and you basically get your employment contract, but you have to go alone to the embassy and you might not have booked the right appointment or have the wrong documents, then these processes are extremely long, right? But if we come in and the process actually can start with the immigration authority in Germany instead of with the embassy in the respective country, then we can accelerate these processes by obtaining a pre-approval, making sure that all of the appointments are booked, and then there's also a legal deadline from the authorities in the respective country to give out an appointment within a shorter period of time. Yeah.
It's very good to hear that there are solutions to figure out how all the bureaucratic work works in Germany, as it's not the simplest one.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about all these reasons, options, and also what a company should consider when choosing a solution. And that would be the current situation and what we have seen so far in terms of trends. But what about covering a bit the future and trying to understand how can that look like? Is it possible that we can all work from the beach in the next years in that case? What do you think, Katerina?
So I think remaining flexible will be very important from an employer perspective, but really finding the balance between what your talent is looking for and also what you can offer as the employer. Especially when we look at the Gen Zs, they want to build meaningful connections in person, but they also really appreciate their flexibility. So I think it's really finding a middle ground there. And for sure, we will also be working from the beaches every now and then.
Doesn't sound so bad.
Yeah.
Andrea, what about you? Will you be in the Bali in the next years?
Well, to Bali, well, let's see, because of the worldwide restriction of working from Germany. I like being employed in Germany, but, well, generally, I mean, we for sure know it's a trend of that candidates or talents, employees want to have more flexibility in working arrangement, and this is like a fact. And we also have realized that by now being in contact with a lot of candidates that just assume it's possible, right? They don't care what is possible, was not. They just say, okay, but I am a very good developer and I could work from everywhere, so why not? So and this putting really into consideration means that it's somehow we need to have an answer. Well, as we talked, because we have to attract the talents, there is still quite have a big challenge to get to attract talents. And we discussed now a lot of things on the company level, sure, like the companies definitely has to respond to it, they have to find a solution. And it's basically the company level, but also we have to see it a little bit more further, because what we all discussed here was also relocate, actually, the idea of relocate also came up, I guess, is because it's also the topic we have to discuss on a state level and also EU-wide, because we have these topics of how to incentive employees in the startup in terms of employer shares, right? We have a lot of text on that, what's kind of discussed a lot, but it's still, there is still at the moment still in discussion. We also have the whole topic of, the legal aspects, what I said. Like, it's super hard if you plan your headcount to see, especially also in Europe, you have different protections against dismissal, right? You have to see, okay, how long has to be the candidate in the former company, and also when we can employ this person. Well, another thing, for example, is for sure the restriction of where we can work from Germany. Being employed in Germany gives us a certain flexibility to work Europe-wide, but doesn't give us the flexibility to work worldwide, not even for a week. So, for example, my team, we have a lot of people internationally, and it's often this hard question of, okay, well, I'm maybe a week now in the US, so is it possible to work from there? And with this contract we have so far, like with this classical one, it's not. So, from my perspective, I would say it's for sure we have to really face the situation. There need to be a change. Companies have to react, but of course also the discussion needs to be pushed also for another level.
Thank you very much, both of you, for these great insights and all the numbers and talking from your experiences. It does look that there is no solution that fits all, and would be ideal if we would have that.
Working from the beach.
Yes, indeed. However, it's good to think a bit about all the options that we have and consider all the aspects, and based on that, each company can take a decision on how they want to move forward. If they want to be remote, if they want to be on-site, hybrid, if they need to relocate candidates or not. Everything is possible. It's just a matter of considering all the aspects and choosing the right option for you as a company. It looks like we are actually a bit maybe ahead of the time, so we might have a few minutes for questions, if there are any questions from the public that you'd like to find out from us. Yes. There is one here in the front.
Okay, great, thank you. It seems that both your companies and the ventures are looking for that flexibility, but it's more a legal ramification and a, say, small-mindedness of local governments with, say, the reduction of knowledge immigrants or highly skilled migrants coming into Europe. Is that something that on a federal level in Germany or on a government level should be addressed?
Yeah, definitely. So it's also currently being discussed in politics, and especially in regards to IT talent. There might be also an easier solution to bring IT talents to Germany, and this is definitely something where also on a governmental level there will have to be changes. We already see positive changes. For instance, we have in Berlin a business immigration service. So, and it's called in German Landesamt für Einwanderung, and in all other so immigration office basically in all other federal states is foreign office. So we see changes already, especially in these federal states like Berlin, where there's a lot of talent coming from abroad, but definitely there will have to be some further amendments. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, one in the middle. So there is a bit of walking to there for the microphone. Thank you, Moritz.
Hi. A big question that I would have is hiring people from everywhere gives me, working in HR, like the big question of how to close the gap between like office culture and remote culture. I find it super difficult at the moment to like find good strategies to like close this gap. What are your thoughts on this? Like, I think you have seen it a lot in the last few years, so yeah.
Well, one thing maybe to answer a bit beforehand, building a remote culture also implies that we have a lot of people not working on a headquarter or on a certain distribution. And this is, for example, one thing we see a lot, that it's hard to foster these kind of inclusive culture, what is even more needed in an international way, due to the fact that we maybe have 40% at the headquarter and the other like 30% on certain distributions, and then 10-15% remote. And that really like ends up to these group effects where people who really just work remote doesn't feel part of the company. So first of all, what we are highlighting here a lot is setting your KPIs for the recruitment. If you really want to have a remote first policy, you need to have the people remote on a certain level, on a certain average, because if not, it's super hard to implement it. And basically really forming a culture that's remote, it's part of the process, right? Like it's a moment, what we saw a lot is that these being less from the office perspective, right? Like being just communicating on these channels, like meeting somewhere. We had, for example, Hello in our office, and they are completely remote. They are meeting always on a different place in the world and having their team events. And they said it's extremely crucial for their culture. So next to the typical like the culture in general, it's extremely important that you somehow meet your people, but not always, for example, in Berlin or wherever they are, really around the world. And this for them, for example, was a big key of how to ensure the culture, because at the end you have to, like they also, like whatever was their summarized, we just talked last week with the founder, it's extremely important to see yourself sometimes on a personal level. Having drinks together, that just a format needs to be established. And if you know in a few months you see each other again, it's kind of something to look forward, and it's also somehow you build a culture. And of course, prepare your team with all this inclusive, right? Everybody has to have a voice, everybody has to show themselves. Every country where people come from needs to somehow highlight it, doing the work culture. It's extremely hard to give a certain direction, but it's like learnings what we saw from the last month.
I could also quickly add here that in general, in that case, I think it's important to also have some sort of events virtual and really make sure that all the big meetings are virtual. So to always include everyone that is not present on site in the office. So they are not excluded, but they feel like, okay, they can do almost everything also the person that comes to the office can do, and really focus on that. I think now we're going to be out of time. So if you do have more questions, we're also going to be in our talent corner in the networking area until 4 p.m. So feel free to come and talk to us or anyone else from our talent acquisition team. And we're going to be very happy to share more there. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Andrea and Katarina, for the great answers.
Thank you, guys.
I'm going to download the new app, and we'll get you started in the meantime.
All right. If anyone could have told me how hard it would be to get to this point, I don't know that I would have done it.
We both were working so many hours, knowing that you don't have any more to give, but you want to step up.
매일매일 실패합니다. 스타트업의 숙명인 것 같아요.
I'm just not feeling it.
Is it because we're Black female founders with no tech background that we can't launch a business?
I wish this innovation was everywhere.
This is 100% what I believe I should be doing, but how do we actually make it happen?
That cost of failure is so high. It's a lot of responsibility to have.
Ashley Ammons and her mother, Carrie Schrader, mother-daughter team who founded this.
As an entrepreneur, your first job is to find the place and the people that get you, feel you, support you, champion you, and go there and conquer.
It's good to have a community, not just of people that believe in you, but people who are facing the same challenges.
I don't think that I would have made it this far without the feeling of community that I found here.
Women in my age group come up to me and say, "You have inspired me to do what I've always wanted to do."
You put another brick in the wall today, and that's what we're doing.
It has pushed me to be not just a tech innovator, but a guiding light to other people.
I had permission to dream. I don't think I had that.
If I can help just one person, it was going to be worth it. But now at the prospect of doing this for hundreds, thousands, millions of people, there is nothing that can stop us.
The vision for Kerber Digital is to make Kerber into the largest player for AI-driven B2B software products, and with that create value for our customers and the planet. Kerber is a traditional industrial and technology company. Kerber Digital is an independent entity in the Kerber ecosystem. It's totally different from what you would expect in corporate organizations. The level of flexibility, trust, speed, freedom to operate is unseen in other corporate environments. Within the Kerber ecosystem, we play multiple roles. One is to build own sustainable business, to basically make Kerber a digital leader of the future. And two is to help all of the existing businesses to become a digital leader in their domain. And third, we're actually a driver of the future way of working with exciting topics and tasks. We bring a lot of unfair advantage to the game. you have customer access and trust into the Körber brand from customers. For example, we have one of the ventures that is active in pharma environment, and we are already working on a productive lines at various top pharma customers. There's no way on earth how you can make that happen with hundreds of million funding if you want, if you don't have this relationship and this trust. The second big benefit is that you can really focus on what you love as an entrepreneur, which is typically to create value for customers, which is product development and commercialization. What makes me proud, and sometimes it's hard to believe, that we've proven and showed that as corporate company building is the way to go for an established organization to be innovative and competitive to venture capital funded startups. I always had this as a dream and I wanted to prove that that works. Corporate venture building means basically that we are serial entrepreneurs. So we look for problems of our customers, then we actually create a new company, which is owned by Körber Digital. And we are now basically, what I believe, the largest company builder, largest corporate company builder, certainly in Europe, and certainly globally around AI-driven products in manufacturing. And for me, this is actually almost like a dream. I see myself in a position to every year create new, exciting business opportunities, exciting companies. And first of all, what you can feel is like a very open environment. But what unites us more is the way of working and the way we treat each other and how we act with each other. And if you want to make a difference, everyone will help you to make a difference. And my job is basically to bring together talent in our crew and enable them to achieve results they could have not believed they would be able to do.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Cinema 5. So now we've got a great next guest up. Eli Bressert is founder and CEO of Origin, a HighTouch travel service, and he will tell you for sure what HighTouch means. Eli, with a stop in Amsterdam, has come from San Francisco, so over to you, Eli. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction. And I'm very excited to talk about something that I'm deeply, deeply passionate about, something that I've been doing for the last decade, which is why is AI and ML, so artificial intelligence and machine learning, are an absolute necessity to the future of high-touch services. So I am, as he said, Moritz said, that the founder and CEO of a travel tech company called Origin. And I'll talk more about that later on. Before I started Origin, I worked with some great household companies like Apple, Netflix, Convoy, which is a two-sided marketplace for shippers and truckers, a multi-billion-dollar startup that's doing very well in Seattle, and then Stitch Fix. And out of curiosity, how many of you have heard of Stitch Fix? Okay, it's a bit more than I thought. How many of you know how Stitch Fix works from a consumer experience? Okay, so it's small. They're not in Germany, so I didn't expect a lot of people to be aware of it. So I'm going to explain what Stitch Fix is, because it's a very important part of the story that I'm going to talk about today. So Stitch Fix is basically a service that provides personalized services in terms of clothing and styling for customers. So let's say that you were in a situation where you don't have enough time, you want to look great, you have some of those friends who always look sharp no matter where they are, and you're like, how are they so stylish? Like, I don't have the time for that, I don't have the know-how for that, but I would love to have that. And that's what got Christina Lake, the founder back then, in 2011, to start this. So basically what you do is you go to Stitch Fix, you fill in a form on their website where you share your style, fit, and size preferences. You get serviced by a real stylist, a real person, and they ship an item of a box of 5 items to you. And at the convenience of your home, you can keep what you like, and you can ship back what you don't like. Now, from a consumer experience, this is phenomenal because you can do this at home, you're not in a fitting room being stressed out, and you can take your time. But it's also a very, very risky business model. So if the stylist doesn't get it right, the company has to pay for shipping everything out and everything back, and also the very, very disappointed customer. Right? If you have a customer that keeps nothing in that box and they had high expectations, they're never going to come back. So I joined in 2014, 3 years after it started, and literally something magical happened overnight. So as most startups in the early stages, it's really a human-driven operation. No matter how techy they seem to be, they're still not quite there yet. And they turned on some very specific algorithms that allowed their performance and scaling to shoot through the roof. This literally happened overnight. Like, you could see the results from one day to the next. It was absolutely incredible to be there to see that. By performance, I mean better styling, better scaling, better personal services, better high-touch services overall. But I'm sure that some of you are thinking like, wait a minute, what about high-touch services and scaling? Aren't they kind of like opposable forces? Like, you put one in the room with the other, and one is going to kick the other one out? Like, they can't work together. Well, the answer is no, they can actually work together really, really well. But it just requires a little bit of reframing of that problem, which is something called human-in-the-loop, machine learning, and AI systems. They actually make these two opposable forces become complementary forces, which is truly incredible. So here's a framework to kind of describe that, where you have scale going from top meaning very scalable to no scale at the bottom, high touch from the right, and low touch on the left. So in traditional styling services for clothing, you would have services that have almost zero scalability. But their high-touch services and styling are great. They're knocking it out of the park. That's why it's still there today. But then you have Stitch Fix that has been able to implement this human-in-the-loop machine learning, and it's fundamentally changed the equation for this domain. And so now Stitch Fix is in the space where they can do high-touch services, which traditionally was also a super fragmented market, by the way, and a very, very big market, and make it scale. And not only are they scaling it, the more data they get, the better their styling services become. Amazon, as a reference point, if you're shopping for clothes, it's extremely scalable, but it's a low-touch service. It's not there to really help you with any form of human assistance. So what is human-in-the-loop machine learning? The formal definition is systems that allow humans to give direct feedback to a model for predictions below a certain level of confidence. That's pretty pedantic in the definition, so I'm going to kind of reword it a little bit. A service or product that leverages the best of machine and human agents in one system for the best outcome. Right? Machines are phenomenally good for what they're designed for, very laser focused, and they can do it fast, faster than any human can ever do it. But human agents are phenomenal in the sense that they are context aware. You can give them all types of weird problems, and they can solve those problems. Right? So if you combine the two, you get something that's truly special and magical. So the text here, I think it's a bit too small, but I'll explain what you're seeing here. Imagine that we have an app that allows colorblind people to get help if something is red or green. It's a very simple problem, and we'll get into something a little bit more particular after this. So this is the most common form of colorblindness, where you can't determine the difference between red and green. So let's say the customer takes a photo of something, and they say, hey, is it red or green? The machine will assess it, and if it has high confidence, meaning let's say like 95% confident that this is green, it'll ship it off to the customer, right? But if it's not confident, so it's lower than 95%, then it'll ship it off to a human agent who's in the loop to help assess that image. Maybe that image is noisy, maybe there is no blue or green, whatever that is, the human agent can deal with those factors where the machine could not, because the machine wasn't designed for it. But the beauty of this model is that they will assess it, and they will send a good result to the customer. So regardless if the machine was confident or not confident, the overall experience for the customer was great. And then there's kind of a great add-on here, which is very important for human-in-the-loop machine learning, is that the information gets sent back to the machine. So whatever the human agent does, the machine cumulatively gets that much smarter. So this process, this system, becomes more and more automated over time. So how is that different to machine learning and AI-only services? So just strip out that human element, right? Where you just have the same app. You as a consumer won't know any difference. Other than that, your results will probably be more poor, right? You won't see, you'll get these results where the machine says something's green, and you're like, no, that, you can show it to a friend and they'll be like, no, that's definitely red. Right, it wasn't confirmed by a human agent in that loop to make sure that those results were good. Now, there are many examples of this. This has been done for the last 2 decades. Netflix, Amazon. So Netflix has done a phenomenal job in really squeezing all the juice out of this type of system, where they will show you a matrix of, I'd say, 20 different films or shows to watch. And it doesn't have to get all 20 right. It only needs one of those 20 to be right. So it has an opportunity to get 20 wrong and 1 right. Right? So there's a lot of feedback loop in the way that they work, where that information, when you select that content, goes back. And then the machine will get smarter and smarter. But this comes at the cost of the consumer experience. Right? In this place, the consumer has to tell the machine what's going on, and then the machine gets a little bit smarter. And that coming at the cost of the consumer experience. So there are many companies that are now using human-in-the-loop machine learning in their domain. One of them, which I'm a big fan of, is called QAI Health. It's a very successful startup. They're Series B. The CTO, his name is Javier. He's a very well-known figure in AI and ML, also from Netflix. And then he's done many great things after that. He's been working at this company to implement human-in-the-loop machine learning to augment physicians' performance with the patients. But they're also better cross-matching the needs of the patients to the physician, to the doctor. I'm not going to go into details here, but they have a phenomenal blog post. You should go look it up on human-in-the-loop machine learning and QAI and read it. It's one of the best out there. So origin, that's why I'm here today, is that I am truly passionate about the space of where we can entangle machine learning and AI to make those high-touch services even better. So Origin is all about designing luxury travel experiences personalized by AI superpowered specialists. So basically travel specialists or curators or agents, they're all kind of the same word. I'll use them interchangeably. The result is that we have unparalleled travel experiences at unbeatable value. So I'm not talking about value in terms of being cheap. I'm talking about value that, in the traditional services, they mark up their trips by 50%. We don't need to do that because we can scale. So traditionally, in the world of travel curators or travel agents, they deal with a massive, massive burden of paradox of choice when they're selecting lodging, experiences, scheduling, and availability complexities. We've all been there, right? I probably would, actually just kind of out of curiosity, how many people have actually had a browser open where it's the flights that you're trying to book and it's the hotel or Airbnb that you're trying to book at the same time? Yeah, pretty much the entire room. And it's frustrating, it's stressful, right? So if you think about all of that overhead cost, it really, cumulatively impacts the efficiency of the human agent, in this case, the travel curator here. And then communication upload, right? The list just goes on and on. This is just a small snippet, tip of the iceberg of all the things that they have to deal with. And they are experts in their own right. But at the end of the day, they have very little time to actually focus on the customer and provide or craft a personalized trip. It's kind of a disappointing experience. It's kind of like when you're doing data science and you're all excited about building this model, and then you realize that the data is super messy, and then it's like 99% of your time is just cleaning the data, and then only 1% is actually getting those results. That's exactly what they're feeling here. So we've been implementing human-in-the-loop at Origin, where we built an internal tool to superpower our travel curators, strip away the paradox of choice issues through intelligent ranking, automate scheduling and availability processes, and that's just the beginning. Right? It's not just machine learning services doing their own thing. It's working in tandem with the human agent, and so much more to do as well. So this will eventually allow our curators to focus 95% of their time on crafting personalized experiences. Right? For us to get great talent, they're gonna love it because they want to work here. They can finally not deal with the riffraff and then just focus purely on crafting the greatest experience. And then for our customers, they just absolutely love us and can continue to come back for more and more. So here's a customer who's traveled with us now twice. And in her words, Origin, more personalized and modern than Scott Dunn and Black Tomato. These are two luxury travel services. The app felt refreshing and fun to use with amazing curator that went above and beyond. And the price was wildly competitive. So that goes back to the statement of the result, which is unparalleled travel experiences at unbeatable value. So in summary, in high-touch services where quality matters, human-only services will fall behind. It's a massive market out there, but there's still a lot of human-only services, and they will eventually fall behind as some companies or startups, could actually be started in this room, will overtake those high-touch and quality matters type services with human-in-the-loop or some variant of it. In high-touch services where quality matters, so same statement as before, ML and AI only services will fail and fail fast. So before I started Origin, I did a lot of research on high-touch travel, luxury, concierge services, and it was just a boneyard of startups that have never been able to succeed in this space because they were providing machine learning and AI only services, which is effectively equating to low-touch services. The people in this space are expecting a high-touch service, a complete misalignment of what the customer wants. So taking that framework again, I want to give something that will give everybody here some ideas to think about, and I'm hoping that there'll be more implementations of human-in-the-loop in the future. We have an absolutely massive untapped opportunity out there in this framework where we have the no-scale, high-touch services in the bottom right, traditional services, still multi-trillion-dollar industry out there, probably trillions and trillions. Then there's the land of many times over in the top left. that's in travel space for at least, would be like Booking, Expedia, Kayak, Hitmark. The list goes on. What are they doing? They're all doing the same thing for the last 25 years, which is just optimizing search engines to give results to customers. That's it, right? Everybody wants to figure out how to tackle the top right, but they just don't know how. So I would say to this room, put your thinking cap on and think about what opportunities do you have out there that you could potentially tackle in a space with this technique. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Eli. Great speech. Thank you so much. If you have any questions for Eli, find them in the speakers lounge. I'm sure we'll be happy to answer your questions.
Yes,
amazing. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, Mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh.
Of all the numbers that matter in business, here's the one that matters most: 7.7 billion, because that's how many people there are on this planet. We believe in an inclusive, sustainable digital economy that works for everyone. So every day, we work with banks, merchants, businesses, cities, and governments to solve human needs with human ideas. Every capability we build on, every investment we make, and every partnership we enter into is driven by MasterCard's mission to improve people's lives. We're helping retailers reimagine how people shop, developing new digital-first payment experiences, helping independent workers thrive in the gig economy, enabling people and businesses to move money around the world, making transactions of all kinds safer and more secure, developing new artificial intelligence solutions to detect and fight fraud, giving people and businesses more control over their financial data, modernizing commercial payments for businesses of all sizes all around the world, empowering every business everywhere to drive economic equality, all in a pursuit of our vision of an economy where everyone can reach their potential. And we continue to redefine the look, the feel, and even the sound of a brand that touches the lives of billions of people every day. At MasterCard, we are here to help our partners help people. Because we believe when you start with people, you can start something priceless.
right, hi everyone, and welcome back to Cinema 5. I have the great honor of introducing our very own Dr. Veronica Delgado, who's a data analyst at Project A, and also on the side maybe a hobby biologist, as she does. And she's going to be talking today about how to avoid signal loss in a cookie-less world, so I hope there's lots of marketers amongst you. There you go, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Okay, thank you, Moritz, for the nice introduction. And yes, I'm very passionate about biology and science, but I'm equally passionate about science. Welcome everybody from my side to our knowledge conference. I hope you are enjoying it so far, and that you have the opportunity to take the most out of it during the rest of the day, because there are actually a lot of cool and exciting things happening during the whole day and the rest of the evening. But I'm here today to talk about a very relevant topic, which is how to avoid and how to prevent signal loss in the cookieless world. I would like this masterclass to be very hands-on. That was my aim when I started preparing the slides. But before I go into the details and actionable items, I would like to set some basics so we are all on the same page. Third-party cookies are small fragments of codes that are basically placed on the user's browser, but by a different entity or external partner rather than the one that is being visited. This means that they are set and controlled by a different partner than the website owner, which in this case, this different entity is called the third party. They are characterized by storing information about browsing history and the user behavior across the website and across different domains. And therefore, their main purpose is to send this information to the partner, to the third party. And they are mainly used for marketing purposes, like cross-tracking, advertising, and retargeting. And the cookieless future is understood as a shift in the digital landscape that happened due to changes in privacy and security, and also in the browser settings. But how did it all started? Where do we come from? Well, it all starts in 1994 when a founding engineer of Netscape wanted to differentiate new versus returning users, as simple as that. And then he created the cookies. The technology developed and was kind of in a Wild West situation until 2017, when Apple came up with the intelligent tracking prevention, and also looking closely at privacy user and the privacy of the user, and also limiting the validity of third-party cookies to 24 hours. Not long after that, a group of people came together in Europe to set up the GDPR, which is basically a set of rules that unify data privacy in all of the countries. And 1 year later, Safari and Firefox decided to block third-party cookies. Of course, Google decided to join the party not long after that, only 1 year afterwards, and in 2020, Google announced that Chrome will also be lacking third-party cookies soon. It was initially planned for 2021, then came until 2022, and now obviously it will happen in 2023. And the last point in history that is relevant for this topic that happened in the last years was that Apple in 2021 came with the App Tracking Transparency Framework, which basically requires all users to accept or opt in voluntarily in order for the information to be shared with different apps and businesses. So you may be wondering now, why are we talking about third-party cookies loss in 2022 when this topic came up already in 2019, when Safari and Firefox blocked them? And the answer resides in science, in the statistics, because actually Chrome owns more than 60% of the browser share market, which is a big, big number. So when Google announced that third-party cookie tracking will not be possible in Chrome, was a big deal. And not only that, even if most of the marketers assume or admit to be reliant on them for their tracking and for their business purposes, only, or let's say less than half of them feel very prepared for the future. And this is quite worrying because the consequences of cookies going away are quite detrimental. To start with, because when business rely on their online presence, if cookies go away, naturally they will track less data, and this means that they will have less customer insights. Secondly, the more the time, the less we will have accurate channel attribution and visibility on which sessions can be attributed to which channel. And not only that, but advertisers with advertising partners will have less information about or will lack information about browsing history and users' behavior, therefore making automatic retargeting not possible anymore. And all of this leads to the fact that marketers will need to reassess their strategies and activities in order to reach their goals. And last but not least, advertising networks will receive less conversion signaling, which means that overall we will have compromised data quality. So I hope I was able to convince you by now that not taking an action is not an option, and the urgency to act on this topic increases exponentially with time. But we should not be scared of change, because changing doesn't mean failure. Indeed, a long time ago, Socrates came up with the idea that the secret of change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. And before him, I'm sure you have seen this before, because this is a very famous statement, Heraclitus also said that there is nothing permanent except change. And indeed, there are many things that we can start doing, and in order to get moving, we need to take some actions. And this doesn't have to happen in a couple of days, months, or years. It has to be now. And this can all start by knowing your horses and going through the SWOT process. And the SWOT process starts with S, stands for strengths. And one way you can strengthen your setup is by stop relying on the browser and the client side to send information to the third parties. And luckily, we have developed a technology, or the field has developed a technology to do so. We don't have to invent anything, and it's the server-side tracking. And basically, this gives you the power to send the information to your own servers, and has a lot of benefits because you own the data and you can say and decide where and in which format is sent to. Then you can also go and admit and understand what are your weak points. And the way to do that, and actually we do this for many companies at Project A, is to help them understand what is the situation with their current setup and marketing channels. Are you really sending and reporting the information for all marketing channels at the maximum capacity? And no change comes without opportunities, and in this case the opportunities is to try to understand what is the right tooling for you. What is the right analytics tool you can use in order to make decision in your business? And also that's a big point. We constantly get asked in the data teams, which is the analytics tool I should go for? And the answer is that there's no answer that fits them all, because it really depends on your business goals and in other factors like resources, capacity, implementation complexity, and also data maturity. So it's now the time to look at your setup and understand which tools are the best for you. And these steps should not be underrepresented in the chain or in the loop. And a world will not be a world without threats, so the cookieless world cannot be different. And in this case, the threats come from user privacy. We should all put and understand that user consent is at the forefront and not very at the end of the process. And it's our responsibility to get legal advice and understand at which point of the spectrum are we. One way we can optimize trackability and opt-in rates is to experiment with our cookie banner. We can all do A/B testing and see which shape, color, format works the best in order for users to accept it. And this is important because the fact that third-party cookies are going away doesn't mean that we don't need to ask users for consent. So now we have defined the SWOT process and a couple of actions that can be taken, but the third-party cookies are not the only type of data. This means that third-party death is not the end of the party, and there are other players that come into place to optimize trackability, and that can help us. And these are zero-party, first, and second-party data. But before I go into the details of them, I would like to bring back our friends, Socrates and Heraclitus, who decided to basically come up with an ancient Greek pottery e-commerce shop called Erades to help me out through the rest of the slides and explain some examples. So zero-party data is basically the amount of information that the users are willingly to share with us, with the brand. So I decide to tell you, Moritz, I want to give you my information for Erades. You take it with you. And this is about interest and motivation, preferences, purchase behavior, and also different relationships that I have with the brand in the past, in the present, and in the future. And as you can imagine, this type of data is the most accurate one because it comes directly from the users. And it has a lot of benefits. We can boost the brand, we can also increase customer trust, and we can also build a more personalized experience. But it also has its dark sides because of course, it's difficult to scale and to have people continuously engaged to bring visibility and to give your input, to give input about their opinion. And it also requires to have new resources to get this type of data. And what do I mean by that? So if we come back to Erades, a way that they could use to collect zero-party data is by making a quiz online. So basically, to find what's the best spot for you, in order to know this, you can just basically take a quiz, answer some questions about, I don't know, design or like shape, color, and then as long as you're giving information, you're getting in exchange like a customized or a personalized base. And at the same time, we can also, or they can also have a survey, and in order for you to fill it in, at the end they give you a discount or a price. And this is a way that we can keep customers engaged and have them giving us zero-party data. What about the next, first-party data? This is also information that comes directly from the user, but in this case, it's in a passive way. So it can come from the browsing behavior for which kind of content is being consumed in our website, on also the transaction history. So what is the basket type? Which products did I purchase? Did I add it to cart or did I remove? And this type of data is not as accurate as the one before because, of course, you have different pieces of information. So you have the browsing history here, then you have the basket here, but you need to stitch it all together to make a sense out of it and to make it accurate. And I will come back to that in a bit. This type of information has a lot of benefits because, as you can imagine, you can do up and cross-selling activities, understand the customer journey, and therefore determine customer retention and customer lifetime value in a better way. but it also comes with some challenges because you limit what you're looking at and your own business and your own brand. You don't know what is happening outside your little window, and it's also difficult to scope and also to scale as the zero-party data. Just to keep on going with Herades, which I really like. This kind of information can come from which products were bought in this business. So did I buy a vase? Did I buy a plate? Did I buy yesterday? Am I still waiting to buy tomorrow? And then you can also get first-party data. Socrates and Heraclitus can get this first-party data from a newsletter subscription. So people subscribe to the newsletter, and yeah, in this case, is the story behind the pod. So every month, let's say, they can have a story about a specific base or a specific artist. And last but not least, second-party data. Maybe this is the less famous one, and basically comes from agreements that are established in between different business. So it's any other person first-party data that decides to share it with you. And in this case, it's also moderate because you cannot, the accuracy is also moderate because you cannot control what you get. You need to rely on what the other business is giving you. But it has some advantages. You can boost your revenue with that, and I will just say in a few seconds how. You can get some competitive advantage because you partner with somebody else that is doing a similar business or is kind of in the same landscape, and you can go farther than your competitors like this, and then you can increase your customer knowledge in other aspects that you could not do with your own data. But this also comes with some challenges, which are, of course, cost and also establishing the right partnership, which seems easy, but is always not the case. And if we look at these two guys again, the way they could collect second-party data is basically by exchanging their first-party data with a pottery shop book, and also by selling their own data to a clay shop. So, and that could be a way to boost revenue and to get their second-party data get going. So now we talked about zero-party, first-party, and second-party. But how does all come together? And the secret to this hidden door comes with identity resolution, which is basically the process of unifying or finding a unified customer profile for different interactions that happen across different channels or different touch points. And indeed, the number of touch points that customer can have with the business have increased dramatically during the years. And we can get information from the same customer across different devices stored in our CRM, in our shopping system, also through surveys or through social media profiles. So having identity resolution is crucial to be able to get to know our customers better, and also provide a more personalized experience. And now that we have all of our types of data like stitched together and we know all the pieces of the puzzle, it's important, or for me it's important that we all understand that we don't have to collect more data for the sake of collecting more data. That doesn't make any sense. It's greedy, and we don't want that. So what we want is that the data makes all sense, and the only way is to stitching it together and to put all the pieces together. And honestly, if I would be now in the shoes of Heraclitus and Socrates, I would be a bit lost, and I would say, okay, but where do I start from? How can I get going? Where's my entry ticket to the cookieless world? And honestly, the answer in this case is also complex because your way to be ready for the cookieless future always comes with a compromise in implementation complexity and also in cost. So we cannot have like the best without giving something. And in this case, we can start by implementing or going through the small steps with the SWOT process, so server-side tracking, choosing the right tooling, looking at data privacy, and so on. And then going to enrich first-party data. And why does first-party data come before the zero one? And the reason here is because the first-party data, you directly get it in your system. So most likely we already have lots of it. We just don't know. It's invisible to us. So we just have to make it visible. And we don't need as many resources or complexity or cost as building the zero-party data. So once you have that, you can build your zero-party stuff, and also consider if you should establish a partnership, or that's the right answer for your business or can help you. And last but not least, as I mentioned, then we have to stitch all the pieces of the puzzle together with identity resolution, and then we can go, to the future with building audiences, which we all do now, but in a different way, and also creating segments and understanding personas, customers, and so on. And it seems a lot, but this is not all. Because we are very used to look at one single customer or users, but we have to go from the user level to the group level, and there's no way out about this. Just to make it a bit more clear and not so abstract, we are used to look at user 1, 2, 3, and 4 in this case, and to put like at least an identity to each of them. But with third-party cookies going away, we will not be able to do this anymore. So these users will become less visible, and we will have to compromise and go and target groups. So in this case, going to the 3 or 4 or as many groups as possible in order to keep up with our marketing activities. But the fact that user visibility is going away doesn't mean that we cannot target users in the same way. Indeed, there are different options out there to still do advertising online, and there is nothing that is not a revolution. They were all there since some time ago, and I'm just gonna go through some examples, but I'm happy to chat more about this later in the speaker lunch, or during the day if you have other opinions. One of them is contextual targeting. Again, this has been there for forever already, and basically is based on putting ads online on pages or sites that are relevant or related to our business. So even looking at their ads, they could, for example, put an advertise on a post of ancient Greek pottery, because it's likely that a person that is reading that is interested on the base. And this is done by providing keywords or relevant topics, also by understanding the customer journey and also the personas. So the more information you have about these 3 topics, the better and the more quality you can get out of contextual targeting. There is also behavioral targeting, which was based on browser history and third-party cookies. But now the different technologies are coming with solutions to jump the third-party cookie need. And one of them is Google, that came up with this privacy sandbox. And basically what it does is to present you several topics that are based on the browsing interest of the user. So let's say I'm potential Erades customer, and then I browse through different websites like IKEA or MoMA or North Face or Booking and so on, or SoundCloud. And then what this privacy sandbox will allow me is just not to have information about the particular websites that have been visited by the user, but just about 3 different topics. So in this case would be, for example, furniture, activewear, or modern art. And then Erades could place its advertising in one of the pages that are related to these 3 topics. And last but not least, there is intelligent attribution. We could do a whole masterclass out of this. We could spend many days talking about this. So I'm not gonna go into a lot of depth here, but I think it's important to mention because it's a relevant topic in data that also comes up very often. And basically, in this case, what we want is to understand how we can attribute an incoming session or conversion to the different channels of our business. And it seems really easy, but it's not, because there is a blind spot in the middle where we need to define how do we make this assignment. And there are different ways to do it now. They are based in machine learning, and it's called conversion modeling. You can do it by looking at your historical data and doing basic predictions. Also, GA4, Google Analytics 4 offers now a way to look at them. And there are many commercial platforms that are coming up with ways of doing machine learning. But it's very important, at least for me, to say that not everybody is ready for machine learning. It sounds very, very cool. We all want to do it, but it requires a data maturity and a data quality before we can jump into it, and that's why it's at the end. And yeah, it's a very complex topic, as I said. And what now? This is the end, almost. Once I've gone through all the steps, there's nothing else to do apart from grieving through third-party cookies. And the way to do that is always accept. So we need to accept the reality. And I hope that the take-home message from today is that the third-party cookies are going away. We can't get rid of it, and we need to take action. So for me, if you just go home or go tonight to have a beer with these two statements, I'm more than happy. But then, of course, there is a third step in grieving, which is basically trying something new, failing, and eventually going to success. And then keep on reevaluating your setup and the way you do stuff. There is not a constant way to manage tracking and to manage signaling to third parties and to have your whole setup. It's a constant reevaluation. And also proactively share. So you are not alone, we are not alone. I'm small, but I'm here. And I hope that we can all share our insights into the cookieless world, and we can all build it together, because it's not owned by one person, it's all of us, and it's our responsibility to say and to see how it looks in the future. And then I would like to end my time today here with a statement from Ginny Rometty, who is the former chairman and CEO of IBM, that says that growth and comfort will never coexist. And she says that this is true for people, it's true for countries and societies, and it's true for businesses. And this is a sentence that I really agree with. And for me, it has a lot of meaning in the cookieless world and in how the marketing analytics field is going. So with that, I would like to end. Thank you for listening to me and for being here.
Thank you so much, Vero. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look at mom, we made it. La da la da, ooh.
Technologie ist, was der Mensch daraus macht. Oder Millionen von Menschen. Technologie bringt uns zusammen. Und zusammen können wir alles erreichen. Wir sind die Gigabit Company. Das Netz ist unsere Aufgabe. Damit verbinden wir Menschen und Maschinen jeden Tag und bauen an einer besseren Zukunft. Unsere Vision? Die Gigabit-Gesellschaft in Deutschland. Jeder Zweite im Land ist unser Kunde. Zusammen geben wir immer neue Anstöße. Von Gesundheit bis Bildung, von Politik bis Familie. Wir halten Deutschland am Laufen, selbst dann, wenn die Welt stillstehen muss. Ihr seht uns nicht, aber wir sind immer da. Im Boden, in der Luft. Mit euch auf der Couch und bald überall. Mit dem ersten 5G-Echtzeit-Netz für Deutschland und maßgeschneiderten Lösungen für Unternehmen können wir zusammen Neues schaffen. Fähren lernen, autonom zu fahren. Fußballspiele werden in Echtzeit mobil übertragen. Wissenschaft und Wirtschaft revolutionieren sich selbst. Wir können Container digital sichern, kochen wie Profis, in den Autos von morgen die Zukunft erleben und unseren Kindern die ganze Welt an die Hand geben. Mit der technologischen Power unserer Netze. Und mit den Menschen, die sie nutzen, ihnen Leben einhauchen. Bunt, jung, alt, völlig verschieden. Laut, still, stolz, anspruchsvoll, umweltbewusst. Genau wie wir. Das ist der Herzschlag einer neuen Zeit. Alles verändert sich. Und zusammen können wir alles verändern. Mehr Schritte aufeinander zu. Mehr Fortschritt zusammen. Und die Welt heute, morgen, jeden Tag immer besser machen. Das ist Together We Can.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to Cinema 5. So now, next up is Julius Grage, I hope you're German and I didn't just butcher your name, who's Director of Product at CrossEngage, and today he will be talking about the Experimentation Flywheel. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Thank you very much. And a warm welcome from my side. Yes, I would like to start with a question to you. What do you think do these companies have in common? Any ideas? Right, they are probably one of the largest companies in the world. They have together one of the largest evaluation that we've ever seen on companies, and also the largest aggregation of wealth and also growth over the last couple of years. And if you look at a longer picture, they are all relatively young, let's say, and they've grown very fast, but all of them really embrace experimentation. And there are some examples here. So Booking, for example, does more than 25,000 tests every year. Google is going crazy, more than 72,000 side-by-side experiments. Microsoft also does thousands of experiments every month. If you look at Netflix, they say, okay, every change that we introduce needs to be tested before it's rolled out. And here's a quote from Jeff Bezos from Amazon: "To invent, you have to experiment." So all of these companies really embrace this experimentation, and all of them run thousands of experiments, and they see experimentation as really like a core part of structural innovation at their companies. And I think this is very important and sometimes I think overlooked or not that present. And the question, I talk a lot to companies in marketing and e-commerce and CRM business, and they're obviously not the case. So often the question is, so why is not everyone doing this and is not utilizing this power when you look at these companies and see, okay, they really put this as the core of their activities. And I will want to look at with you at two reasons today. One is a lack of knowledge at these companies, and the second one is the fear of losing revenue or margin in the process of experimentation. And let's start with so we will have a look at both of them, and we will start with the first one, which is, from my experience, much easier to solve than the second one. So if we look at experiments, at a company, they usually give, let's say in April every year, more or less a 20% discount, and now this year in March they decide, okay, 10% shouldn't be enough, right? Let's try this out. So this year we only give 10%. And then they see, okay, last year that was the revenue we made, and this year the revenue is much smaller compared to last year, and we introduced that change. And this is actually, so the problem, if you do this like that, you cannot draw this conclusion that this gap there is due to the change you introduced. And so in best case scenario, you have a discussion at your company and discuss whether the whole effect or the one or some extent of the effect is actually due to the change you introduced. That's the best case scenario. And worst case scenario is you just think this gap there is due to the change you introduced, and this is a completely wrong conclusion you draw from that data. And therefore, for Google and for all the companies you saw above, and also many other companies, experimentation looks like this. So they take the customers. Again, they want to know, is 20% discount better or 10% discount better? They take their customers, randomly divide them into two groups, and say one group gets 20% discount, the other one gets 10% discount. And and then test this basically at the same time. And doing this allows you to isolate the effect of this discount you introduced, which is really great because now you can make a better decision because you know this change in revenue or this difference in revenue only comes due to the discount or that I introduced, or the change in discount I introduced here. And if you look at both pictures, you probably will draw different conclusions when you look at the effect that you might see due to the discount change you introduced. So as you can see, this is reducing this knowledge gap and understanding how to experiment correctly and evaluate the changes you introduce is an important mission to do, but from my perspective, it's relatively easy to achieve. Therefore, let's have a look at the second reason. I said I see there why companies are not experimenting or doing very few experiments. And that is the fear that experiments pose a substantial risk to revenue and margins. And when I talk to companies, I often hear this sentence or some slight variation of this sentence a lot. And it's very difficult to get through them and say, okay, can we do something there? And so it's much harder to resolve this issue that blocks experimentation compared to the first reason. And for the upcoming slides, we will have a look at what I think is a reason for this fear, where it starts basically, and whether this fear is actually something, or this concern is a valid concern, or whether it's not a valid concern, and then see and find some techniques that show or give a path to to resolving this fear or removing this fear. And from my perspective, this concern of losing revenue when you experiment stems from very ambitious goals in combination with a lack of acknowledgement that innovation is only possible when you take risks. And a second thing that amplifies this is that people tend to judge harm as a result of commission much higher than harm as a result of omission. And this is called the omission bias, and this really keeps people in a place where they say, I better stick to what I know than trying out new stuff, especially if I have like high and very ambitious goals where I don't know whether I can reach them with what I do right now, and the risk that I'm not reaching them will increase when I also introduce some change. And so removing this resistance it's not the issue is not a single person that needs to decide whether you want to do something or not. From my perspective, it's really like a cultural thing, a company culture thing, that it's not encouraged to try stuff out, and therefore it's very difficult to change this because you really have to change an entire organization. And how they think about experiments, and you usually start with your, in our case, often with a CRM department where you want to introduce these changes. And when we go forward now, we have a look how to initiate this change. But first of all, let's go back to the question whether these were actually like valid concerns that you lose revenue when you experiment. And for that, let's first of all have a look at Google. So for them, only 5% of their experiments offer an significant improvement. So 95% of the stuff they try out is not offering any improvement, and they don't implement it. So the big question is this low number still worth pursuing? And does it make sense to still test, although you only have like a 5% success rate, let's say? And if you ask Google, definitely, otherwise they wouldn't do like these more than 70,000 experiments. And in order to answer this a bit more, let's have a look at a company that is continuously experimenting and see how the numbers could look like for such a company. So a company, they are doing experiments, and what they're doing, they're taking, as I said, they randomly select some customers and try changes with them. And let's say in this case, they take 10% of their customers and introducing some changes. It's always different 10%, but you always introduce changes to, let's say, test these with 10%, and the rest, the 90% in that case, will still see your normal stuff that you did so far. And you do the experiments, and you see here the gray experiments are the ones that don't offer any improvements. And then there's a small part that offers improvements to the company and drives the metrics forward the company wants to drive forward. And if you start experimenting, this is usually not 5%. When you look at Google, Google is like maxed out it as much as possible. When you start, it's usually much higher. You have 20%, 30%, sometimes 50% success rates, depending on where you are, what's your maturity level, and how optimized your setup already is in whatever you want to optimize. So the company is taking these small amount of experiments that are successful, and they roll them out to all the customers. And this system is actually really nice because you limit your experimentation costs to 10%. So everything that fails is limited to 10%, and everything that is nice is rolled out to 100% of your customers. And this means you keep your experimentation costs under control, while at the same time you harvest basically the gains you get from your implementations. And so the fear that you lose revenue in experimentation is not true as long as you do it continuously. So if you do one experiment, this slide does not hold, because it could be the one experiment where you don't see any success, and then you have some costs. You don't apply anything to no improvement to any customer, and there are costs but no gains. But if you do this continuously, you will find stuff that offers an improvement. And I mean, you're not like testing randomly, but you think about the stuff you want to change, and these are ideas that are usually worth pursuing and testing. So there is a chance that there are ideas in there that will improve stuff. So from my perspective, this shows, at least if you do this continuously, there's a very high chance that the gains outperform the costs by a factor of 1, 2, 3, and that you will always get something out of your experiments. And showing this slide to someone who fears that they lose revenue or margin by conducting experiments will not change anything. So there's no change in behavior if you just show this. So no one will say, "Ah, yeah, right, perfect. I will now do thousands of experiments every year because this slide tells me that." So how do I initiate this cultural change and get forward, basically, and go closer to a company that profits from continuous experimentation? And in order to start, you need to get the commitment for at least one experiment. That's the deal you need to make. If you don't get the commitment for any experiment, you will never going towards a experimentation-driven company. But if you get the chance to start with an experiment, this experiment should have some properties. So it should yield a high value potential. It needs to be very easy to execute, and the success metric you want to measure should also be easily measurable. So ideally, you don't want to measure like brand awareness in a certain demographic, because this is probably very hard to measure and you cannot really compare stuff. It's not easy. So do something that is very easy measurable. And to make this a bit more concrete, let's look at an example from one of our customers. This company, they have an above average unsubscription rate for their newsletter. They really highly depend on newsletter marketing. And when we looked at the data, if a customer unsubscribes from the newsletter, there are no more purchases after the unsubscription. So this means you basically lose your customer relationship as soon as the customer unsubscribed. In combination with a high unsubscription rate, we said, okay, this is a high value potential that is worth pursuing. So then we brainstormed what are possible options to take to reduce this unsubscription rate. And in the end, quite a simple idea: let's send less emails. It's easy to execute. And then we talked about the success metrics, and the obvious success metric, as we want to drive down unsubscription rate, is the unsubscription rate of the newsletter. But if I only want to drive down unsubscriptions from newsletters, I wouldn't send any emails. Then I have no more unsubscription. Great, problem solved. So I always have like side conditions. And in that case, it's conversion rates, so purchases that come from the customers that I contact via newsletter, and the revenue I make with these customers. So this is the setup we had, and then we said, okay, let's divide customers randomly into two groups. In that case, one group gets the usual newsletter frequency, as always, and the other groups get a significantly less newsletter frequency than the other ones. And we were closely monitoring that during the process, and we did this for 3 months. Not only having like 1 week where it's less, but seeing like midterm results and effects if we apply this for a longer time. And then in the end, after the 3 months, we looked at the success that we had and evaluated the results. And before we do that, I want to stress one more thing, because there's a bias in evaluating success. And there's so stopping a regressing change is as valuable, from my point of view, as identifying an improvement. But usually there's a bias that an improvement is more important or is valued higher than stopping something that would regress your performance. And this is, from my point of view, it's a wrong approach, but it's like, I think also a very human approach, and it's also similar to the omission bias. If you look at it, this bias of valuing something that is basically offering an improvement. And luckily for us in the experiment that we conducted with this client, we actually found an improvement. And if we look at the numbers, the unsubscription rate was dropped by more than 50%, while conversion rate and revenue stayed at very similar levels. And this was really great, because then the CRM team took this results and said, okay, let's introduce that change. We will reduce the marketing frequency drastically because there's no effect on conversion and revenue, but we will drive down the unsubscription rate significantly. And so they took this and they presented these results to their bosses, but also talked to their co-workers. And that's a very important step if you want to introduce a culture of experimentation and start doing more experiments. You need to talk to people and show them the results. And the good thing here is it's very easy to interpret. So there's no like complexity in the interpretation, especially if you present it like this and present some results you took out of this. So it's easy to communicate, and the good thing in this case actually was that we also have some counterintuitive results. If you look at, maybe not at subscription rate, this is expected, I would say, that this goes down if I send less emails, but having staying the conversion rate and the revenue staying at the same level is somewhat unexpected, because people think, okay, every email drives revenue, and you always can attribute revenue to an email, or at least people are doing that. As you can see here, it's not the right attribution, but it is a counterintuitive result, and the cool thing there is people will talk more about it if there are counterintuitive results that are not obvious, and this will help you drive the change. So the 3 steps we took here was we set up a first experiment, we evaluated success and basically made a decision based on that experiment, and the third thing is people talked about it and created interest. And these are actually the 3 steps, the first 3 steps of the experimentation flywheel. So where you start with some A/B tests or some experiments to do to support decisions, then you measure the value of the decision you took, and by therefore increasing interest in the A/B tests. And if you start experimenting, you usually stick to the first 3 for a while until you reach some critical mass in experiments and you can no longer support doing more experiments, and then you shift towards heavily shift towards point 4 and point 5, which is investing in infrastructure, data quality, software that helps you evaluate and conduct experiments, and then with the goal of lowering the costs that each experiment has on your organization, and therefore driving again more experiments, and that's why and you get this flywheel basically spinning. And if you look again at the companies from the first slide, so Google, Booking, Netflix, Amazon, they spin this flywheel like crazy. So they decide everything based on a test and make this as an objective thing. Every decision is an objective decision, and it's made on purpose and not by accident. And I think this is a very important thing. That's also a reason why they innovate that fast, because they do what's good and stop doing what's not helping driving their KPIs. And yes, So in the end, I work at CrossEngage. We offer a customer data and prediction platform, and it's also we also offer an experimentation module. So where you can do these CRM tests, similar to what I explained with the email frequency test, for example. And this would be exactly the setup you would do to test, let's say, 3 emails against 1 email, and run this for forever. But I hope if you take one thing from my talk today is that a tool is not the solution to your experimentation problems, usually. At least it's not the first thing that will help you start experimenting. And there was a missing slide. Anyway, and we also realized that, and therefore we are, in addition to the tool, very heavily provide CRM consulting to our customers, because we want to help them start their experimentation flywheel or keep it up running by assisting with test identification, analyzing results, and also helping them to tell a compelling story in order to utilize what experimentation has to offer. And there's no one-size-fits-all solution, so embrace testing, gain efficiency, and use CrossEngage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julius. Thank you so much. That was great.
Thanks.
If you have any questions to use, you can always find them in the speaker's lounge.
Yes, thank you.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look at mom, we made it. La la la, ooh.
Welcome to Silicon Valley Bank's Germany branch. We work with the entrepreneurs, companies, and investors that are defining what comes next. This means we are fortunate to work with some of Germany's leading tech businesses and the people who invest in them. Our clients span emerging companies to Mittelstand to multinational enterprises. Germany's history is steeped in technological innovation, and the country is inventing the future too. And that inspires us to do everything we can to bring our clients' ideas to life and make their businesses successful, no matter where they are in the world or how large they become. We work with companies and individuals in technology, healthcare, venture capital, and private equity. That's it. That's all we do, and that keeps us on the pulse of the industries we serve. Like so many of the companies we work with, we got our start in Silicon Valley. But we quickly realized innovation is not constrained by geography. Today, we have a global presence that is strategically designed to be where our clients need us. Wherever the innovation ecosystem is thriving, there is a need for SVB to deliver service with an entrepreneurial spirit. And our clients demand a creative approach to lending that is designed to make life and business easier for them. And we're much more than just a bank. We strive to increase our clients' probability of success, and we do this as a partner to our clients, delivering what they need when they need it. We offer assistance to businesses that are expanding into offshore markets, with offices throughout the US, as well as in China, Israel, the UK, and Ireland. We are well positioned to help our clients make that leap. We host educational and networking events specifically designed for our clients. We make connections with potential business partners, investors, and other entrepreneurs. Our dedication to our clients is also reflected in our employees' dedication to their communities. We volunteer, fundraise, and make corporate donations to causes our employees and clients believe in. Our goal is not just to be your bank, but your business partner. Get in touch to see how we could help your business in Germany and beyond.
Hi guys, welcome back to Cinema 5. Right now we've got a good one for you. So Javier Blanco Candero, who's senior data specialist scientist at Quix, is going to live build a Python service that's going to track heart rate. So,
ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the most heartbreaking demo ever. Or we are going to learn today how to work with real-time data. But not just any real-time data. I don't know if you see there that. I'm wearing a hardband monitor. So the real-time data that we are going to be playing with today is my heartbeat in real time. Yeah, I'm Javier Blanco, Senior Data Scientist at Quix. And I've just said we are going to be working with real-time data, so we will be talking about streaming a lot. And I'm curious to know, could you raise your hands, those of you who have experience with streaming? No, not many. And what about Kafka specifically? No hands up, and that's totally fine. Well, one more question. What about Python? Yes. Cool. So it's okay that you don't know much about streaming because the first section of this talk is just an introduction. So let's see what streaming is, especially compared to the more traditional batch processing approach. See that river over there? No, you cannot say it. Well, I see my screen there.
Sorry about that. Maybe, Javier, you can tell us a little about
Yeah.
what you do at Quix.
Yeah, sure. So at Quix, we specialize in real-time data. That means there's lots of talk, and there has been a revolution during the last decade or so to work with bigger amounts of data, hence the big data. Well, as important as the amount of data that you have is how quick you react to that data, right? Because the value of the data decreases over the time that it takes you to actuate on it. So we focus on acting on the data as fast as it can be done.
Nice. Okay. Got a little bit of
yes,
sales pitch.
thank you.
Thank you.
And I was going to say what a streaming architecture is to allow this kind of reaction, real-time reaction to the data. So check that river over there. That river represents any data flow. So any system at your company that is generating data in real time, it could be the app that your customers use, it could be your hardware producing sensor real-time data, anything, that's our river over there. Well, the traditional approach, the batch processing approach, consists on collecting a set of data, and then we fed it into an analytics system to process it. That means we store some of that real-time data in a database, and then we load it in our data lake for some processing. With the streaming approach, we react to the data piece by piece. It's like building a pipe in our river. As soon as we get a new piece of information, we react to it, we process it. Another example, let's think of a typical aggregation operation. With batch, you see we first load our raw data into our bucket, into our data set, and then we perform the operation over that bunch of data. With the streaming, though, we don't need that intermediate step. So for cases where you need historic data, batch is good. Think of training a machine learning model or any sort of operation where the historic data is crucial. But when you don't, you are just adding yourself some extra steps by storing the data in the middle. So by using streaming, you could be saving resources and especially saving time, reacting to the data as fast as it's produced. For this to happen, streaming architectures are a bit different to the typical database that we all are familiar with. And the first level citizen in a streaming architecture is the topic, the Kafka topic, or more generally, the streaming broker. Then at one side of the topic, you see we have a publisher, which is sending the data to the topic. But this is not a database, so it's not persisting there. The data is available for a while, and then it's not there anymore. At the other side of the topic, we will have a subscriber. This is a party that is reading the data that is pushed to the topic. And another great characteristic is that these systems are asynchronous. So it doesn't really matter at which rate or how many producers we have sending data to the topic, or at which rate or how many consumers we have at the other side listening, it's going to work. So this is what a streaming architecture is. And as I said, it's faster, it's cheaper. So why you don't know about it? Well, because it's hard. It's hard to develop, it's hard to use. And this similar issue is what the Quix founders encountered when they were working at McLaren. So this has to be one of the most time-critical use cases that there can be. They were working for Formula One, and these cars will be producing lots of data at a huge rate, and they had to be reacting to that with some intelligence. Such a challenge for software engineers like them, it was pretty obvious that they had to use some streaming architecture. But then the users of that architecture, a data scientist persona or a data analytics profile, they don't know how to use Kafka, and Kafka is not even able to do some of the transformations that they would want to. And that's how they came up with Quix. So the idea of Quix is to make streaming much, much easier, as easy as possible. And for that, we have this threesome, this marriage between microservices, Kafka, and Python. Microservices are a great tool to make our code maintainable, observable, and scalable. Kafka is a great streaming broker to make the data flow as fast as it can be. And then Python, well, you saw when I asked about your experience, pretty much all of you know about Python. Pretty much none knew about Kafka. So by bringing Python to talk to Kafka, we are decreasing the knowledge barrier that is needed for streaming architectures. Great. So in other words, imagine, and this is what we are going to be building today, we want to react to some data sent by some phone to create a dashboard. The traditional way to do it is we will be sending the data from the phone to a database, reacting to that with some analytic systems like Spark, sending that to a new database that the dashboard will be reading. And my point is that we don't need that. With something like Quix, we can be listening to the real-time data without having to store it in a database, although it can be done. But without that data to be stored, we can react to it, transform it, and then we can make the next service to consume this data. This is the idea behind Quix, but instead of me telling you, I'm going to show you. So let's start this demo. Let's start looking at the data. As I said, we have a phone which is sending some data to Quix. Specifically, it is my phone. And let's see how that looks like. Here we are. This is the marriage that I was telling you about between microservices and Kafka topics. So if I look at that data being sent to that phone data topic, and I focus on this phone data, for instance, you see my phone is sending G-forces. And if I move my phone around, you see that changes, I don't know, if I do something silly and I flip it, you see the g-forces change. So obviously now it's upside down. Yeah, I'll do it again. Well, you see it's working in real time. And if we look at my heart rate, there we are. It should start. Oh, 87. So I'm going up because I know I'm being seen. So I'm normally around 60. So you see what you guys make me. But hey, this is working. We have a system that is ingesting real-time data into a Kafka topic. And my point is that we are going to be able to react to that without having to persist in a database. But if we want it, we can still persist in a database. It's actually quite simple. You see, we come here to our topics. That's our phone data. And you see there, by persisting or not, we decide whether we store that in a database. Because that is being persisted, I could come over here and check some of the historic data and do some exploratory data analysis, just as you can do with any database. So I'm looking at the g-forces. There we are. That's the little demonstration that I did before, and then it's staying over my desk or my pocket, wherever I had it. But you see, we are looking at the historic data, and we can also look at the real-time data. So let's create our first transformation. What could I do with this data? How could I add value to this data in real time? For this demo, I'm going to calculate the calories that I'm burning in real time. I'm going to use the heart rate data that we have, and I'm going to be reacting to that to see how much I'm burning here in the stage. By no means I'm an expert in calorie burning, but I did some little research, and there are basically these two ways in which we burn energy. One is just by keeping alive. So apparently it's super expensive just to be alive. We have to be respirating, doing thermoregulation. Our blood has to be circulating. There's all sort of processes that we do just to be alive. And then we also burn calories by moving. And for my example, I'm going to be using that formula that you see over there from Noakes et al. Supposed to give you the average calories per minute for some given parameters, like my weight, my age, and crucially, my heart rate. Good. So what I will be doing, again, is I'm going to be creating a microservice that is going to be listening to the phone data, and my goal is to calculate the calories in real time. Let's do that. First, I'm going to go back here. Here we see our data. Again, that's the real-time data flowing. And I'm going to add here a transformation. And this is something that I wanted to show you. Sometimes we won't even need to write the code that we want. For some transformations are already written in this library. This is an open source library. I hope you all become producers at some point. The idea here is that we are trying to make streaming as easy as possible. You have an idea of a code that other people could use, you can add it here. And an example of that is this interpolation item that we see here. So this, I'll go into in a second into what I'm doing. But you see we have some documentation here. And this interpolation is going to be done over the input data, the phone data that I was outputting before. That's going to be the input of this microservice. And in this case, I'm going to be outputting to this new topic called phone data heart. And the parameter that I want to be interpolating is heart rate. And without a single line of code, I'm going to deploy that. This is building the microservice based on the Docker image that I'll show you in a second. But again, you see, I've just deployed code without doing anything. And what is this code doing? Well, let me show you. Again, we are all about making working with real-time data easier. And the thing is, some transformations are harder with real-time. So imagine we were working with batch. That means we are working with a set of data, one like that one. We have for each timestamp my heart rate. And because we have the historic data, I could calculate the time deltas between each timestamp, and I could calculate the average heart rate between those, which is what I need for the formula from Noakes et al. You see, it's really simple. At T2, I do T2 minus 2, 1. At T3, I do T3 minus 2, 2, etc. But with the streaming, we only have the last bit of data. We are reacting to the data sets produced, so we only have the last bit of data. So that library item that I created there, the interpolation one, is keeping in memory just the amount of information that it needs. In this case, it's keeping T1 information at T2 so that we can perform the little window operation to calculate the delta and the average heart rate. And the same there, at T3 is keeping T2 as well, and so on. So it's reacting in real time and keeping the minimum amount of data needed for the operation. Now, let's see if it's working. I could come here and let's investigate this microservice here. Okay, it looks like it is. We see some data coming in, some data going out. If I check the messages, this is the raw data. I could look at the output data, and there we see new data coming in. I will focus on a specific message to see how it looks like. It looks good. We have the original heart rate, but not only that, we have also now the delta time in seconds and interpolated heart rate. This is what this microservice is processing in real time. This is what it's doing for us. But we are not done yet. We still have to calculate the calories. So I'm going to add a new transformation here, as you see there. And in this case, I'm not going to pick any item from the library. I'm going to use an empty transformation. So I'll preview the code. I'm going to call this code calorie calculation. And the output is going to be to hard calories. And this is going to allow me to show you how with Quicks you can work in real time with Python. Because this is Python. So I'm going to make this smaller just to make it clear. And this is the key parts. That line 15 over there, that's where you do your transformations. For instance, I'm going to do something silly. I'm going to, as you see, I'm going to be working with data frames. Like this is Pandas data frames, which is something a data scientist like me, a Python user, is used to. So I'm going to be doing data frame. What can I think of? Something stupid. Data frame. Hold on, my language. There we. Data frame. Heart rate. Healthier. And this will be a stupid transformation where I create this new column based on the original one, but I'm going to subtract 25 beeps per minute. So if I check in the console, you will see that the data coming in is going to have now, if everything goes well, a new column called heart rate healthier. Let's see. So as you see, I'm running. This is run in the cloud. But there you are. We are reacting in real time. And you see that, well, it's catching up the queue. So at the beginning, it will go a bit faster until it gets up to the real time. But there you see there that it is now in real time. On top of the heart rate, the real one, You see, I was nervous if it was going to go well. On top of that, we have now the heart rate healthier, which is this new silly transformation that I created. I just wanted to show you that this is Python. Anyone could write a transformation in real time. But let's do the real one. Let's add the calories. I have this function over here, and if we looked into it, which we can do in a second, I'm gonna paste it here. And as I said, if we look into it, we will see that it's the exact same thing that we saw in the slides from Noakes et al. I'm just doing some little linear proportion so that depending on the delta time, because the formula is given for a minute, well, we correct for the actual delta time that we passed. So providing we give the heart rate average over a period of time, how long that period of time was and those values, this is supposed to give me the average heart rate spent, the average calories spent over that time. Let's see it. Let's use it. So again, to make things a bit smoother, I'm gonna copy the code, but I'll show you in a second what we are doing. So same as I reacted to the data to create that new stupid little heart rate healthier column, we are gonna do something a bit more useful now. As you see, we have the calculating calories function. Good. And is it asking me for the heart rate, which is in the data frame, the interpolated heart rate. It's asking me for the time delta, which is again in the data frame. And then this is my weight, my age, which should be constant. And now I save that. I printed both in the console and I save it to a new column. And finally, this is line 41. This is how simple it is with Quicks to send the data to an output Kafka topic. So I'm gonna save that. You're right, yeah. Thank you. That's why it was giving me an error, yeah. And as you see, we have, this is an actual ID that it was telling me that I was doing something wrong. And there we are. That over there is the amount of calories that I'm burning in real time as time goes, right? So we built this cool transformation, and as you saw, I needed some debugging, but I'm ready now to deploy this. What should I do? Well, as you see, I have my Git history here. I can tag this version of the code that I'm happy with. It's going to be 101. And now I'm going to deploy this. I'll select the code that I want. I'll select the amount of resources that I want to give it. This doesn't need much. And I'm just gonna hit deploy. And again, as it happened earlier with the interpolation item, this is building a microservice that we won't have to maintain. So this has its Docker image with all the libraries that it needs, and it's listening to a Kafka topic, doing the transformation, reacting in real time, and outputting to a new Kafka topic. So whilst that gets built, I'm gonna add a quick destination. This is gonna be a real-time dashboard that we will look into later. I'll just leave everything as it is because we are not interested in the dashboard. It's just an example of how we are outputting the transformation to an outer system. So I'm gonna ensure this dashboard has some public access so that we can access it from a public URL, and I'm going to deploy. Now, we see the calorie calculation is already done, and again, we could look at the messages, and we see that for the data coming in, we have heart rate, we have delta time, we have interpolated heart rate. And now if I look into the output, this should have not only those, but also the calories. So let's see, there we are. So that is working, that is producing a transformation in real time. And now we will be consuming it with this dashboard. Let's recap for the last time. Again, the idea is to make streaming as easy as possible, and you see how we've used microservices, how we've used Kafka, and how we use Python. In that way, we've been able to build something like this. And instead of having a database in the middle of each transformation, we are reacting to the data in real time. But don't take my word, let's look into it. This seems built now. So, no, I didn't create the public. I'll do it in a second. Here we are, the public access. I'm gonna save, and this will be deployed in a second. So, the point is, working with real-time data can be cheaper, and it's definitely faster than batch approaches. But it didn't happen that much if you discard the big giants of Facebook, Google, and so on, because it needs this huge infrastructure behind the scenes. We've built that, and we hope you want to give streaming a try. If you do, please sign out. We have a free developer account, but sign up right now, because our marketing colleagues have prepared this bonus. So if you sign up with that link, that means you get twice the typical free amount of credits. And with that, you can basically build anything that you want. So let's see if that dashboard, yes, we have it there. So you see, it's not the prettiest dashboard in the world, but it has to be one of the fastest, because you see, it's reacting, it's changing in real time as I'm producing the data. So this is what streaming is about. Again, thank you. And if you are interested, there you have the link. Thank you.
Javier, thank you so much. That was great. Thank you so much. If you have any questions for him, you can also find them in the speakers lounge afterwards.
Yes.
Yeah, great. That was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, Mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh.
The vision for Kerber Digital is to make Kerber into the largest player for AI-driven B2B software products, and with that create value for our customers and the planet. Kerber is a traditional industrial and technology company. Kerber Digital is an independent entity in the Kerber ecosystem. It's totally different from what you would expect in corporate organizations. The level of flexibility, trust, speed, freedom to operate is unseen in other corporate environments. Within the Kerber ecosystem, we play multiple roles. One is to build own sustainable business to basically make Kerber a digital leader of the future. And two is to help all of the existing businesses to become a digital leader in their domain. And third, we're actually a driver of the future way of working with exciting topics and tasks. We bring a lot of unfair advantage to the game. We have customer access and trust into the Kerber brand from customers. For example, we have one of the ventures that is active in pharma environment, and we are already working on a productive lines at various top pharma customers. There's no way on earth how you can make that happen with hundreds of million funding if you want, if you don't have this relationship and this trust. The second big benefit is that you can really focus on what you love as an entrepreneur, which is typically to create value for customers, which is product development and commercialization. What makes me proud, and sometimes it's hard to believe, that we've proven and showed that as corporate company building is the way to go for an established organization to be innovative and competitive to venture capital funded startups. I always had this as a dream and I wanted to prove that that works. Corporate venture building means basically that we are serial entrepreneurs. So we look for problems of our customers, then we actually create a new company, which is owned by Körber Digital. And we are now basically, what I believe, the largest company builder, largest corporate company builder, certainly in Europe, and certainly globally around AI-driven products in manufacturing. And for me, this is actually almost like a dream. I see myself in a position to every year create new, exciting business opportunities, exciting companies. And first of all, what you can feel is like a very open environment. But what unites us more is the way of working and the way we treat each other and how we act with each other. And if you want to make a difference, everyone will help you to make a difference. And my job is basically to bring together talent in our crew and enable them to achieve results they could have not believed they would be able to do.
Hi everyone and welcome, good afternoon. My name is Marie and I will be the moderator for the next few hours at Cinema 5. I'm super happy to welcome with me on stage our next speaker, who is Greg. He's from France, and he is co-founder and CEO at one of our newest investments, Horse Norms. He will talk today about food waste, which is a super important topic right now, and he will explicitly talk about food waste on the upstream part of the value chain. And he will answer questions like, why is it happening and what are the solutions for it? So super happy to have you, Craig. The stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Hi everybody, thank you for the invitation, super happy to be here. So I'll tell you a little bit more about food waste today, and specifically on the upstream part of the value chain. So we can start. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, so 1/3, it's a huge figure. It's the number of the percentage of food produced and wasted all through the value chain worldwide. In France, for instance, where we operate with our norm, it's around 20%, but worldwide, it's 1/3. It's absolutely huge. We all have this in mind, but I would like here to focus on a specific part of this issue. So let's see a little bit how food waste happens on the value chain. We all have in mind food waste at distribution level and consumption level. It's what is wasted in supermarkets or in your plate when you leave something after eating. We less have in mind the waste on the upstream part. So it's production and transformation level. And here you can see the percentage of this food waste. This 1/3 of food wasted all through the value chain is wasted at more than 50% in volume on the upstream part. So production and transformation. This is where we will focus. Food waste on the production part, it's what is wasted, for instance, at the farmer level, products that won't be sold to the transformation or distribution level. And transformation, it's waste on the producer of grocery products, for instance. So let's focus on this part. And first, we can see a little bit what are the solutions. There's many solutions to fight food waste, but we'll focus here on the startup solutions. Startup solutions in Europe, all through the value chain. So here we are, our norm. Our norm is a terrible name in English, but we love it in French. So there's a topic about that. You should know Too Good To Go, which is an amazing company democratizing food waste on the distribution part. Or Phoenix. Phoenix is a similar company in France and also in Europe, focusing on the link created between distributors, supermarkets or restaurants that may have waste, and customers that will directly go to the place where the waste happened to save those products at a discount price. And if we go on the upstream part, some solutions are emerging, have been emerging for several years now, of which are norm, but also and before some other companies in Europe. For instance, Hotbox, the first one in the UK, focusing on food waste on the upstream part, production part for fruits and vegetables. MatSmart, focusing from Sweden, focusing on grocery products on the upstream part, so more transformation part. And for instance, Surplus. Surplus is a company very similar to our norm, but from Germany, that you may know. It's an amazing company too. So now let's focus a little bit on our norm and the kind of products that we are saving on this upstream part of the value chain. First, fruits and vegetables. Like Hotbox does, we save fruits and vegetables, ugly fruits and vegetables, from waste. Why are those products wasted? because they are ugly for distribution players. They may be too big, too small, too many, always aesthetic blemish, and they won't be bought by distributors. Why won't they be bought by distributors? Because of the experience and the fact that when they are bought and let in the and offered to clients in these supermarkets, they are usually not bought by the final client. So farmers have significant parts of their production that they cannot sell to distributors. So with our norm, we are buying those products at a discount to those farmers to sell them directly to our clients at a discount of 30 to 40%. And it's a subscription, like a box of fruits and vegetables that you receive every week, can customize and adapt your delivery schedule. Now, anti-waste grocery. It's a little bit different, and we have even it less in mind because it's not ugly milk or ugly pasta. You cannot have this. It's more short expiry dates, but short expiry date for transformators. So it may be long. It may be, for instance, pasta that will have an expiry date of a few months, but it's too short to be sold to supermarkets for them to process it and sell it to final customers. So we have a lot of this short-dated products, but also packaging issue, more structural problem, for instance, an issue on the package, it cannot be sold, so we are buying it on the same way, cheaper to sell it cheaper to clients. Too many also. Difference between what the producer think he will sell and what the client distributor finally buy. So just too many products, and we are buying them also. Also aesthetic blemish. You can have a structural production issue, for instance, broken pasta, or too small eggs, or chocolate, end of chocolate productions. So we are also building at our norm distributor brand for the product that the distributor producer won't even sell at their name. So we are buying them cheaper again to brand it at our norm, anti-waste chocolate, anti-waste eggs, and the selling in our offer online with a subscription model. So what we are building our solution at our norm is the anti-waste quality grocery at a 40% discount with a subscription model. And the subscription model is super important for us. It's really an opportunity to enter in the weekly purchase of food of our final clients. And the 3 pillars of our norm, I didn't talk yet about it, but it's very important for us. It's quality, price, and anti-waste. Quality, it's one of the things that distinguish us from other players in anti-waste. We are focusing on quality products. What do we mean by quality? We mean tasty products and healthy. And those quality products, for instance, for fruits and vegetables, we only sell organic products from France, in France. And those products, we are selling those, as I said, at a discount up to 40% for the client. And the final pillar, of course, that's the topic of this discussion, it's anti-waste. And it's super, super important for our client, and this is really a good news. It's not only the enabler of the good quality price ratio, it's also a pillar itself. Our clients come for quality, for price, but also, and often first, for anti-waste, for the sustainable part of our offer. And how does it work concretely? So our clients can just go on a website, start the subscription with the fruits and vegetable parts that they can customize and pause whenever they want. And then they will have a weekly delivery of fruits and vegetables, ugly fruits and vegetables at 30%, 40% discount. And then they will have the ability to add grocery products to buy whatever they need, but quality products, cheaper, via an anti-waste approach. And I can now tell you a little bit more about the history of our norm. Mark is here from the team also. We started the company 2 years ago in Paris, and we started with a bootstrap approach with almost no financing, but investing every profit in growth, and with a very strong organic growth because just the concept is liked by our customers. So it allowed us to develop fast in France, in Paris first, and to close the first financing round with Stride, which allowed us to structure the team and focus on the deployment on our 3 strategic pillars, which are scale acquisition of client, expand geographically from Paris to Lyon, Marseille, Lille, and expand the product range. Because we started with fruits and vegetables, and now we are selling hundreds of references of grocery. And it worked, again, quite well. Our customers are super happy, and more every day. So we just joined the Project A's portfolio a few months ago, and are super happy about this. For what? To still keep developing on those 3 pillars. Again, scale acquisition, expand geographically, and expand the product range, with the ambition to start internationalization, going in a city abroad in the coming months. And by that, prove the replicability of our concept in another country before financing wider development in Europe in the coming years. So the ambition is clearly to become a European leader of anti-waste quality products. And it's just the beginning for that, but we are super excited with an amazing team working around this mission, very talented and passionate about what we are doing. And the last word maybe about the inspiration. If you want to have a view of what we would like our norm to be in a few months, a few years, the inspiration of the concept comes from the US, where several companies developed similar concepts a few years ago. Among them, Imperfect Food, Misfit Market, with really the same initial concept and deployment strategy. And they are already huge in the US, and it's what we want to build now in Europe. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Greg, and apologies for my horrible pronunciation of horse norms. Very German. Perfect. If there is one more question, we could take that. Otherwise, Greg will be available in our speakers lounge, so feel free to join him there till 2 o'clock for any questions that you still have.
Yeah, sure.
One, we can take that.
Do you think that this business model has a limit to scale? Can it be huge? Like, why isn't there a player that is so big in the market when it makes so much sense what you're doing, right?
Sure, I think there will be. No, there's no really limit to scale. It could be supply, but as I said at the beginning, supply is 1/3 of the food produced in the world, so no limit on that. Clients are really more than happy to join us, so we don't really see a limit on our addressable market. And what we need to build to be able to do this scale, that for instance Misfit Market and Imperfect Food did in the US, it's to build this logistic company at scale because we are a logistic company. I've talked a little bit about Too Good To Go and Phoenix, for instance. There are apps creating a link between customer and distributors. For us, it's totally different because we have to go to take those products precisely on the upstream part at the farmers, for instance, to bring them in our warehouse and then to deliver our clients. So it's just to build a logistic to create this link, this direct to producer anti-waste link, and then we can scale to Europe. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh.
Of all the numbers that matter in business, here's the one that matters most: 7.7 billion. Because that's how many people there are on this planet. We believe in an inclusive, sustainable digital economy that works for everyone. So every day, we work with banks, merchants, businesses, cities, and governments to solve human needs with human ideas. Every capability we build on, every investment we make, and every partnership we enter into is driven by MasterCard's mission to improve people's lives. We're helping retailers reimagine how people shop, developing new digital-first payment experiences, helping independent workers thrive in the gig economy, enabling people and businesses to move money around the world, making transactions of all kinds safer and more secure, developing new artificial intelligence solutions to detect and fight fraud, giving people and businesses more control over their financial data, modernizing commercial payments for businesses of all sizes all around the world, empowering every business everywhere to drive economic equality, all in a pursuit of our vision of an economy where everyone can reach their potential. And we continue to redefine the look, the feel, and even the sound of a brand that touches the lives of billions of people every day. At MasterCard, we are here to help our partners help people. Because we believe when you start with people, you can start something priceless.
All right. So, welcome everyone who haven't been here before. Now we are deep diving into the product side of things. So, super excited to have with me on stage Jan Hoppe, VP Product at Evernest, one of our portfolio companies, fast scaling prop tech company. And he will be together holding this talk today with our one and only Tamer. He is CPO at Project A, more than 20 plus years of experience in building digital products. And the two of them will today talk about the following: from vision to reality, how product management at Evernest underpins its journey to hypergrowth. So the stage is yours. Happy to have you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Yeah, hello, good to see you. Thank you for the introduction. So we can spare ourselves the pleasure of doing it for ourselves. And yeah, Tama and me will tell you something about product management at Evernest. And I think it's an interesting thing because we share a similarity in us both having worked on that product. But before we jump right in, I'd give you a quick, very high-level introduction about Evernest. So in short, and I'll keep it very high level because we'll jump in, but in short, we are basically a modern real estate agency. Our business model is that of a real estate agency. However, we do things differently, more modern brand, better tool set, and we'll go into more detail. But just so you have a little frame of reference, Evernest was started operations in early 2020. And in the past 2 years, we expanded from our founding city, Hamburg, over to Berlin. A year later, we moved over to Frankfurt, Cologne, and Düsseldorf. And just recently, we have launched our first sales operations in Spain, in Madrid, to be exact. And during that short time frame of just 2 years of being operational, we've grown from 2 people, about where Tama will take off in a second, to now about 200. So, so far it's been quite the ride. And we want to share some insight about what happened during that time.
Yeah, thank you. So I looked it today up in the emails, and it was exactly 3 years ago today when I first received an email from one of our investment managers saying, hey, you know what, there's some kind of like new company that we invested in. It's called Cocoon. Yeah, and here's the workshop, and let's discuss about that one. So like, what is this about? So like, real estate. I was like, okay, that sounds like a problem, at least like from my personal experience. Like, and I thought this is quite a nice thing. And I would like to share especially the story with you about that one because it's a really greenfield approach and how this kind of went through. And I think this company has done amazingly things right. And I think there's a lot to learn from that. So when I just like got to know Evernest, how it's called today, back in the days Cocoon, we had a very small but very experienced founder team. So we had the CEO, Christian, Luisa, the COO, and sadly, Torben was not on the picture, but also someone who was taking care about the marketing side. And the 3 founders had extensive experience in the real estate market. They knew the business by heart. And they also have worked in the digital space, trying to digitalize one of these classical real estate companies. And they had another thing. They had a pitch deck. I mean, this is what you actually need if you get your first seed funding, right? And this pitch deck was just the only thing that we had. So it was really a greenfield kind of thing. And they just like had a mission. And this was the thing that they just like shared with me up front. We wanted to combine the physical world of real estate with the digital world of data and technology to create delightful home buying and selling experiences. So like, yeah, that's good. Or is it? I don't know. I mean, you can ask for yourself, like, is that a vision that will give you some good insights, inspiration? Or do you think it's useless and we don't know what to actually do with that one? So when we started with that one, And this is a very typical thing that happens when you are working in companies, especially in the especially when you're starting up, is that there's a very, very strong force to build things right away. I mean, we had the founder team with experience, we had the pitch deck, and they had experience about what to build. And the first thing that you're probably going to say is, I'm going to use my money in order to build the product, to build the technological side we're dreaming of. At least starting with creating a homepage or building a CRM system or something like. But, and I think this was very good that we resisted this temptation. So when I was there, we started to actually go back again to the drawing board. So typically, the founder team with that experience would just exactly start. But I was the interim CPO at that time, and I was just going back again with some very, very basic questions, like what problem are we trying to solve digitally and how do we do it? I mean, it's nice that we want to make the home buying and selling experience more cool by using data and technology, but what? I don't know what that is, right? I need to understand that. And we also discussed, which target groups do we want to focus on? In the real estate market, there are actually 3 main target groups: the buyer of a property, the seller of a property, and the agent in the middle. The entire industry is focusing on this, on the seller, because this is how the market's going to look like. If you have a property, you won. If you want to buy something, you lose, right? We just asked ourselves the question: how can we actually enter the market? What will be our competitive advantage? And what's going to be the tech story that we're going to use for the next funding round? What do we build? And last but not least, how can we not end up like WeWork? It was back in the days when WeWork just had the problems with their valuation, because everyone was the question, is it really a digital business? Do you take the same multiplier for this kind of thing? And the founder team has done something right. They just said, you know what, instead of saying me what to do, they just we went into a discussion. We listened and learned from each other. And I was able actually to go back again to the drawing board and do the job that I would do as a CPO. So I started with research. I talked to real estate agents and tried to understand how they actually work. So I interviewed a couple of them and used the jobs to be done framework to work it down. And then we went to a very, very intensive process of getting all this task and see how all the little jobs that a real estate agent does on a daily business really can be transferred into a digital solution that actually helps them. And from there, we actually went further and created a roadmap. This, and you need to imagine this one. Let's imagine you would have $1 million of funding, and you would spend 5% of your funding for doing a research of that you probably as a founder would know already. In this kind of moment, you probably sense that there is a strong force for things to just do right away. But we didn't do it that way. We just went back again. And what I want to say is just the nature will force us to take actions always in a startup environment and when we build things. But it's really important to just take a step back, listen, take the different aspects and the different perspectives, and not just follow your own intrinsic motivation to do something and go about that. After that kind of journey, we had something beyond the pitch deck and the founder team. We had an idea of what to build and how to do it and how to go about it. And in that kind of journey, we really found our sweet spot, because on the one side, there were the classical real estate companies. Yeah? Von Poll, for example, or some others in that kind of game. But on the other side, there have been already the digital pure players. McMakler, Homeday, are examples. And we are really looking forward or looked for what is going to be our sweet spot. What is our competitive advantage? And then we finally found it and said, okay, let's build something now. And there's going to be a very, very strong focus for us to actually build an MVP. Build a very minimum set that we actually need to do. But we also resisted that temptation. So as I said, we focused really on the real estate agents because this was for us the sweet spot. This was the possibility for us to enter the market without tapping into a competitive situation with the existing players in the field. And we wanted our agents, and this is the goal that we formulated for the agents. We wanted our agents to succeed in the competition for the best property deals by providing the software that leverages their activities. And by doing this, when we had a mission, but we also wanted to do 2 things. On the one side, we wanted to create direct impact. We wanted to build something that has something that you can measure, that you can see. But we also wanted to build the foundation of a future growth. because we knew about the business and we knew about the complexities and challenges that we want to face the moment this company starts to grow. And as a product manager, you probably have often seen exactly this image, right? It's the idea of the MVP. So instead of like building the tires and connecting them and building the car, you should rather go iteratively. First build the skateboard, then the scooter, then the bike, then the motorcycle, and then the car. The point is here that if you are just like going too much into MVP mode and trying to build that one, you sometimes forget about building the streets on which you want to drive all these kind of things. So we invested a lot of time and like a significant amount of money to build a technological foundation that allows us to go bigger. Why? Because in the real estate space, we can say that acquiring properties, like for a real estate agent, is a data game, and selling properties is a process game. So in the first place, of course, we built the homepage, a CRM system, a very, very simple mail system. Actually, to get started with a real estate business is simple. You need a pen and a paper, nothing more. Right? This is how you actually get started. But we knew that once it grows, you're going to have tons of apps that you need to build as well. You're going to have a seller's app, a buyer's app, some property evaluation tools, expose creations, virtual tools, customer feedbacks. And we didn't just build that one, but we invested a very, very big amount of funding into building a proper data infrastructure, making sure that all the bits and pieces of the process are centralized in one place. And we ideated and built parts of a process engine that allows us to guide the customer, the agent, and all the people who are involved into some kind of dedicated process landscape that they can work with. And still imagine, we are still in seed funding, right? So we invested a lot of money in building something that wouldn't have an impact right away. But we knew that the landscape will grow, and we wouldn't be able to actually get the same scalability and growth if we wouldn't have built the foundation on the first place.
Yeah, and that is exactly the moment when I joined the company and Tama left from his interim position. And in a way, we kind of used the same roads that you built to do something that seems really counterintuitive and unobvious. Like conventional wisdom would tell you, hey, whenever there is a use case that someone else has solved already, don't bother building that for yourself. Just license something that's on the market. At Evernest instead, we did the exact opposite and started building our own CRM system. Like one of the most complicated use cases when one thinks about it, and one which is also very commoditized because there's Salesforce, there's HubSpot, there's Pipedrive, and so on. So building our own CRM system, why would we do that? And I want to explain to you why, because it worked for us quite well. So the first point as to why we used the foundation laid out to build our own CRM system. I mean, in the situation, we already had a Salesforce in place that kind of synced all the main entities, all the main data about contacts, about properties, to the backend system, to the foundation that Tama built earlier. But we took a look at it and we thought, hey, we have some reasons to work ourselves out of Salesforce. And reason number one for us was, at Evernest, we want to build the best platform for real estate agents that you can possibly build. And real estate agents and their CRM activity, like, hey, I need to log a phone call, I need to know when I send someone a letter. Like for our real estate agents, for the core demographic that we are targeting, CRM is an absolute core use case. So that made Evernest a bit unusual when you think about the typical use cases for CRM, because it's not one function of the organization that needs a tool to handle their data better. Instead, it is actually at the heart of what the company does. So you want complete control about that. Secondly, we took a look at our user base. And when we say we want to focus on agents first, that is what we do. We look at a demographic. I don't know how many of you know real estate agents, but we look at a demographic that is super diverse. Like you have people who learned it from the ground up. You have people who did something completely different, but it was sales, for example, insurance agents. But you also have people who just did something completely differently. Like, I don't know, we have some actors in there, we have someone who was at Bundeswehr, we have some people from all over the place, and they don't come from it with the same mindset of what does a CRM system need to do. And they need to be onboarded quickly, and they need to have fun using our tools in order to actually use the tools, and in order to fit the vision that in the long run we want to leverage data more. So we need to find a way to make them use the tools. So we benefit from developing our B2B product as if it is a B2C product. And I don't know how many of you have worked with Salesforce or HubSpot. Cool tools, but really not B2C-like in their usability. And the last thing, and I think that's an important one, that when you do something crazy like this, you should take in mind, is the scope was really manageable. Because we took a look at what do our people actually need, and it's not everything that a CRM system does or everything that the typical sales agent at like a generic sales job has to do, like get statistics, have dozens and dozens of lists about specific target demographics and so on. Actually, our people, they need to manage entities, they need to log activities like phone calls and store those, but they don't need all the reporting, they don't need to handle the marketing suite themselves, they don't need all the integrations. So it seemed like it made more and more sense, and at one point in time, we really took a look at, hey, can we do this? And when we looked each other in the eye and said, yeah, we can. So what does that look like in practice? I mean, sounds all quite theoretical, I guess. So in practice, what you see here, it's just a basic Salesforce system, but what every real estate agent has to do at one point or another is, hey, there's a property that's being listed, some houses being sold, and we have some buyers in our database. And at the typical realtor, like your classic Engel & Völker, Stahl & Company and so on, doesn't matter who exactly it is. But at your typical realtor, you as an agent get an email that says, hey, we have a new listing. And then you need to look up in the system, hey, does it match my buyer clients? And then the system just checks, okay, the property costs 600K, the client's budget was 590, don't show that client. And we already have one problem here. People have to proactively do it. We have a second problem. People, like real estate agents, are then incentivized to put wrong data into the system, because if they know, hey, it's basically something filtering out, like my client who has 590K, he would probably have enough, he or she would probably have enough money to pay the 600,000, so I better put in a higher number. And they do that at all the large realtors. We took a look at it and we thought, hey, that doesn't really make sense. It's broken. You need the email. You need to proactively look into it. You have the point that you have an incentive to put wrong data. And that's why, for example, at Evernest, if we could play the video right now, thanks. Just to give you like a quick idea as to what that would look like with just one use case. We just said, hey, let's put a mobile app into our agents' hands. And let's see if we can, it's running, I see. So we just said, let's put a mobile app into our agent's hands. And you see on the top right, it says 16 new matches. And then you get rid of the email. And what our agents now can do is whenever a listing comes up, the system does it automatically. Then they just do the Tinder thing and say, that client should not get the expose, and another client should get it. And you might also notice that we give a score instead of filtering out clients who don't 100% fit. And that makes total sense, because I guess whether you rent or whether you buy, you know that on the in your typical real estate market situation, you can't choose between hundreds and hundreds of properties and see which house or which apartment does fit exactly what I want. Instead, you need to look at, where do I kind of compromise and where don't I compromise? And that's just a little example, and just really one out of literally hundreds of jobs to be done that our real estate agents have to do, or any realtor has to do. And we really take a look at every single one and see how can we make it fun in a meaningful way, not just in a playful way. And in all, the nice thing is, it really works for us. Like when we started, when I took over from you and we had the Salesforce system in place, we had an onboarding day for the CRM system with our agents. And we needed to explain to them, okay, this is how the filters work. Like really, we started really technical. This is how you handle your leads, like using sales-specific language. It didn't really fit what the people did, but we were actually able to get that down with our product suite of the web platform and the mobile app to about an hour, like an intro, now your account is activated, click around a bit, and within an hour they start becoming productive and use the software. We also see that 91% of our active agents use our product on a daily basis, and even better, 50% of them use it on the weekend. Like sales tool, quickly check in on the weekend, like where does that happen? And we see like that people are quite happy because our onboarding sessions were such a slog to get through 2 years ago. And these days it ends with agents clapping, like a sales staff being excited about the CRM system. And so we are quite happy with the outcome about that. And I think the main lesson of this tale is, hey, get rid of conventional wisdom and even go ahead, go crazy, build a CRM system if you have a couple of key components in place. Like number one, it should be really at the core of what your company does. If it just supports a sales force that generates sales for another product, then I don't think you should do it. Another thing is, if easy onboarding is important, the big B2B suites don't do it for you. Because, and lastly, if your users only need a fraction of what a system needs, of what a CRM system offers, then it's also fine to do it. But with that, like we've heard about 3 things where conventional wisdom didn't really work at Evernest. Like the vision was quite vague and was more for projection, and we could do research all over again. We actually built the foundation for having data in place, and actually the whole CRM story that I just told you, I don't think we would have done it if we didn't have the backend in place already. So it was really the foundation that allowed all of this. But we also, and then we built a CRM system, which might sound crazy at first and really not at all what you would usually do. But I also want to talk about some things which you find in a Medium article, which are written in any book, which you know, but which are just incredibly hard to actually do when you're in the moment. They are all people and culture focused to give it a bit more of a frame, but let's just quickly go through them. So I'd say number one that we've also learned and experienced is you should be really, really careful and ideally not do it hire operational staff before leadership is in place. Like we all know hiring is hard. There are moments in time where you just get the opportunity to hire an engineer, to hire a designer before you actually know what will the product be, what culture do we want to employ, what will the principles be, like what will the values be. And if you hire these people to just think, hey, cool, I have hired one engineer, that's hard enough, well, you run a hard risk of getting the wrong person who, for example, might not really be UX-minded and more visually minded, or an engineer who likes to work with more structure and isn't really fit for the startup environment. And that's nothing against the people. It's just if the leadership isn't in place, they don't know what they sign up for, and you run the risk of having a misfit. And if a person doesn't fit, especially in a startup, and I say especially because it's so hard in the moment, like you have one engineer and that person doesn't really fit the culture that you want to employ in the company. If you say, hey, maybe we shouldn't continue working together, then you end up with no engineer and you have cut down 100% of your engineering operations. But especially in such a moment, you should do it because these people lay the foundation for what's to come. They are present in every job interview. The first people you have attract the rest of the team. And if you can at any point and you see, hey, it's really not a cultural fit, be brave and take the step of saying, it might mean I lose 100% of the people who can build stuff here. Next up, diversity. Like, we've all read thousands of articles, I hope, on Medium, or read books about how to structure a team, and they all say, hey, diversity is important. First of all, because it's really valuable and the right thing to do. But secondly, because teams also perform better if they are diverse. So, but the temptation is so hard. Like, I don't know, a lot of you are probably hiring managers too. The temptation is so hard to hire like the fourth, the fifth, the sixth guy between 25 and 35 who is interested in joining a startup. But if you don't do that early on in your first couple of hires, if you don't then say, hey, wait a second, we can't just hire men between 25 and 35, you won't get the chance later, because at one point you have a work environment which has 20 of these people or 30 of these people, which are great people. I'm one of them, but somebody else might just feel like, hey, I don't look like that guy, why should I work here? And we don't want that. Like, we want a welcoming environment, and you have to do that early on, even though hiring is hard enough already. But during the moment, it just feels so wrong to say, let's maybe skip that hire. Another example that's more specific to us, we have a lot of domain experts. Tama mentioned it early on. Like, we have a lot of people from classical real estate, from the classical real estate agent world, with a big network, who could have hired, like, who could have started dragging from those networks way more than we ended up doing, because we want to disrupt something. We don't want to build the same thing. So it's important to get a mixture of people who know the domain and people who don't know the domain if you're in a startup environment that operates in a domain. And again, like, super hard. Like, you have 5 vacancies, you need to hire 5 engineers. You know there's a list of people who would directly come to an interview, but saying no to that just feels wrong in the moment, but is the right thing to do. And lastly, and I think especially, I mean, it's true for a lot of roles, but especially for the product roles, doing what's important, not doing what's urgent, would be the headline here. Like, you have a small team of engineers, you're scrambling together, what's the vision, what's our strategy, how do we actually go about things, why do we do it? And at the same time, you have engineers running low on the backlog. Really forget about the backlog. It's fine if parts of the teams run low, if you don't really know where you're headed and why you're headed there yet. But it just feels really, really wrong, because writing a ticket and then the engineers are all happy and can build something just feels good, like you got a check mark. But you gotta prioritize what's important, because then these people can work without a backlog because they know where we're headed. And so these are like 5 really quick lessons that everybody knows are right, but I think I've seen some nodding faces. A lot of people also know are just hard in the moment. And we've also talked about 3 things that don't really appear in any textbooks and just seem wrong if we look at the surface. So I guess in conclusion, our mission our conclusion would be product management is really more of an art and less of a science. Like all of the frameworks that we know, all of the frameworks around, like what we've heard here at the conference, that's all valuable stuff, but be careful when to employ what and whether it really fits your situation. Because often if you look below the surface, you find that, hey, this is right in 19 out of 20 cases, but not in mine. So really take a look at the situation and act according to your situation.
Thank you very much, Jan and Tamar. I think we would have time for one question out of the audience, and I think afterwards the 2 of you will be available in the speakers lounge for more questions to come. So if there is one, please. Steffi.
Hi, thanks for your talk. Can you maybe give us some insight in how you came to the decision that this is not the conventional way you want to do this? So how to with the field of opportunity, you can go forward many different ways, but you decided to step back. And maybe insight or experience drives you in that moment?
I mean, we had a couple of moments. Maybe you can apply for the first one first.
Yeah, Megan, maybe you can start with the first one. So the very first, and this sounds so obvious, but it's so not done, is asking questions and going into open discussions, right? The capabilities for me learning from a real estate agent is as important, or the CEO is as important as the CEO who should learn from me how to build products. And this kind of listening and understanding what kind of playgrounds could be is just like always a starting point. And this is what drove our always decision. So we thought about, and this of course comes with some experience, to know what's gonna be the future look like. It's easy to take the next steps, get into action, but bringing these action into a broader scope, into a roadmap, into a strategy, and make sure that these all comes together is just like essential in the creation. So whenever we are in a situation that we heard about something or this feels not good, we start discussion, we start understanding, we start to reflect on what's happening, so we can actually figure out what is the normal, if that's really the right truth or not for us.
Yeah, and to get into the second big one, like, hey, let's build a CRM system. Actually, I just got my hands dirty and did all the onboardings with the agents, because we knew we had to support all the functions. I needed to learn their job. I'm also not from the domain, so I kind of shadowed them doing their job, and I onboarded them on all the tools. And then you just really notice, hey, for these people, it has nothing to do with their job, what they do in that software, and something's wrong here and needs to change. So that was the big trigger that prompted me to re-question or rethink the question here.
Perfect. Thank you. Then again, the applause is yours, and see you in the speakers lounge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look at mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh.
The vision for Körber Digital is to make Körber into the largest player for AI-driven B2B software products, and with that create value for our customers and the planet. Körber is a traditional industrial and technology company. Körber Digital is an independent entity in the Körber ecosystem. It's totally different from what you would expect in corporate organizations. The level of flexibility, trust, speed, freedom to operate is unseen in other corporate environments. Within the Körber ecosystem, we play multiple roles. One is to build own sustainable business, to basically make Körber a digital leader of the future. And two is to help all of the existing businesses to become a digital leader in their domain. And third, we're actually a driver of the future way of working, with exciting topics and tasks. We bring a lot of unfair advantage to the game. We have customer access and trust into the Körber brand from customers. For example, we have one of the ventures that is active in pharma environment, and we are already working on a productive lines at various top pharma customers. There's no way on earth how you can make that happen with hundreds of million funding if you want, if you don't have this relationship and this trust. The second big benefit is that you can really focus on what you love as an entrepreneur, which is typically to create value for customers, which is product development and commercialization. What makes me proud and sometimes...
Of all the numbers that matter in business, here's the one that matters most. 7.7 billion. Because that's how many people there are on this planet. We believe in an inclusive, sustainable digital economy that works for everyone. So every day, we work with banks, merchants, businesses, cities, and governments to solve human needs with human ideas. Every capability we build on, every investment we make, and every partnership we enter into is driven by MasterCard's mission to improve people's lives. We're helping retailers reimagine how people shop, developing new digital-first payment experiences, helping independent workers thrive in the gig economy, enabling people and businesses to move money around the world, making transactions of all kinds safer and more secure, developing new artificial intelligence solutions to detect and fight fraud, giving people and businesses more control over their financial data, modernizing commercial payments for businesses of all sizes all around the world, empowering every business everywhere to drive economic equality, all in a pursuit of our vision of an economy where everyone can reach their potential. And we continue to redefine the look, the feel, and even the sound of a brand that touches the lives of billions of people every day. At MasterCard, we are here to help our partners help people. Because we believe when you start with people, you can start something priceless.
All right, so let's go next with our next speakers. For the ones who had been here before in the Cinema 5, this is going to be now a very great transition from product to brand, because now we are deep diving into the brand side of things. So who will be our next speakers? I'm super happy to have them with me on stage, which is Christian Hertlein, who's Director Product Design at Way, and he is like tackling the topic of a new approach, or Way is tackling that topic of a new approach to driverless mobility. And together with Christian, we have on stage here our very own CBO, Simon Walter, who's leading the brand and communications team at Project A, and he's supporting our portfolio companies from brand strategy to brand design up to brand intelligence. So super happy to have the two of them with me on stage. And what are they going to talk about today? It is why brand should be seen more as the brother of product rather than the sister of marketing. So Simon and Christian, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the Project A Knowledge Conference so far. And in this next session, we will speak about brand and product. And in particular, we will try to answer the question, where does brand actually belong? And this question is maybe not as easy as one might think, so let me quickly introduce you to the question. I think many of you here, you know this typical integrated growth project, where people from different commercial teams of a company, they work together, they sit together in order to find out how to best align brand, marketing, and sales measures. At least we at Project A, we have been doing a lot of these kind of projects in the last months and years. Sorry. And whenever I attend one of these meetings, I notice that the people involved, they do not share a common understanding of the term brand. So the marketing and sales people, for instance, when they speak about brand, they think of the upper part of the marketing funnel. So for them, brand is often a synonym for brand communication, for branded content, for brand marketing, so basically advertising. On the other side, if brand people are speaking about brand, they first and foremost think about concepts such as brand strategy, brand positioning, brand identity. And I think this differing understandings of the term brand may be one reason why these integrated brand projects are unfortunately more often than not quite tricky. Okay, and in one of these meetings where people were speaking past each other, I suddenly remembered my time at university. Long time ago, 1994, University of Bern, and the course was called Grundlagen des Marketings. So in English it would be Basic of Marketing. And in this course we were introduced by our professor to the concept of the marketing mix, better known under the term the 4 Ps: product, price, place, promotion. I think you all know the model. It's by far the most well-known and most influential marketing model of all time, I would say. Even my mother has nothing to do with marketing at all. She knows the 4 Ps, if you ask her. Okay. And what is really remarkable, if you think of the 4 Ps, that in the original version, brand didn't belong to the promotion mix. So only later, with the advent of the unique advertising proposition, brand became part of promotion. In the initial version introduced by McCarthy over 50 years ago, brand belonged to product, together with design, packaging, and labeling. So I will start thinking, maybe it's time to go back to the roots. Maybe brand is not the brother of sales and marketing, but much more the sister of design and product. And in the middle of this thinking, something happens. We, Project A, we invested in Way. And unlike any other of the over 100 portfolio companies of Project A, Way is structured precisely this way. They put together product, design, and brand into one team. And this team is led by Christian. So it's an absolute pleasure for me here to share the stage with him and to learn why he and Wei thinks it makes an awful lot of sense to put these three things together in one team, and why maybe the structure could also be a role model or a role structure for other startups and scale-ups. So here's the clicker. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Simon, for the introduction. So my name is Christian. I'm leading product design and brand at Wei. And I would like to talk about brand within product and design. Before, I would like to introduce what Wei actually is doing. At Wei, we are developing a technology that allows to remotely drive vehicles. And we do this because we want to tackle transportation. Transportation is broken, and we actually want to add our part to solve that. By remotely driving vehicles, we're going to offer a service that allows people to book a ride. The car will arrive at their doorstep. They can enter the car, they can drive that car to their destination, and they can leave the car. The big difference here is that they don't need... Is the video playing? No video is playing, so I was assuming the video is playing. So imagine there's a video with a car where we show basically the customer is entering the car. And so the main difference here is really that you don't need to think about going to the car, because if you think about car sharing, that's a burden. And also you don't need to care about parking the car, because this is really saving a lot of time in the end. Oh, good. I think we can skip this. Why do we do this? On the one hand side, we want to really work on a convenient transportation. We want to improve the transportation in cities. We want to create safe mobility, and I think this is really something that is super important for the people, that they actually can travel from A to B, but also in a safe way. We need to tackle the sustainability aspect, obviously. We want to make this much more affordable, because what we're going to offer allows us to actually have lower prices than our competitors. We want to reduce car ownership, so we really, ideally, we eliminate the need of owning a car. And we want that cities are actually built for people rather than for cars. So this is more about what we're doing, and I would like now to share how we're doing things. To give you an introduction about how we're doing things, I would like to talk about a centralized partnership. So centralized partnership is an organizational model. So this organizational model means that all the designers at Wei are organized in one organization. So they are organized in one team. But designers are not part of a general pool of resources. These designers are organized still into different teams and dedicated to specific aspects of the business. What is the difference here? We are a single operating entity. We have the mandate to infuse with our work the whole entire customer journey, and we actually are empowered by the C-level leadership to deliver and to shape our activities around this. Just a small visualization of how this works. So we do have brand design, industrial design, product design, user research, working in one centralized team. And then we do have these partnerships. Think about embedded team members. Usually product designers are embedded into teams, right? And we really want to combine the best out of both worlds, so that we actually can exchange, but also across disciplines. So what does brand experience mean for us? So the brand experience here is kind of this umbrella of everything that we're doing. Because in the end, the brand is what is stick in people's head. So that means kind of the communication, the marketing, the digital experience, our app that we were going to provide, the physical environment, the car, and how does it feel, how does it shape, what is different. But also the service experience. So everything that is not tangible, not visible potentially, but something that people can experience. All of that is shaping the brand experience. Hence, it's so important for us really to look at this from a holistic perspective, because this is what the customer will experience, and the customer simply doesn't care how we are structured internally. to give you an example of like how like marketing and comms and like product actually is like intertwining here, it's like really from like we start obviously like with the customer acquisition, right? Like we have the first time experience, so the first time a user is like using our product. And then like we entering that cycle of like before the ride, so what is happening there, during the ride, post ride, and then growth and retention. And we enter that cycle and we repeatedly like need to like shape that like brand experience. And like this is like really like something where we think, okay, like how important is kind of like brand, like only if we look at this from an acquisition point of view, but also like how important is like brand while you are still experiencing and continues like to experience that. So why do we do this? So brand, like I would like to give you an example how this like translate into like our product, because like the brand here is like infusing our product strategy. So talking about that, a brand strategy which we started with is like really like to position us against like the competition. Pretty straightforward. The brand strategy also like really like fosters this kind of like recognition, this identifier like towards our customers, like why are we different? Why should they remember us? And with a brand mindset, like this is like really like this is super essential in order like to create the product strategy. And the product strategy is like really like something that provides us like the foundation of like and decision points how we actually like build our product. So far, super theoretic, I would like to share something with you that we have been working on, which is this here. So this is like our brand strategy, which is like then translated into our product strategy. So what does that mean? Like we start with a common denominator, which is our brand way. We do have defined like our philosophy. We do have defined the attributes. Like in that case, like simple, human, the portal, like traveling from A to B, and creating simply like magic, because like teledriving means like there's nobody inside of the car, right? So there are like a few magic moments here. And like we started from that perspective and translated that into like attributes that really like help us like to as like guiding principles to think about how we build our product. So we actually started like to translate it into attributes for the product strategy, like here being decisive, steady, sincere, smooth, vastly approachable, and ordinary different. So these are like kind of like fuzzy words so far still, right? Like because like very often like you start like with the brand strategy, which is like leaves a lot of like room for interpretation. But the important part is like that we trickle this down to things that we really can, like where we can identify not only like the USP, but even also like how we start like to measure that. So that's the reason why the last column here in that table is so important. So what are the metrics that we can really like use to measure kind of like the product impact, like the things that we have used to design to really like create that product and to make this a unique experience in the end. And this is like really just like one example that shows like where like brand is located in our organization, how important brand is, because like every department is kind of like shaping the brand. And I'm using that example here in terms of like it is so important because like the product is shaping the experience that people will have with us and what basically is like stick in their head. How does that translate? It's like really like how do we apply this, right? So applying holistically means like what I'm going to show you here is we start to think about obviously like how do we acquire customer, but also like start to think about like how does the digital app experience feel? How is the physical experience? What is the service experience? How do people like talk? What is the tone of voice? How do we translate that into our product, right? So this is like really something like a glimpse of like what we are going to do in the future. And the conclusion for us is like to think brand, product and design are the most important ingredients. And I'm very curious to hear like what is your take on that, because I think like here what we basically have shared is kind of like our take on this, like it's the experience that we do have at the moment. But I think like Simon and I, like we had a conversation in terms of like, is that like applicable for every company? Is that like valid for every company? And for sure not, right? But this is like really like something that we start with, and that we do see that especially like in startups with ours, where the digital experience and the physical experience is like very unique and makes a huge difference. Like this is like really like how how we actually shape the brand.
A lot. There we go. Thanks a lot. So that looks like that we have a bit more time for questions. So super happy if anyone has a question here. The two of them will take that. Anyone?
They have one question.
Yeah,
Do we
is
start?
the sheet like, can we download it somewhere? Because I would like to take a good picture of it from this side.
I think it's not about like being able like to download the sheet, right? Because like this is like very unique like to each individual company, and like you need to translate this. Like I think it's an example because like I wanted to also like to show an example of like how we're doing this like to be more explicit rather than like staying like super high level. But I don't think it does make sense like to download that example, right? So and it will change, right? It is like a living object. So like things like as a brand, as we mature, like this will also like evolve. So.
No, yeah, thank you for the answer, but really, can we take a better picture from this side, because I think it really is my company to build around that, because it looks like yeah, it looked good. Maybe it's possible to put the slide back.
Asking technology. Okay, so if we have the videos online.
So yes, if the brand, and if I stick to this, was Simon you said, is the brother of the product, doesn't that mean that the brand is always under construction?
For sure. I mean, this is like how a brand is like evolving anyway, right? Like you start, for instance, like in our case, like we start with like no brand maturity at all. Like people don't know us. Like we are super fresh. Like we are very new. So we need to like build this. Like once you actually like start like to become more established and people know you, then you like increase the brand maturity. Hence, there are like fewer things you might need to explain in the first place. Like that we actually remotely drive a car. At some point, people will make this connection immediately via remote-driven cars. And then like we don't need to explain this. Hence, like the brand is maturing automatically always, right? And I think like that is like the case with most of the brands out there anyway, because like the circumstances, like the things that you can control is the brand, but like the circumstances are also changing. Hence, you need to react to that anyways.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you. How do you measure the kind of, because the traditional way of measuring brand kind of success is obviously brand attributes or literally awareness. Is that something that you do in that way? Or, and then leading from that, I think it's a very interesting concept, this kind of brand as a product. Do you work in kind of, do you have a brand backlog, for example, in the same way that like a product manager would do? Yeah, could you talk about that as well?
I think like you have like two questions in terms of like how we measure this, right? And then like how this works potentially
I'm
like
trying to be greedy.
On a database. So how we measure this, I think like it's not like we don't want to focus only on the brand like to measure this, right? Like we want to like reach the best satisfaction of the customer, and like there are different like various ways of like how you can measure this, and like there's obviously like NPS, but like for us it's much more like how successful is the product. That means like success is if like, we are able like to satisfy the customer needs, right? And I think like this is like really like the combination, and this is kind of like shaping like this is like shaping the brand for people, and like we do. That's the reason why what I had in this table is like really that we want to measure this on multiple areas and not only like on NPS, like to say like this is like a successful brand in the end. To answer your second question, we do have a brand backlog. We actually like our team is like working. We adapting Jira. Where we want to synchronize with the whole company. We are a deep tech company. That means kind of like most of our people, most of our colleagues are engineers, right? And as we are working together as one company, we have this heartbeat, and this is like currently the sprint cycle in Jira. So what we have done is like really like adapting Jira to our needs, and you can argue like if that is like right or wrong, but the most important part is that we actually do have a very controlled way of like organizing like our brand work, and like what do we need to do when, and how does that actually relate to the product development, because like that's the important part, right? Like you don't create like this brand in isolation. It's like really like always like being connected and integrated into the product itself. Hence, we do have like exactly like what you asked for. It's like we do have a backlog for our brand work. Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yes, but first.
Hi, I'm Janis, and I was wondering if you can make it a bit more specific. I imagine a product meeting where design has come up with a great design for a new feature, and then brand looks at it and says, sorry, but that feature is just not on brand. Have you had that situation? How do you resolve it? Who wins?
So I think like a feature is not defined only by designer. A feature is defined by product managers, with designers, ideally like with engineers, right? So in the first place. So like this kind of like collaboration is essential to us. The other aspect, like what you mentioned, is like kind of like what we're trying to achieve with this kind of like framework that I was showing, and the reason why we're working in a centralized partnership, like this centralized unified team, is to not even get to that point of like, hey, like you have designed something that is not on brand, right? Like we actually want to infuse all the work that like product managers, that like designers, and ideally also like to a certain degree like engineers are doing, that is on brand, right? And this is obviously like a flexible term, and like we are not the brand police, but it's much more kind of like we have defined a brand, kind of like the circumstances, the framework, and I think like we are in that like process of like, okay, like how do you interpret this? Because like what I have shown in this table also still leaves room for interpretation, right? Like how do you define like certain attributes? And
that's exactly what I was looking for. So when that framework needs to be interpreted to really ship features, how does that conversation evolve amongst team? And does brand have a veto power? Or does every team bring their arguments to the table, and how do you resolve differences in those decisions that I guess will arise naturally?
Sure. We for instance have a meeting that is like a design critique, which like all the designers and PMs can participate, right? Like to actually like bring this like to the table to have a conversation, because there's not like a single person or like a single kind of like abstract to say like, hey, this is not on brand. It's pretty much like what we feel is like the right interpretation at this moment in time with these circumstances, like to interpret the kind of like attributes in that particular way and like to create this experience.
Great, thanks, and thanks for the follow-up.
Sure.
I think maybe it a little bit connects to the last question. How do you educate your organization about this valued kind of brand-driven approach to the product development and everything which relates to the product?
I think that pretty much obviously depends always on the organization, their structure, and their like meetings. So we do have like all hands, right? Like we do have like the kind of like meeting structures that allow us like to become like present. It's like about like documentation. I think it's pretty much like I would always like describe that as like who is our audience? Like the audience that we need to understand is kind of like our internal like employees, like our colleagues, right? And like we need to find the right channels. So some people are much more like on Confluence and want to read the documentation about this. So like some people are participating in the all hands, and like we actually can share like certain learnings, right? And then it's also about kind of like it's not only like this like one moment in time that like you share kind of like the philosophy about like the brand and the way of like how we work. It's much more like showcasing that in everything that you're doing. So these are also like the smaller things, like even so for instance like we have like twice a year like something that we call like we connect like with the whole organization is like coming together to one place, because like we also like work in a hybrid model. So this is like really like how can we like bring like that like brand experience to life, because like in the end like employees are shaping the brand, right? It's like really like how do you identify with the company and like how do you live that brand, and like as a result, kind of like this is like what the brand is like becoming, and this is like what really like we try to identify different moments along the year to bring this to life, and like to remind people, to onboard people, like to have like a lot of like conversations. We are still a fairly small company, so it's still easier. It might be become more difficult once we're growing.
And obviously you have the full backup from the top to go forward.
And I think that's the important part, right? Because like this is like how you start. Like I think like the most difficult part is like if you need to start like to convince like leadership first before you are able like to do this. And like we are in the like position that we do have this backup from the leadership that allows us like really like to work like that. Even like with that organizational structure and so on, that we have the freedom like to shape it. There are learnings that we're doing along the way, like where we figure out like, hey, that's a nice theoretic model, but like what are the things that are working and not working at certain points, right? But I think like this is also important as a company, that like you need to experience like there are always like examples from other companies that you can apply, and then like you need to figure out like how does that like fit to your particular situation in that moment. Yeah.
Thanks.
I think we can take two more.
Who was involved in the company in defining this product brand framework? So who was contributing to it, and what was the process like?
So the process about like the brand definition itself is like really like we involved like almost like every department, right? Like to have like representatives of like every department, and it's obviously like brand definition is a longer process, and it's not finished, right? It's like really like you lay out the foundation, then like you need to fill this with life. But the important part was really like from like top level leadership, but also like, for instance, like we had like surveys, like where we asked like people, where we actually like collected ideas, where we like really wanted to understand, okay, like how do you interpret like what we are trying to achieve, how should this feel? And then obviously like also like the customer side, right? Like how do people think about this? Like what is like how can we be unique against like the potential competitors and so on? Obviously, like it's a longer process. So, but for us, it was important like to evolve like the majority of the company, at least like being represented in that decision.
So lovely presentation and very, very simple brand. I love the idea that simplicity is a key part. And actually, my question is related to that. In a deep tech company, it's very hard to pick simplicity because, yes. So can you talk us, can you walk us through a little bit of how you chose what specifically to focus on?
Can you specify your question?
Yeah, for example, you have very clear messages and in a deep tech company, it's very hard to choose because you're competing with other people that also have very deep tech. And whenever you interact with engineers, it's always very complex messages. And they tell you, hey, we're using machine learning, or we're using AI, or we're using very complex things. But being able to translate that into something that customers can feel that's useful to me, it's a very hard way. I mean, it's a very hard path, I think. So I just wanted to hear how you guys achieved that.
Maybe interpreting your question towards like how we like translate what we're doing towards like the customer, right?
Yes,
because on the one hand side, I think like the customer should not feel at all like how complex and difficult it is what we're doing, right? Because the customer simply doesn't care, like why, right? It's like really about like that we are able like to build a product that is like valuable for the customer, that is like serving particular like needs, and like that's the most important part. And everything is like leading towards that, right? Like we want to deliver a technology that is like really addressing all these potential like either fears or pains or whatever. And like this is like really our like goal that we have like set, that we have identified. Also, I think like especially as a deep tech company, you still need to have a very good understanding about like who the customer is. You need to understand, like you need to talk continuously like talk with the customers, and even like in our case like with potential customers, right? But like this is like really like you set these like standards, and then like you have your challenges inside of a company for sure, but like then like how do you translate that? It's like really like ultimately, what is the essence? Like, what do we want to deliver? And like repeat that over and over again in terms of like that, like we do this, like to satisfy the customer, like to get to be loved by the customer, right? And I think like this is like really like what we have like Steven like set as a KPI for us. And I think like it's quite easy like not easy to measure, but like it's quite easy to remember that this is like something that we want to measure in the end.
So, sorry. So in a sense, you're just choosing specific things like based on the customer's pain points, right? You're seeing, hey, this will be important to them, and that's the part that I focus on.
It's not as simple, right? Because like, I mean, this is more kind of like, we want to create a product that we can deliver to a customer. I think like there are other challenges, obviously, that are not directly related to the customer sometimes. But I think you always like need to have this kind of like North Star, the basic orientation. Like this is what we need to do, even though I'm like doing something completely different, but it's always like basically leading towards that same direction. And I think like this is like the way of like how you can like unite a company and like basically bring everyone on track in the end.
Cool, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Perfect, then I would call it an end. Thanks again, Simon and Christian, for being here.
Thank
you.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, mom, we made it. La la la, ooh.
Welcome to Silicon Valley Bank's Germany branch. We work with the entrepreneurs, companies, and investors that are defining what comes next. This means we are fortunate to work with some of Germany's leading tech businesses and the people who invest in them. Our clients span emerging companies to Mittelstand to multinational enterprises. Germany's history is steeped in technological innovation, and the country is inventing the future too. And that inspires us to do everything we can to bring our clients' ideas to life and make their businesses successful, no matter where they are in the world or how large they become. We work with companies and individuals in technology, healthcare, venture capital, and private equity. That's it. That's all we do, and that keeps us on the pulse of the industries we serve. Like so many of the companies we work with, we got our start in Silicon Valley. But we quickly realized innovation is not constrained by geography. Today, we have a global presence that is strategically designed to be where our clients need us. Wherever the innovation ecosystem is thriving, there is a need for SVB to deliver service with an entrepreneurial spirit. And our clients demand a creative approach to lending that is designed to make life and business easier for them. And we're much more than just a bank. We strive to increase our clients' probability of success, and we do this as a partner to our clients, delivering what they need when they need it. We offer assistance to businesses that are expanding into offshore markets, with offices throughout the US, as well as in China, Israel, the UK, and Ireland. We are well positioned to help our clients make that leap. We host educational and networking events specifically designed for our clients. We make connections with potential business partners, investors, and other entrepreneurs. Our dedication to our clients is also reflected in our employees' dedication to their communities. We volunteer, fundraise, and make corporate donations to causes our employees and clients believe in. Our goal is not just to be your bank, but your business partner. Get in touch to see how we could help your business in Germany and beyond.
All right, there we go. So from brand now to customer success. I'm super happy that we have here Christina from Anyline. She is a CXO, very passionate about innovation and creating opportunities, especially for young female entrepreneurs. And she's today talking about dissecting customer success, which is also a topic actually we are at Project A creating awareness for in our portfolio companies. Because, yeah, in some companies, and Christina will talk about that, customer success right now is not that prio number one, so to say. So super happy that she's going to talk about that today. Christina, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Hi everyone. So thank you for the intro. As you saw by my clumsy entrance, hopefully today will be a funny presentation. And yeah, so I'm Christina, I'm the CXO of Anyline, and today we will be talking about dissecting customer success. Well, we will actually be dissecting it and hopefully reassembling it at the end so we don't leave it open. I'm the CXO of Anyline. Anyline is a scale-up based in Vienna, and we do text recognition with machine learning. We are about 100 people at the moment, which will be relevant for context. So, what can you expect today? Well, first we will be looking at our organization and what went wrong in terms of customer success. Wrong is a harsh word, but you have some learnings out of it, and it sounded right when I made the presentation, so deal with it. Next one is we're going to look at what went right in terms of theory and then implementation. And last, we're going to look at why it went right, from which we will be taking a few takeaways. A small disclaimer, obviously this is something that worked for our organization. I hope that there will be something for everyone in the room, but every organization is quite different, so try to take bits and pieces as much as you can. So let's jump into it. What went wrong? First of all, let's look at our commercial setup. Customer success generally is in the commercial team. So in terms of sales organizations, we were set up in two teams. One was a typical sales organization where you have your typical hunters focusing on closing the new business and sign, sealed, delivered, right? They would then continue onto new business and they would hand over the account. That account would go then to key account management. From the name, you would expect that we actually focused on key accounts, but most of our accounts were going through the same process. So that was maybe learning number one. Don't call it key account management if you don't actually have key accounts. They were meant to focus on the long relationship, right? So sustainable retention. The problem was that if you put these two together, you have a mismatch of goals, because at the end of the day, key account management was also supposed to renew the deals at the end of the subscription period. So they're focusing, they're being the advocate of the customer during the year, let's say, and at the end of the cycle, they have to put on their bad cop hat and start negotiating with the customer, which is difficult internally for the CSM, and it's also difficult for the customer because you don't really know what to expect. You dealt with the seller at the beginning, now you're dealing with someone else, but at the end of the day, it's just sales. If we look at how to categorize some of the issues that we've identified, I came up with 3 because people like 3 and 5 buckets. So the first one is that obviously from the previous slide, customer success was not really implemented at Anyline. We called it key account management, we could have called it whatever. At the end of the day, both of them were sales organizations and they were focusing on the short-term goals, closing revenue, and somewhat in the background when you had time, after you dealt with your 70 plus accounts, you also tried to build somewhat of a relationship. Second part is that the focus was unclear. You have 2 hats. You are supposed to be the good cop, talking to your customer, trying to get industry insights, but then the renewal for your other 20 accounts are coming up in the next quarter, so you have to focus on getting the short-term revenue in. And last but not least, there was no clear good cop, bad cop. And I keep mentioning this, and you've heard it a million times. It's already a cliche. But don't discount cliches. Cliches are ideas that are good ideas and they've been used everywhere. You don't have to reinvent the wheel all the time. So What went right? The first thing when you've identified that you have a problem is that you need to understand, okay, what are my goals? Where do I want to get? As soon as I know where I want to get, then I can start implementing the steps to actually get there. So the first thing is that we really wanted to build long-term relationships. Retention is super important in SaaS. Probably most of you work in SaaS. And we wanted our clients to really trust us. We wanted to build a relationship that they actually give us then insights. Next is we wanted to get those insights, right? If you have 10 accounts from the same industry and account A tells you something that might be useful to account B, that actually builds trust. And you are successful at the end of the day because you help your client become successful, who then pays you, which means your company is successful, right? And last but not least, we wanted a clear role separation. We didn't want to force our key account managers back then, or CSMs in today's case, to really struggle, right? Like, they needed to understand, am I now focusing on my client? Am I the voice of this client internally at Anyline? Or am I focusing on short-term revenue? What am I supposed to do? And we had a secret sauce. And before I go into the secret sauce, can anyone guess what that might be? Just shout it out. It's not after lunch, no excuses. No? Okay, fine. Fine. Before we go and I show you the secret sauce, I'm going to share with you a quote. And the quote says that there is no secret sauce. Bear with me. The quote is from the CEO of Starbucks. Not my favorite person, not the best coffee, but the quote is relevant for today. I don't have any secret sauce and I'm no smarter than anyone else. I will say that I have surrounded myself with unbelievable talent that has made my life easier. This comes back to what I said right at the beginning. Sometimes you identify one specific ingredient that really helps you, but you don't always have to have that ingredient. At the end of the day, you know what you want to achieve, you implement those processes, whether you have a secret sauce or not. That's the takeaway. In our case, I think there was a secret sauce that we implemented and that really helped us strengthen our customer success team. And that is empathy versus sympathy. Empathy is becoming such a big buzzword in tech. It's like you need to understand your customers, you need to put yourself in their shoes, you need to take on their pain because otherwise you cannot solve their pain and you cannot create value. Yes, we all know that. But at the end of the day, you don't work for your customer. You work for the company that hired you and gave you all of these accounts to take care of. Empathy is a passive feeling. It allows you to feel things that maybe other people feel. Sympathy, long considered maybe a bit condescending and not authentic, exists for a reason. Sympathy allows you to go back, take a step back, and actually think rationally about the feelings and understand how can you take actions to actually solve the pain that your customer has. In my opinion, empathy is an emotional understanding. Taking a step back and being sympathetic to someone's problem allows you to take actions. Empathy is required to build trust. You need to really understand someone's pain. You need to understand what you have to do to solve that person's problem. But you also need to take a step back and remember, why are you in this position in the first place, which is creating revenue for the company that you are in. As I mentioned, customer success is usually under commercial for a reason. And last but not least, you have to make the customer successful. That's your job ultimately. By making the customer successful, they're happy, they stay with you for longer, thus you make the company successful where you work at, in this case, Anyline. Now we looked a bit at the theory of why it went, of what we did in terms of doing something right. So let's see how we implemented it. Why? How it looks like now. An opportunity is closed at the moment by an account executive. They can get some support from pre-sales if they need to, but when they close that account, they don't completely give it away. They actually continue to own that account. However, after signing, there is a CSM who is assigned to that account. By the way, the images don't make sense, just ignore them. After signing, the customer success manager starts really understanding the client. They come in fresh. They don't have maybe, the client doesn't have a bad taste in their mouth because they just had a very harsh negotiation and maybe legal was involved because some T's and C's weren't really okay. The customer success really comes in as a fresh face. Hi, you're with us now. Let's do something together. And the customer success manager in our case really provides a certain breadth of services, technical success, user adoption, and helping the business, the client, identify different business areas where maybe our solution can help them. However, when it's renewal time, the account executive comes back because that's what they're good at. And the client is already used to the fact that negotiations are happening with someone else, and this is a completely different area. And hopefully the takeaway for today is that customer success is still the voice of the client. That's where, again, the empathy comes in. But customer success still works for the company at the end of the day, and that's where sympathy comes in. Use empathy to understand where the customer is coming from, but use sympathy to take a step back, disconnect a bit from the customer, and then actually start taking steps in order to make them successful, thus making the company successful. And in the end, every customer will need something different, right? So you need to understand what they want. However, every customer is represented by a person, and that's something we still shouldn't forget even in B2B. And whether you use empathy in certain areas or sympathy, that person will hopefully react positively to that. That's it. Thank you for listening. You can get in touch if you have questions, or I think we can have some questions now.
Yes, thanks a lot, first of all, Christina.
Thank you.
All right, so we would have time for one question, and otherwise I think, Christina, you will be also happy to take other questions in the speakers lounge?
Yes.
Perfect. So is there any question in the audience? There is one.
So my question is there also a good cop before signing the deal, right? Because the AE needs to be the bad cop in terms of negotiation, and then the CSM is coming after, but don't also the lead should have a good cop before signing the deal?
Yes, in that sense, we do have pre-sales before the deal. So in case it's not really a standard deal and the negotiations maybe take a bit more time, or there is some kind of technical support required, which is under the CSM's normal task list, we do have pre-sales. And they have a very similar background as a CSM, but a bit more technical knowledge as well, in order to make sure that the solution works right at the beginning. And they are then in this sense a good cop. Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Another question, or if not, maybe I would shoot one.
Oh, okay.
So we have 3 more minutes. Just out of curiosity, what capabilities are you looking for when you're recruiting, hiring for a customer success person?
The main one, my interviews are really focused on soft skills. At the end of the day, a lot of people have potential, and you need to understand whether that person wants to act on that potential. And for me, soft skills are very important. And one question that I always ask in interviews is, we live in a society that always wants to improve, and you all have you have an industry dedicated for that, like self-help books and courses and so on and so forth, but you can never become a perfect person. So what is one trait or one characteristic that you've just accepted? You know that maybe you're not 100% happy with, but you don't want to put any more effort into changing that. And you get your typical answers, which is, I'm a perfectionist. I want everything to be great. That's not an authentic answer. But most of the time, you really get honest answers. And seeing how people react also to this question is much more important than asking someone, have you ever made a client health dashboard? I haven't. I'll probably know how to learn that, but yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
cool.
thanks.
Thank you. All right. Then thanks a lot, Christina, again.
Thanks.
Do you believe in come on, we made it. La da, la da, ooh.
2016 startet Flaschenpost in Münster als Pionier der Online-Getränkelieferung. Nach dem erfolgreichen Start wird das Konzept in weiteren 150 Städten ausgerollt. Jeder der 33 Standorte hat ein regionales Sortiment, individuelle Kundenbedürfnisse und befindet sich in einer eigenen Wachstumsphase. Jede Standortstrategie ist also einzigartig. Über 1 Million aktive Kunden und Kundinnen bestellen online ihre Lebensmittel und Getränke bei uns. Sie können aus einem Sortiment von über 4.000 Artikeln pro Standort wählen. Dank unserer 14.000 Kollegen liefern wir mit 3.000 Fahrzeugen zuverlässig innerhalb von 120 Minuten mehr als 200.000 Kisten am Tag. Ganz ohne Liefergebühren. An diesem Versprechen messen wir uns täglich und zeigen den Kunden und Kundinnen, dass sie uns vertrauen können. Und deshalb ist Flaschenpost weit mehr als einfach nur E-Commerce.
Right, there we go. So from customer success now into design and tech, I'm super happy to welcome our first remote talk today from Ronan Barrett, who is head of cloud infrastructure at Voi. He worked before as a developer himself, as a researcher, and now expert in applications and operations. So super happy that he is here today remote and will talk about empowering engineers to manage their own cloud costs. Super happy to welcome you. The stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you
Hi, Ronan. I hope
Hello.
you can hear, see us.
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Great. Thank you for the introduction. Really delighted to join you today from Stockholm. Yeah. So my name is Ronan. I'm working as the head of cloud infrastructure at Voi. And what I'm going to present to you today is basically talking a little bit about how you can keep your cloud costs in check as your company is growing. It's based on some discussions I had previously with the CTO Pro2Day, Stefan Schultz, and hopefully you'll enjoy the insights. So, first of all, tell you a little bit about Voi. If you haven't seen Voi already, it's out on the streets in Berlin near you. So today you can try it out if you haven't tried it out before. We're a 4-year-old company in the micromobility space. Today we have 100 cities in the EU. We have over 100 vehicles. They're a mix of scooters and also more lately e-bikes. And to date, we have many millions of riders. And compared to our competitors, we have the most percentage of tender wins within Europe. And also we've grown quite quickly. So today we have just over 1,000 employees. From the engineering perspective, I think it's somewhere between 75 and 100 people. So super fast growth. And of course, with super fast growth comes growth in costs. So we've been looking at that quite a lot lately. So just to give you an idea of our tech context, so we are, as a modern company, we're 100% cloud-based. We have lots of microservices, over 100. So we use microservices from a technology perspective, but also because we want to have a very efficient organization. We want to be able to bring out new services very quickly and not have to worry about the dependencies between all the different teams. We've quite a small central cloud team. And what we do is we lay what we call the coral path. You may have heard from other companies like Netflix and Spotify. They have this idea of like paid path and golden path. But in Voi, the color is coral. So of course we have a coral path. And what does that mean? That means that all of the services tend to use the same tech, or they use the same kind of concept. So for example, we have a certain number of databases that we want the services to use. And if they use that, we know for sure that they'll be able to deploy them very easily and have the right level of security, availability, all these different things. We also allow them to have these dashboards as code. So traditionally what you have to do is you deploy your service, you have to spend quite a lot of time coming up with dashboards to talk about latency, availability, all the different metrics to make sure that the actual service is working correctly. But we do all these things out of the box because we already know what tech they're going to be using. And also what we try and do is encode all the best practices into our continuous integration, continuous deployment tool chains. So instead of people having to look up documents, see what the best practices are, the tools already in force and kind of educate the engineers into what to do. So because of this, we can deploy services really quickly. So you can have a service ready for your business logic within 2 minutes. And that's not just a service, that's also the infrastructure code as well ready to that. So we make it really easy for the engineers to create new services. But of course, if you create lots of services, then you create lots of costs potentially as well. So we'll come to that in a moment. Today, the engineers are very much, they can serve themselves. So they don't need to come to any platform team and ask them to deploy any infrastructure for them. They can do all of these things themselves because we have the right pipelines in place. And also we have a catalog system based on Backstage from Spotify, where we can see ownership of all the different services. So we can actually tie different services back to who has created them, and then we can see who's actually creating the different kind of cost drivers from the cloud perspective. So what is the specific problem that we're trying to solve when it comes to cloud costs? Well, the cloud costs, traditionally, there's quite a lot of expectation of where these things come from. So traditionally, people assume that all the costs mainly come from CPU and memory. So whatever the services and databases are being provisioned with, that's where the main costs come from. But that's not always the case. It's also a little bit assumed that microservices are resource efficient. So for example, we use Golang, and that's a very efficient language, but that doesn't mean that the way the services are deployed is actually efficient. And we'll come and look at that. There's also a bit of an assumption that product, when they're creating a new feature or a new service, that they will consider the cloud costs. And from what I've seen, that is very rarely the case. The most important thing in a smaller company or a kind of a startup is to get the thing out. And then once the thing is out, it tends to just use more and more resources rather than ever being kind of made more efficient. And also that comes back to the engineers as well. They're often not empowered to do this either. It's normally move on to the next feature, new services, and then the costs start kind of racking up, you can say. So what happens then is you expect the central cloud team to be the one who can keep the costs under control, but that is very, very difficult to actually achieve. So the reality of cloud costs within smaller companies is that the ancillary cloud services actually get super, super expensive, and in some cases can actually exceed the cost of actually provisioning the services like the CPU and memory. So for example, many services will often log a lot. So engineers say, oh, you know, I want to log all this stuff in case something happens. But actually, if you're using a managed service from a cloud provider, they're charging you for every single log that is ingested. And if you have lots of logs, it gets expensive. As the more popular you get, you have even more logs. In our case, we have even more vehicles. The costs get really, really quite high. So at some point, I think we had logging as our second most expensive cloud resource. Also, high cardinality metrics. So of course, we want to observe what's going on in our systems so that we can make sure we don't have incidents or that bad things happen. But of course, if you have lots and lots of metrics, high cardinality, you actually have huge amounts of data going into your Prometheus or whatever metric store that you're using. And of course, you have to provision that, you have to have database, or you have to have CPUs and memory behind that, and that can get very expensive. Or if you're using a managed solution, you have to pay even more because they will charge you for every single metric that you ingest into their system. So the numbers get quite high quite quickly. Also is that microservice provisioning should be done carefully, but it often isn't. People tend to be quite pessimistic and say, oh, you know, I'll put more resources in here just in case. Or if they have an incident, they add more resources and never take them away. So what happens is you tend to have over-provisioned microservices, you have over-provisioned databases, and they can even come to the point where they've actually replaced some service and actually never taken it away. So it just sits there eating CPU, memory, eating costs. And as I mentioned before, the product doesn't by default consider these costs, and the engineers also don't do that. And the central cloud teams find it super, super difficult to know what stuff is actually deprecated, what stuff is not. Is this amount of resources correct? Is this not? So we're not in a position, we don't understand the exact business case that they're trying to solve. So that's a big problem. So then what is the solution? Traditionally, there's quite a normal kind of solution to this kind of situation is you just get the central cloud team to do all of this stuff. And you say, okay, you have some dashboards inside your cloud provider, GCP, AWS, whatever it is, look to see where the costs are coming from, which is quite difficult. And even if you know, you can't do anything about it because you are not empowered to, change the resources of what a given squad or team has given to their database or given to their different services. Also, when alerts come in, you don't know what to do because you don't know what the business case is, what real load they are expected to be taking. And there's even tools now, they talk about kind of open cost and cube cost, but again, these tools are designed for central teams, but that's not really the way that we would like to do it. So today, what you can do, of course, is you can have central teams which delegates the alerts. So you get a problem, you go to the team, you say, okay, you need to fix this particular thing, and you advise the team how to fix it. But of course, this doesn't scale, especially in a smaller company where you don't have so many cloud platform engineers. This is really, really hard to scale. Even if you employ more people, again, it's really, really slow to actually get action. So, okay, you see this CPU, you see this memory is completely over-provisioned. It takes a long time for actually that happen. So in the context of this conference, you're talking about kind of going beyond the obvious. So the previous slide to me is what the obvious thing is, what normally you would do. But we try and do it differently. So again, we have our Carl path, we have 100% self-service to the engineers. So what we do is we empower them to actually see what inefficiencies that they have. We have a central, so when a service is created, we immediately create thresholds. So we know in general where people are wasting money. They're wasting money, for example, on having way too much CPU, way too much memory on their databases or also on the microservices, and we empower them to make good decisions. So we can actually give them alerts which tell them actually this is not efficient, you need to improve this, and we don't need to talk to them. They already get the alert directly to them. And we also have this central engineering portal, which I mentioned. So we're using Backstage from Spotify, which we've modified a bit. And inside there, you can actually see the cost per service for the different services that are going. So The engineers don't need to go into a cloud console, which is super confusing and seeing lots and lots of numbers and hard to see the specific costs for their particular scenario. They can see this inside Backstage. So again, we're empowering the engineers to make these good decisions. So the alerts are very specific. So I'm saying we're empowering them, but by empowering them, you have to use the tools that they're used to. So most of the engineers that inside Voi, at least, they're used to using Grafana to see alerts, and they're used to using Prometheus to store all their different metrics. So what we do is we do exactly the same. We provide the alerts on, say, for example, overprovisioning of databases, overprovisioning of services, overprovisioning of metrics, and they will see inside the graph the target that they have to be above, and they can see where there's kind of deviations. And when the alert happens, it sends it to their Slack or to Upstream or whatever it is, and it tells them exactly how to fix it. So, for example, it could be telling them that you've got some super high coordinating metrics, which are going to cost us a lot of money, so you need to reduce them as soon as possible. We can also tell them that they're logging way too much stuff. They need to reduce that as soon as possible. Same for the services, same for the databases. We can see all these things. These are exact same issues that we see all across all of the different services that we have within Voi. So yeah, they're used to this tooling. They understand the metrics. They know how to take action quite quickly. And then also we provide, as I mentioned before, we provide this engineering portal based upon Backstage. And inside this, it's a catalog. So lots of microservices at over 100, it could be 150, 200, and you can see the ownership of all the different services. And because we know the costs related to those services, we can actually show those costs in the portal. So when they're looking to see the documentation or they're looking to see other alerts that they have, they can actually see the costs sitting beside that, so they don't need to go somewhere else. So the costs are coming to them rather than them going to the cost, so to speak. And they can also group these numbers as well, not just by microservice, but also on team or business unit or whatever it is, or environment. It could be staging, production. So they can get a very clear number of where the costs are going, and they can track that as well. You can also incentivize them by saying, actually, these costs are equivalent to this CO2 equivalent, or the equivalent to this amount of beer per month, or the equivalent to this amount of new employees you could have working in your team per month if you didn't have such high costs for inefficiency. So we try and incentivize these things. And so some of the results that we've had, so we really started focusing on this, I think about 6 months ago, when we could see that actually the cloud costs were not proportional to our real actual usage. So what we've seen is that when we empower the engineers to actually see and act upon these alerts, they actually do want to do it. They just don't have the information traditionally. So when they have the information, they will actually go in there and they will actually fix the stuff. We've seen a 33% reduction in our cloud costs in 6 months purely by doing this kind of alerting and empowering the engineers. We've seen the logging volume drop enormously because they don't actually need a lot of these logs, and they're empowered to make these changes. And also, we have spent a lot less time talking to the engineers and nagging them, asking them to take away stuff that we actually knew that they didn't need. So what we can do then instead, of course, is actually build newer features, improve our portal, improve our continuous integration, continuous deployment pipelines, improve our self-service. So we can actually give a lot more value add rather than just spending the time doing the communication back and forth to the different teams. So it's been a really big success for us, and we're going to continue with that. Yes, that was my last slide for my very quick presentation.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Ronan. Unfortunately, or maybe we can do one quick one if there is one question, a really quick one, Ronan.
Yeah.
Hi. How fast, or is there an SLA, how fast your technical teams have to react on a cost alarm? How fast have the problems be solved?
We have different priorities. So we P1 to P5, and P1 most important, P5 least important. We put it as a P5. So we don't insist that they, for example, have this going to their Upstream alert, going to their phone, but it's more informational. But if it keeps coming up, then for sure we will push them a little bit to do that. But in most cases, they actually are pretty good at fixing them.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Unfortunately, we need to leave you, see you leaving. And yeah, hope that you enjoyed it, even if it was remote. So thanks a lot for being here.
Absolutely. And if you have any more questions, just contact me on LinkedIn and we can get in touch.
Perfect. Thank you. The applause is yours.
Do you believe in magic? here it's automatic. La da la da, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, mom, we made it. La da la da, ooh.
All right, now, there we go. Almost our final talk for today. I'm super excited to have with me now Shruti. She's a senior developer advocate at Restack, and she's very passionate about providing good products to developers. And she will talk today about the following: why open source is a product manager's best friend. So super happy to welcome you on stage. Shruti, the stage is yours. She will come in 1 minute. We have some technical issues, but now she's ready for her stage walk. There we go, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
So, hi, my name is Shruti Kuber, and today I'm here to talk about how open source tools are a product manager's best friends. And excuse my weird voice, I've had a cold for a while now. It's not COVID, I've tested, so you guys are fine. So it's just going to be a hoarse voice. So, like I said, today I'm going to talk to you about why open source are a product manager's best friends. And what I've seen is that in the last 5 to 6 years, product-led growth is being adopted by a lot of companies. A lot of companies have realized that if you adopt product-led growth, it's a very sustainable way to grow your company. And so as a result of it, what we have is a lot more product managers. We have a lot more product managers, and they're doing cool stuff to implement this product-led growth strategy within their tool, within their products. And so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what kind of tools are they using, what are they doing with these tools, and then why they should eventually adopt open source tools. So to begin with, I can give you a little bit about product-led growth in general, right? So what is product-led growth? Of course, it is having the user at the center of everything, but the way your product grows, the way your company grows, the way you acquire users, this is led by your product. Your product is at the forefront. Your product should speak for itself. And your product acts like the growth machine, the machine that you need to get users, have them use your product. Everything needs to be built into the product. And so all this is still a little vague. So allow me to explain a little further. Product-led growth or not, you need to know who your user is. You need to know who are you building this product for. You need to know where they're coming from, what are their pain points. So as an example, at Restack, it took us some time to figure out who our user was. But eventually, when we found out that, hey, you know, our user is someone who wants to deploy on Kubernetes and that they don't know much about it, but they're super excited to learn. Once we had that figured out, it was much easier to build the product that we have today. And so after this, if you want to implement a product-led growth strategy, the thing is you need to find a way to do all the next steps, which is acquisition and retention and all those things. So you need to find a way to have these steps built into your product. What does this mean? So if you look at the famous Pirate framework, right? The first step here is acquisition. And you want to find a way to ingrain acquisition or get users to use your product with least amount of help from sales and marketing. I'm not saying you don't use sales and marketing, but your product needs to do the talking. And as an example, you have AWS giving 100 free credits when you sign up. Or I think 5 years ago at TechCrunch Disrupt Berlin, I was there participating in something, and Revolut was here, and they were just giving out cards. And that giving out card made me actually look at what it was, download the app, and I'm still a user. So that clearly worked. So so the strategy of getting users to use you should be built into your product. So something like these free credits always help. And it's one thing about getting people to sign up to your product. The next thing is getting them to do something in your product, right? It's getting the activation, so to say. So if it's like an API call, you're doing a lot of things. You want the user to, let's say, get an authentication key, you put in the parameters and then hit get or post or one of those things. So there's a lot of steps involved in this. So a lot of people might drop out. Again, your product should be built in a way that it makes it super easy, super intuitive for your user to actually make that API call, to actually, get the first bolt right, or actually put in the first Bestellung, I don't know, the first order. And once you do that, what helps is having these sort of onboarding processes. So I have seen these tours that that tools have. So I really like them. When you get in it intuitively, you know what you need to do. There are just like 3 or 5 steps, but it's really helpful for the person to know, okay, where do I go? This is a completely new platform and I need to know how to go and where to go. So something like that really helps. And once you have people evaluate your tool, evaluate your product, you want them to go from that first free tier to becoming a paying customer. And again, the way, of course, you can call them, harass them, that please pay, don't do that. But the way you can do it with your product is by making the whole process very transparent. If my user knows how much are they going to build for, what services are they using, how much do these services cost, so a very clear price plan, a very clear usage data. If they get all of this within the product, they're more likely to pay for your services. If they know that they're not going to be overcharged or there's not going to be any surprise elements, they'll be super confident about paying for your product. And of course, the other part being that your product is really giving them value. It's doing what they want to do. So that's the retention part, right? When you want to retain your customers, they've paid one time, you want them to pay every time, every month, whatever your subscription plan is. And so the way to get them to use your product constantly is super simple and at the same time super difficult, is just make a good product. Make a good product that solves their problem, make a good product that solves the pain that they came here for, and focus on building that core value in your product, and your customer, your user will stay. And once they stay for good, right, once they know that your product is doing it for them, they would be advocates of your products. They would be more than happy to tell their other developer friends or other colleagues to use your product. And it's the same case, it's worked with me. So the first day I used Revolut, I've been there, I call myself their unofficial brand ambassador because I've been talking about Revolut to all of them. So in that sense, people are more than happy to recommend the product. And what can give this a little push further is adding sort of features that want people to refer. So like a referral system is when you say, hey, you get extra 20 credits if you have one user, or you get extra credits in general if you have more users coming in. And so if there are some former students, current students here, we all know that we've abused the Bolt referral system just to get free cab rides all over Berlin. So we know it works. So this is how you can bring in the product-led growth or bring in the whole framework built into the product. And this is essentially what product-led growth is that have the product do all the talking, build in features into your product to make your product the growth machine, to have sustainable growth in your company, in your product, and have a great product that people want to use, that people want to pay for. And so in this context, what happens is normally the product-led, normally the pirate framework or some growth framework is rather the responsibility of the marketing teams or sales teams. But when it comes to product-led growth, you are implementing, the product teams are implementing all these steps. So a lot of these KPIs, the product managers are responsible for. So what exactly does a product manager do in this context? And I happen to have worked with a really cool product manager a couple of years ago in one of my older companies, Liz. And I worked very closely with her, and she had a lot on her plate. So I'm going to tell you a few things that she worked on and how she was going about it. And yeah, so one of the first things, like I said, is that getting to know your user. So Liz used to conduct a lot of interviews of potential users, trying to really find out who they are, where they come from, why would they come to our product, what other things are they using. And so we had this whole Airtable where we had a bunch of interview questions, what we had inferred from the interviews, and then we had this persona that was created. And of course, like a nice, good startup, we had the printout of the persona everywhere in the office. So then we had all this, and then of course next came when they want to solve this problem, when they want to use our product. Let's say they want to deploy something on one of the EC2 instances, let's say, yeah. So what are the steps that the user has to go through? And the idea was to make these steps as easy as possible. So if it's like deploying something on an EC2 instance, what does the user have to do? So they have to, let's say, log in. They have to enter their AWS credentials maybe. And so all these steps were really nicely charted out. And then we tried different ways to sort of focus on the pain points, focus on the bottlenecks, and build those features first. Get that ease into using the product. Once that was done, we wanted to know how people are using our product. And so we used a combination of Hotjar to sort of do session recording and see what people are doing, where people are getting stuck. And then also Heap to sort of monitor where are people coming from. Are they reading our blogs? Are they, hovering on our pricing page for way too long? Does that mean our pricing page is not clear enough, and all those things? So we really monitored those, took feedbacks into consideration. And then when it came to talking to our customers, solving their queries, or if they were stuck somewhere, providing them help with Intercom. Apart from this is just the product-related part, right? Apart from this, Liz was also using a lot of product management tools. So we were doing project tracking in Jira, assigning different tickets to different teams, and prioritization, etc. And then I was from DevRel, so I was getting direct feedback from the users, the developers. And so we were doing these feedback sort of meetings where we provided the feedback to Liz and her team, and we did these triaging of these feedbacks and which one to take in the next sprint and all of that. So we did a lot of retrospective meetings as well. And all of this, we used Miro and collaboration tools because, there was a pandemic, so we couldn't be in one room to discuss all these things. And then, of course, she was sort of working with the design team to give feedback on the templates, on the design templates, and of course, she used Figma for it. And then finally, she had to report all of this to higher officials. And all the CXOs wanted to use Tableau because all CXOs always somehow want to use Tableau. They don't want to get out of it. So then she had to put all this in a Tableau and have a separate dashboard, and could not use the Heap or Hotjar dashboard as well. So you know where I'm getting at. What is happening is this is just one team. And this is one team in a big organization which is using already a lot of tools. And then there are, of course, alternative to these tools. So Airtable has this smart sheet, which some other team is using. And then there was this other manager who comes in with a baggage of some other tool that they are used to because they used that in the previous team. And so what is happening is there is a bunch of tools that a single company is using. And what happens is a tools a lot, like a cobbles a lot. And I love that word. It just describes what this is. Your data is everywhere, and every tool is reading data from the other tool, and there is no single source of truth. And of course, your infra team is like, okay, now we need a single source of truth, and you want to pull in data from everywhere, keep it in sync, and then your infra team is just solving these issues that, hey, data from HubSpot is getting duplicated. I need to know if my dashboard is giving me the real answers, and so on. So you're putting too much pressure on the infra team as well to just solve things that could have been easier. And this is where what happens is this is where you think about why did you start using all these different tools in the first place. And the reason being, these tools are super nice about pulling you in. They give you these amazing startup offers, free first year for startups, free user, free tier, and all those things. And they genuinely have really good free tiers. But what happens is, as the evaluation year sort of ends, you start seeing different costs. You start seeing that, hey, it was not free. It was just a way to pull you in. But what has happened is you've been using these tools for a year now. All your data, your product data, your customers' data is already in them, and now you don't know how to get out of it. You're vendor locked. And if you want to get out of it, there's probably an API that you can, you can pull your data, but then that API is limited, or there is a paywall. They say that, hey, if you want all your data, you can sort of use our customer services, and then they charge you for it and all those things. And what happens is you are really in a pickle. You don't know how to migrate your data, and your costs are just piling up. And don't get me started with Figma. They recently said they're moving to, they did move to Adobe, and I don't even know what are we in for. Are they going to increase their pricing? Is it going to be within the whole Adobe suite? I have no idea. So we just don't know what is going to happen. And so I feel this is where open source swoops in. And it has always been there. We just didn't know, or rather we refuse to understand the potential of open source. We know, but we we forget very often that there are so many open source tools in the market which are the same or have the same functionality as, let's say, the SaaS tools that we use. It's just that we fail to understand its importance, and a lot of these tools are built on top of open source tools. So then, other than just the, open source is free, what is it doing? It is solving a lot of problems that we spoke about. So the first thing is, open source tools are super, super stackable. Like I said, if you are vendor locked, but then you decide that, hey, I want to run something else. So for example, tomorrow I decide I want to get some marketing data from like an ad I ran on TikTok. And so if I were using Fivetran as my source integrator, Fivetran did not have a TikTok connector until a while ago. And at that point, if you told them that, hey, I want this, they would be like, cool, just wait until we make one. And they did make one eventually, but then you did not have your data with you. With open source, I can just either get Airbyte, connect my data, bring in that data into Postgres, connect it to my post hoc product data, product analytics data, and see everything I want to. And again, of course, if there is no connector, I can build it myself. It's fairly easy to build it myself, or the community is super huge. The community is really supporting, so you can just pull up, open an issue, and I'm pretty sure someone will help you make that connector. So stacking up open source tool on top of each other and using different source is easier in that context, because you don't have to wait for someone. There's no wall which says, hey, you can't do this right now. You can, if you want to, your team can just do it and build a complete data pipeline using open source tools. And of course, there's also the thing that with open source tools, the stack that you build does not have to be based upon what sort of features that the tool already gives you. You can basically decide, hey, I want this feature, and this tool seems good, I can build that stack. I don't have to wait for what features a SaaS tool offers me. So that's where open source makes you sort of free from the vendor in that case. The other thing is, of course, you read Product Hunt, you read Hacker News, and there is a new tool coming in every day. So you want to try out a new tool, and with open source, it is as easy as running it in your local machine. And if it fits your requirements, you just start using it. And then when all the data is with you, and when you're not vendor locked in, you can make that decision much easily. You don't have to depend on a bunch of requests that you do, and then a follow-up sales calls that, hey, why are you leaving us? Maybe we can give you this, maybe we can give you that. You don't have to go through any of it. If the tool meets your requirement, you can easily migrate. And of course, I'm not trying to make migration sound super easy. It takes its time, but then it's much easier when it comes to open source to make that decision that I want to migrate into a newer tool. And then it completely depends on the requirements of the team. And so then the next part is that, of course, we've spoken about it, that you can do this data migration because the data is in your control. And at all times, you know that no one else is using your data, no one else is using your customers' data, and the data is in your cloud, not in the vendor's cloud. And of course, you have this feature, rather, or you know this, that inherently your tool is data compliant, or GDPR compliant, or even making it HIPAA compliant can be much easier because you have complete control over the data. You can host it in the region you want, in the region that the customer requires it to be. And so inherently your tool is data compliant, GDPR compliant, CCPA compliant, and all those other compliances that you have. So in that sense, I feel that having using open source tools in your product journey helps solve a lot of the problems, a lot of the issues that you would normally face while using SaaS tools. And it doesn't hurt that it's free. So you can host it and you don't have to pay anything other than hosting fees, of course, but you don't have to pay the vendor anything. You're not vendor locked in. Your data is yours, securely yours. And you can stack it up and make your own customized data pipeline. If you have a new feature, you can move to a better, newer connector or a newer feature much easier. And so, that is why I feel that open source is a product manager's best friend, and that more and more product managers should start using open source tools at the beginning when the company is much smaller, and it makes it much easier to scale up when you go ahead. And so at Restack, we really like open source, clearly, and we want to make the experience of using open source very easy. So if you have any open source tools that you use every day, which you like to discuss about, which you like to talk to me about, or if you found something on Hacker News or on the ongoing Hacktoberfest, you can find me somewhere around, lurking around in the lounge area. So yeah, thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot, Shruti. So it looks like that we have some time for questions. Are there one or two in the audience? Yes.
Hello, thank you first for the great talk. What about security issues? I mean, open source software is free available, and also I can use it to design attacks quickly.
So with security issues, of course, you have to have them built into the network, like the fabric of your company. But I think even with when you're using SaaS, of course, it's easier. They provide things like SSO and other capabilities. But I think if you decide that you want to have your complete stack open source, when you build in the security component yourself, you can, of course, replicate it to the other tools as well. And so, yes, there is an extra effort required. But again, there is a sense of control that you have, which makes it easier. So if there is a breach, you know that you're not affected, or rather, you know you're safe when your team is monitoring it, instead of the team mailing you that, hey, yesterday, so-and-so company was affected with a data breach, and we need to see if you're affected.
So thanks a lot for the great talk. I have a question related to costs also a bit, because, I mean, yes, they are free, but isn't it the case that you have opportunity costs of, like, you have to have a DevOps person somewhat, which is not a very cheap person to have normally. And if you're a product manager, and I myself am a product manager, and without a tech background, so just like pulling it down there, running it on your machine for your entire company, doesn't sound like an easy challenge, which obviously is a lot easier if you, I don't know, hit up the support for Miro or hit up the support for name the SaaS product, and you tell them, hey guys, we need more support, more people, the server is down, like all those things. How do you counterweigh that?
Sorry, excuse me. So yeah, thank you for the question. So I think I'm trying to make this not sound super like that I'm pitching our product. So the way I think about it is, if you have this built in from the beginning, in the longer term, the costs are much lesser. Because you know that if you were going to work on this stack for long term, if you have one person maintaining this, the cost does not multiply in the way for every tool. So if you have one person who is maintaining, let's say, a servers or something, there's no additional cost with extra tools. I'm really sorry. Whereas if you're using different tools, every time you call a customer support, you're going to be charged separately. Every time you're paying different subscriptions and maintaining all those subscriptions. So I think in the longer run, the cost is definitely lesser. And it's a good question, because that is exactly the problem sort of we were looking at when we built Restack. So the whole point of building of Restack was the same, that, hey, how can someone without, let's say, without having a DevOps person, because they're super expensive to hire. And a small company with like 5-10 people cannot afford them. So with Restack, we're trying to solve exactly that problem, that as a product manager who does not have, let's say, infra experience, you can just come and deploy open source tools, and then we give you everything else built in, and so that you don't have to worry about maintaining it and hiring someone to make sure it's running properly.
One more question, if there is one. If not, then thanks a lot again, Shruti, for being here. And as you said, you will be outside for some more questions if there will come some up.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks again.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La-da, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, Mom, we made it. La-da, ooh.
Technologie ist, was der Mensch daraus macht. Oder Millionen von Menschen. Technologie bringt uns zusammen. Und zusammen können wir alles erreichen. Wir sind die Gigabit Company. Das Netz ist unsere Aufgabe. Damit verbinden wir Menschen und Maschinen. Jeden Tag. Und bauen an einer besseren Zukunft. Unsere Vision? Die Gigabit-Gesellschaft in Deutschland. Jeder Zweite im Land ist unser Kunde. Zusammen geben wir immer neue Anstöße. Von Gesundheit bis Bildung, von Politik bis Familie. Wir halten Deutschland am Laufen, selbst dann, wenn die Welt stillstehen muss. Ihr seht uns nicht, aber wir sind immer da. Im Boden, in der Luft, mit euch auf der Couch und bald überall. Mit dem ersten 5G-Echtzeitnetz für Deutschland und maßgeschneiderten Lösungen für Unternehmen können wir zusammen Neues schaffen. Fähren lernen, autonom zu fahren. Fußballspiele werden in Echtzeit mobil übertragen. Wissenschaft und Wirtschaft revolutionieren sich selbst. Wir können Container digital sichern, kochen wie Profis, in den Autos von morgen die Zukunft erleben und unseren Kindern die ganze Welt an die Hand geben. Mit der technologischen Power unserer Netze und mit den Menschen, die sie nutzen, ihnen Leben einhauchen. Bunt, jung, alt, völlig verschieden. Laut, still, stolz, anspruchsvoll. Umweltbewusst, genau wie wir. Das ist der Herzschlag einer neuen Zeit. Alles verändert sich. Und zusammen können wir alles verändern. Mehr Schritte aufeinander zu. Mehr Fortschritt zusammen. Und die Welt heute, morgen, jeden Tag immer besser machen. Das ist Together We Can.
Of all the numbers that matter in business, here's the one that matters most. 7.7 billion. Because that's how many people there are on this planet. We believe in an inclusive, sustainable digital economy that works for everyone. So every day, we work with banks, merchants, businesses, cities, and governments to solve human needs with human ideas. Every capability we build on, every investment we make, and every partnership we enter into is driven by MasterCard's mission to improve people's lives. We're helping retailers reimagine how people shop, developing new digital-first payment experiences, helping independent workers thrive in the gig economy, enabling people and businesses to move money around the world, making transactions of all kinds safer and more secure, developing new artificial intelligence solutions to detect and fight fraud, giving people and businesses more control over their financial data, modernizing commercial payments for businesses of all sizes all around the world, empowering every business everywhere to drive economic equality, all in a pursuit of our vision of an economy where everyone can reach their potential. And we continue to redefine the look, the feel, and even the sound of a brand that touches the lives of billions of people every day. At MasterCard, we are here to help our partners help people. Because we believe when you start with people, you can start something priceless. Of all the numbers that matter in business, here's the one that matters most: 7.7 billion. Because that's how many people there are on this planet. We believe in an inclusive, sustainable digital economy that works for everyone. So every day, we work with banks, merchants, businesses, cities, and governments to solve human needs with human ideas. Every capability we build on, every investment we make, and every partnership we enter into is driven by MasterCard's mission to improve people's lives. We're helping retailers reimagine how people shop, developing new digital-first payment experiences, helping independent workers thrive in the gig economy, enabling people and businesses to move money around the world, making transactions of all kinds safer and more secure, developing new artificial intelligence solutions to detect and fight fraud, giving people and businesses more control over their financial data, modernizing commercial payments for businesses of all sizes all around the world, empowering every business everywhere to drive economic equality, all in a pursuit of our vision of an economy where everyone can reach their potential. And we continue to redefine the look, the feel, and even the sound of a brand that touches the lives of billions of people every day. At MasterCard, we are here to help our partners help people. Because we believe when you start with people, you can start something priceless. Of all the numbers that matter in business, here's the one that matters most: 7.7 billion. Because that
All right, there we go. So final talk for today in this cinema, and I'm super excited about having Dr. Richard Schwenke here, founder and CEO at PriceLoop, and formerly worked at McKinsey and founded the e-commerce platform Contorion. So he will today talk about 5 practical tips for data-driven e-commerce and retail pricing. So super happy to have you here today, Richard. And I would say the stage is yours. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Hi everyone. Yeah, thanks for having me here, and thanks for coming over. Actually, given the time, Friday afternoon, 4:30, I'm actually very pleased to see a cinema that is already relatively full on a topic that is not as broad as many other topics on the agenda today. So yeah, awesome that you're all here. Quick introduction to myself. As already said, I'm a founder and CEO at PriceLoop, and prior to that, I spent 6 years co-founding Contorion. I also see some Contorion faces, and already met some Contorion faces in the crowd. And before that, I spent some time at McKinsey, also doing pricing projects, among many other things. So let's talk about pricing, and pricing in the context of e-commerce and multi-channel, but also if there are questions and if there's broader audience here, then also happy to try to answer questions a little bit beyond that scope. So let's talk about pricing in more general terms and around the general industry of e-commerce, multi-channel, and beyond. Let's call it like that. And today I would like to, first of all, figure out a little bit what the audience is. So I talked to some people who are more in the enterprise field and were interested in pricing in e-commerce, multi-channel enterprise. And I also met some people who say, hey, I just want to start my Shopify business. So that's quite a broad audience, obviously. So maybe if you can give me a hand, and I can actually, in terms of like our experience we have at PriceLoop, and also personally, I can hopefully answer questions for smaller sellers on marketplaces, but also for enterprise. So maybe if you can give me a hand, a quick poll. Who of you is more interested in mid to larger enterprise pricing? You can give me a hand. Okay, and who of you is more interested in smaller, let's say, less than 100K per month revenue marketplace pricing? Okay, so good. Then we have a slight advantage for the enterprise. Then I will stick to my original presentation. That's good. But I will promise if we have some time left, then also happy to answer some marketplace questions, and also have some slides actually also for that topic. So let's see where it takes us. Let's try to make it a bit interactive over the course of the talk. Yeah, so 5 practical tips for data-driven pricing. I think the big thing here is data-driven, right? One huge thing that is actually there in terms of improvement potential is to make pricing data-driven in the first place. And what do I mean with data-driven? I mean with data-driven to actually close the feedback loop between the price you set and the performance you get out of it. And then learn from that performance in whatever technical way you do it, be it with a fancy machine learning model that you train and that learns all the time, or be it just by simple things like actually doing price tests and test different prices for your products, analyze the performance manually in some way, and then take systematic actions on it. So that all of that is data-driven because it closes the feedback loop between the price you set and the performance you get out of it. And the whole topic, in whatever way you do it, is from my point of view, huge. So back at my days at Contorion, I learned about the powerfulness of this topic, where we actually ran A/B tests on different kind of like strategies in pricing, and we saw really significant double-digit uplifts in profit. So this is where it really sparked my passion, because I saw the potential impact of it. So yeah, the number one point is actually relatively simple, but it's also something that I had to learn a bit painfully. It's work on your input data. So if you're excited about implementing a pricing solution, be it in-house, built in-house, or be it to implement a new pricing team in your company that is supposed to work on pricing and get the most out of it, or if you want to use a tool from the market, you should actually not consider doing that before you have a reasonably good data foundation. So to try to implement a pricing solution that even automatically sets your prices or tries to automate and optimize your prices in some way, before you have a stable input data situation, is more or less a waste of time. And that is really like the one thing that we at PriceLoop also learned in our very first projects. And so we also invested a lot of time, and it was a learning for everyone involved. But you can actually save yourself a lot of time if you first work on basically the foundation of your data and make sure that you have the data that you want to use in pricing, and that doesn't have to be all data points that you can think of that you ever want to use, right? But the minimum set that you really believe is necessary for your business model, and we come to what that might be in a second because it's quite diverse. But the really relevant data, it should be there. It should be there in good data quality, in good data recency, and so on and so forth. So it can be an output from some system. It can be, from your data warehouse. But there should be a process in place to deliver your data. It can also be if you're using a shop system like standardized like Shopify, and you have a good data interface where you can get your data out of it, maybe you're already done and you can kind of jump the step. But in case you have a more complex architecture with custom built shop systems, etc., data readiness is really definitely the first step before you consider basically to build an automated or automatic pricing on top of it. Yeah, so just to make it a bit more concrete, what data am I talking about? So typically in pricing, I mean the very minimum data that you need is given here. So it's around your costs, it's around product data, right? So the very beginning, the very basic product data stuff. So what are the variants? What are the categories? What are the brands, and so on and so forth. Then inventory data, competitor data, sales data, etc. That comes then at some point. If you want to do data-driven pricing, as I described at the beginning, you will not get around to also use sales data, because that is actually, and maybe even also click data and other customer behavior data, because that is actually where the loop closes between your price and the actual performance that you're seeing. The second point, consider future changes. So this is also a learning that, throughout different pricing projects and topics and implementations that I saw, this is actually a very big topic, and it's something that you underestimate when you, or many people, also myself in the past, underestimated upon starting the project. What do I mean with it? So usually when you start a pricing project in an enterprise setting, let's now really consider the enterprise setting. Usually there's something like an RFP or like a specification that you would like to have your pricing solution to be able to do. You basically set the goal for the implementation project. You implement the solution. Oftentimes it's supposed to take 2 months, and at the end of the day, due to data constraints and so on and so forth, it might take longer. In many cases. And at the end of the day, when you actually have the solution ready, you feel that, okay, already 40 or 50% of my initial requirements are kind of outdated. But along the way of the project, I learned that I actually want to have some new requirements on top. And this is actually relatively, like in today's dynamic world, for example, the changes in purchase prices, like the dramatic changes in purchase prices that many companies saw over the last 18 months. These kind of things really make it an imperative to be super agile and to be able to react fast. And so this is just something to keep in mind when you start thinking about implementing pricing in whatever way you do it. Just keep in mind when you start the project that your specifications that you write down at the beginning of the project are going to change very fast, and that 50% of your specifications are unlikely to survive the first 6 months. Yeah, in dramatic words, right? But it's also very likely that there will be new specifications on top. And again, to make this a little bit more concrete, what might be things that could change? For example, a new profit margin target. Yeah, I don't want to get too much into the details, but oftentimes you also work with competitor rules. Then you might want to use new competitor rules and say, okay, we now have a strategic goal to never be X% more expensive than competitor ABC. Additional channels might lead to additional channel conflicts. You might want to introduce new promotion types, or there is some new kind of way the market works because of disruptions like supply chain issues and so on and so forth, and you want to be able to react to that. So all of this, it might be just parameter changes in your pricing solution, but it might easily also lead to new rules, new things you have to implement, and it's just really important to consider this already when you build it so that you're able to react to it. Yeah, number 3, test. So who of you already has experience or already did or was in a team that already did pricing tests and really tried kind of like different price points or tried A/B tests and pricing? Who already did things like that? Ah, cool. All right, already some of you. Okay, that's great. I mean, testing. Actually, at the end of the day, testing is kind of like the heart of being data-driven, right? And to really do live tests. And in pricing, I just give you 2 examples of how tests might look like. Relatively trivial test, but they can actually be pretty effective if you have a product that has a reasonable amount of sales and is turning reasonably well. A really trivial test that really works looks like this, that you simply set like 3-4 different price points that are in a range that they make sense. And you can do this based on fancy machine learning models, but you can also come up with these price points based on reasonable assumptions on your elasticity in a certain category or on the markup margin in a certain category, and basically give it a range and say, okay, usually I will have 20, 30, or 40% of markup, and I select a relatively broad range, because if it's your first A/B test, you should probably rather select it relatively broad if you can, in terms of like your business circumstances, to really make sure that you get a signal. Yeah, and then you can create such a random walk of your prices for a given product. I mean, it obviously depends a bit on the business that you're in, but assuming that you have an e-commerce business where you can relatively easily change the price every day, you could do something like this, that you just change the price every 1 to 3 days, do that randomly, and then you have a, hopefully at the end of the day, after some weeks, you will have a relatively good and unbiased picture of how your profit looks like for the different price points. And this is actually real data that I'm showing here. So this is actually a laser pointer. Yeah. So the upper one is the unit sold for a given product, and the lower one is the PC3 for a given product. And yeah, simple and effective. You can see here that the price point number 1, so they're ranked here. 0 was the original price before the test. -1 was basically around about 15% down in this case. 1 was around about 15% up, and 2 was, I think, 25% up. And you can see that the price point 1, so around about 15% up, had the highest PC3, so profit margin after marketing costs, and is thus the optimal price. So simple as that. There are a zillion things that you might criticize here, like asking about cannibalization, all of this. This is all true, so you have to also consider, does this approach fit your business model, obviously? But assuming that you have a business model where you have a limited cannibalization, for example, when you sell on a marketplace where there are also a lot of other sellers selling similar products, then you can probably assume that your cannibalization might be relatively low. Then you can do simple things like that in a very effective way. When you want to make it a bit more advanced, and when you're talking about like optimizing and trying out different pricing strategies for a larger assortment, for example, then another thing that you can do is to run an A/B test. So again, this is real data that you're seeing here, and this is basically a simple difference in difference test. Yeah? So there was a product split, which means that half of the products were put into a control group, randomly selected. The other half of the product was put into a test group. And again, a bit of controlled randomness to make sure that not all the top sellers are in one group, and so on and so forth. And then you apply your new pricing strategy, whatever that might be, that you try to test against your current pricing strategy, and basically try to figure out if your hypotheses that this might actually be better or worse, or hopefully better, pay out in terms of the goal that the goal function that you're after. So in this case, it's basically a profit that has been optimized, and as you can see here, it was kept relatively simple. So here the comparison is during the test, and the test was running, I think, around about 2 or 3 weeks. And then we took the 4 weeks before the test as a control period, and the comparison goes, essentially we look at the performance of the control group before the test on an average week, so the 4 weeks divided by 4, and the performance of the test group before the test, so without actually the treatment applied, just to already see how the groups differed in their performance before. So even if you do it completely random, they will always differ a little bit, right? So because there's some variance, obviously. And then you compare this performance to what actually happens when you apply the treatment during the test to your treatment group or to your test group, and you keep the control group as it was. And then you can hopefully see that if everything works well, that the test group will have basically a performance uplift, so has a higher slope in this graph here than the other group, and basically goes up in the difference comparison. So in this case, the uplift was 13% in terms of net profit at the end of the day, and you can see that both groups actually went up, but the test group went up even more. And this is how you can then show it. If you want to make it a bit more advanced, you can also plot the variance in the difference. So if you want to make it like a statistical difference in difference analysis, you can also show standard deviation, variance, and confidence that the groups are actually different, and go into the details there. Yeah, then the fourth one is a bit more. Less data crunching kind of thing. So align pricing with business goals. This is also something that we see a lot is at the beginning of a pricing project and implementation. There should always be a good business planning and discussion on what is actually the goal that you're trying to achieve. And the goals are really, really different. Even when you just look at e-commerce and multi-channel, goals are dramatically different depending on the business model you're having. And actually, it is often the case that one company for different assortments, different categories, or different channels actually has quite different goals. To make it a bit more concrete, what I'm talking about, for example, in fast fashion, you usually want to look a lot at your inventory. So in fast fashion, it's about you buy products. For example, in winter, you buy the stuff for your summer season. And then during the summer season, you want to make sure that at the end of the summer season, you're sold out, because you don't want to keep the stuff until the next summer. And then you have this markdown, and you have basically the price that usually walks down across the season, and the goal is to get the most out of the assortment that you buy, obviously, but at the same time also make sure that you have as little overstock as possible at the end of the season. And this is a pretty different optimization problem when you talk about pricing and a different goal function than, for example, an over-the-counter medication company, where you just want to grow the profit per product category every month while gaining market share, for example. Yeah? So this is a typical goal that we hear from, for example, an over-the-counter medication company. Because they don't really have the purchasing problem. They say, okay, we have our supplier that works really well. We just place an order. We have it in our warehouse relatively soon. So disposition and ordering is not an issue. We can assume kind of unlimited inventory, but we also don't have to sell a lot. So basically just optimize it and get the most out of it per month. I don't care how much I sell. So, and this is really like unique to every business. So there it's really important before building a pricing solution or purchasing one or whatever, implementing one, it's super important to become really clear about what are your business goals and what do you actually want to achieve with your pricing at the end of the day. Yeah, here are a bunch of questions. I don't want to bother you reading all of them. It's already Friday, relatively late. But if anything of this is like of interest to you, then also feel free to take a picture. These are questions that we usually ask when we talk to enterprise companies for the first time about pricing and to also kind of like understand the requirements a little bit better. So, for example, like a very typical thing and very much at the beginning is channels, interaction of channels. What is the brand positioning of the company? How does the assortment look like? Is it highly competitive? Who are competitors, obviously? Then topic of inventory that I just touched on, product life cycle, short or long, customer segment specific pricing, and the product complexity. So those are just, it's a selection, but those are usually our top and first questions that we ask. And after that, it's a little bit clearer to understand where the whole journey goes to. Yeah, last but not least, use machine learning if you can. I mean, it obviously not only depends on the skills and on the people or on the tools that you use or whatever, but it also depends a lot on the data you have if you can use machine learning. But it's probably not a secret anymore. Machine learning and pricing can actually deliver huge added value. And so that's in the last 8 minutes of my talk, I now want to squeeze a lot of content in and basically get your brains working for the last 5 minutes really hard. So let's see if that works, but I will also try to make it as simple as possible. So yeah, bear with me. Basically, one way of how you can do machine learning and pricing is to have and this is not the only way, there are a lot of different ways actually, but one way that you can do it, and this is a very common way, is to have an AI model that predicts a demand function, for example, on an SKU level, so on a single product level, you get this demand function, which is basically the causal relationship between price and demand. So this tells you, hey, if I increase my price 10%, I will lose X% in sales. And this you feed into an optimizer. The optimizer basically optimizes this thing around your business goals. Typically, you do that by just doing a grid search. So usually you already know, okay, I have my range of price points that are reasonable and that I want to use. So I don't want to use like any random floating number price point. I want to end on 0.90 or whatever. And then you just compare the different price points possible, pick the one that has the highest goal function, potentially apply some post-processing to it. So if you say, okay, strategically I want to be in a certain corridor and so on and so forth, some rule-based things, and then out comes a price. And then with that price you can circle back, as I said at the beginning, the sales and the prices and historically and so on and so forth, and you can feed that into the machine learning model and basically update it continuously so that it always keeps on learning. So this is something, as you can do it. Another approach is very different, but you can also use an approach that directly tries to predict the optimal price using some sort of an agent machine learning model, but happy to go into the details after the talk if you're interested. How does it look like in the real world? So this is an example where we look at an assortment, so selection of different products. And for different what we call lambda values. So this is basically a goal parameter to control, in this particular case, if you want to optimize for revenue or for margin. So if you want to optimize only for profit margin and maximize my profit, it's lambda 0. If I want to have a high revenue component, I put it to lambda 0.6, for example. Then I'm optimizing a lot for revenue. And as you can see, if I only optimize for profit, then the profit is also maximal. And if I increase my lambda, then I'm doing more revenue, but I'm actually going down in profit. And if I'm decreasing my lambda to the negative range, I'm going down both in profit and revenue, but the percentage margin is going up, and that might also be a strategic goal for some businesses. So this is how this looks like if you have this optimization going, and you basically then have this goal function where you have parameters for the goal function and can do scenario simulations and forecasting based on this, which is quite a nice tool when you're doing this in practice. Yeah, then also if you run machine learning models, and this is an example from a little bit more sophisticated model that we deploy. This is a deep learning model, and this is basically a model that predicts in a non-parametric way the causal price-demand relationship. So it extracts from the data. This is now an example for a specific SKU. So we're now looking at one particular SKU, which is a handbag actually. And it basically tells you, okay, if I put it at, where is it, 34.99, then I will do this amount of sales. And then from that, you can calculate easily what is going to be a profit. And you can see that it was chosen here so that this point gets the optimal profit. And this is why it's the optimal price at the end of the day. And the challenge here is, of course, to build a machine learning model to give you this kind of output here, right? And this is also, if you build such a machine learning model, the challenge is also around trying to make it really mimic and forecast the causal relationship and not just the correlation. So here the whole topic in machine learning for pricing, the big challenge if you're building such a forecasting or prediction model is to really make it a causal model and make sure that it's not just you're getting some correlation, but it's actually not a causality, and then you cannot build on it. And to get that right is quite a challenge. If you're interested in that, I thought this would be a little bit too much detail and too much number crunching for such a kind of like an overview presentation here. But if you're interested in the topic, then just please ping me. I will have my contact details in a second. Yeah, what else can you do with pricing and machine learning? If you have something like inventory, then obviously it's probably a good idea to also forecast your inventory development. And this is also something that we see in practice. So this is basically how it looks like if you do a so-called quantile forecast for inventory. Basically, you can predict the 5th percent quantile, which is the magenta line. So this is like if you want to prevent overstock, this is your optimistic forecast, so to speak. So this is the line where with 95% probability you will have more inventory. Then you have the 50th quantile. So this is the line where with 50% probability you will have more inventory, and with 50% you will have less. And then you have the orange line here with, in this case, is the 80th quantile. So with a 80% probability you will have less inventory than that. So this is kind of like more or less the upper bound, but there's some remaining probability that we have more, but this gives you also like the uncertainty of it, which is actually quite important when you do pricing with inventory. Yeah, and with that, I'm already through. Thanks a lot for your attention on this relatively, I think, broad topic. Are there any questions from the audience? Yep.
Thank you. Hi, Alexei. My question is, so you worked on a lot of different pricing projects in a very data-driven way, I heard today. So what are the top 3 patterns you have seen and found that we can take away today, and where we don't need to be data-driven, we just know that based on all your projects, they might be a good idea?
The top 3 patterns. I mean, I tried to cover them here a little bit already, right? So, I mean, one pattern that we really see a lot is basic data readiness. So, really make sure that the input data, the basic input data, is there in a clean way, and also in a good data quality. Other patterns we see.
So maybe I can rephrase my question. So, not patterns in terms of using a data model, but actually, so what would be the patterns that the data model gives you as an output?
Okay.
Because I don't have like millions of data points, but I still want to optimize my pricing.
Got it. So yeah, I mean, actually what we see a lot is that prices or price demand functions are not always the way you expect them. So oftentimes they're actually flat, or sometimes they even go up a little bit. Especially now we're also in the field of doing Amazon pricing. So we're doing the Amazon seller pricing a lot. And also having basically this exploration algorithm that I showed in one of the tips. And you can see in this exploration that sometimes if you have a higher price, you actually have more sales. So even your sales go up. And then actually on Amazon, that means that also in turn your ranking actually goes up with a higher price, because Amazon pushes click-through rate, conversion rate, but also price. So if you have a higher price and the same conversion rate, Amazon will push you higher in the ranking. So this is also something nice to know. And in many cases, or in some cases, not in many, like it's definitely less than 50%, but in very many cases you can see that you have a higher price and even your sales go up. And that of course is a gold nugget if you find it. Cool. Then, yeah, I think I'm already 45 seconds over. So thanks a lot for your attention. Enjoy the rest of the conference. And yeah, have an awesome weekend, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, Richard. All right, before we leave this cinema, very important information. At 6 p.m., our after party starts in the club, which is called Soda. So very happy to see you all there. Free drinks, nice people, and I hope some more networking and question answers. Thank you.
Amazing how it's happening. Look here, Mom, we made it. La da, la da, ooh.
I'm going to download the new app, and we'll get you started in the meantime. All right. If anyone could have told me how hard it would be to get to this point, I don't know that I would have done it.
We both were working so many hours, knowing that you don't have any more to give, but you want to step up.
매일매일 실패합니다. 스타트업의 숙명인 것 같아요.
I'm just not feeling it.
Is it because we're Black female founders with no tech background that we can't launch a business?
I wish this innovation was everywhere.
This is 100% what I believe I should be doing, but how do we actually make it happen?
That cost of failure is so high. It's a lot of responsibility to have.
Ashley Ammons and her mother, Carrie Schrader, mother-daughter team who founded this.
As an entrepreneur, your first job is to find the place and the people that get you, feel you, support you, champion you, and go there and conquer.
It's good to have a community, not just of people that believe in you, but people who are facing the same challenges.
I don't think that I would have made it this far without the feeling of community that I found here.
Women in my age group come up to me and say, "You have inspired me to do what I've always wanted to do."
You put another brick in the wall today, and that's what we're doing.
It has pushed me to be not just a tech innovator, but a guiding light to other people.
I had permission to dream. I don't think I had that.
If I can help just one person, it's going to be worth it. But now the prospect of doing this for hundreds, thousands, millions of people, there is nothing that can stop us.
The vision for Kerber Digital is to make Kerber into the largest player for AI-driven B2B software products, and with that create value for our customers and the planet. Kerber is a traditional industrial and technology company. Kerber Digital is an independent entity in the Kerber ecosystem. It's totally different from what you would expect in corporate organizations. The level of flexibility, trust, speed, freedom to operate is unseen in other corporate environments. Within the Kerber ecosystem, we play multiple roles. One is to build own sustainable business, to basically make Kerber a digital leader of the future. And two is to help all of the existing businesses to become a digital leader in their domain. And third, we're actually a driver of the future way of working with exciting topics and tasks. We bring a lot of unfair advantage to the game. We have customer access and trust into the Kerber brand from customers. For example, we have one of the ventures that is active in pharma environment, and we are already working on a productive lines at various top pharma customers. There's no way on earth how you can make that happen with hundreds of million funding if you want, if you don't have this relationship and this trust. The second big benefit is that you can really focus on what you love as an entrepreneur, which is typically to create value for customers, which is product development and commercialization. What makes me proud, and sometimes it's hard to believe, that we've proven and showed that as corporate company building is the way to go for an established organization to be innovative and competitive to venture capital funded startups. I always had this as a dream and I wanted to prove that that works. Corporate venture building means basically that we are serial entrepreneurs. So we look for problems of our customers, then we actually create a new company, which is owned by Kerber Digital. And we are now basically, what I believe, the largest company builder, largest corporate company builder, certainly in Europe and certainly globally around AI-driven products in manufacturing. And for me, this is actually almost like a dream. I see myself in a position to every year create new, exciting business opportunities, exciting companies. And first of all, what you can feel is like a very open environment. But what unites us more is the way of working and the way we treat each other and how we act with each other. And if you want to make a difference, everyone will help you to make a difference. And my job is basically to bring together talent in our crew and enable them to achieve results they could have not believed they would be able to do.
It's been 10 years now. Back then, 10 years ago, we wanted to create our own thing, and we wanted to do something different.
I think it reminds us, as we've been here before, what we all have achieved in the last 5 and then ultimately now 10 years.
I think we can all be super proud on what's been going on here. All of this is not because of us, but it's because of this whole team.
From the beginning on, we always had an operational team, trying to provide that in an efficient and effective form. That has always been the core idea of Project A.
As long as we have a team like this, we won't fail. We'll be successful.
We are that one VC in probably the world that, because of this operational VC approach, is really making companies more successful based on people coming, supporting, and really changing the way companies work, making them better, supporting them, helping them. Project A is a way to work and to live and to be with each other. For me, this trip here was seeing exactly that.
So Tuscany really means Project A to me. So it's a very interesting combination.
It's beautiful, yeah, but it's not easy to come here.
We have an awesome company event here for 1 week.
We're having a focus week where we are with the whole company celebrating this anniversary and also getting together, getting to know each other.
But I think it was worth it to kind of keep up the spirit from back then. And it's like a super nice continuation of the tradition that we started 5 years ago.
It's very important for all of us to come together, have a good time, and also, really have good personal connection, because I think this just makes teams a lot stronger.
Project A is authentic, hands-on. Project A is unique, innovative, and a little bit crazy. For the future of Project A, I envision to work with
likable and crazy people and great things.
We want to focus on building more companies, helping more entrepreneurs, building out an even more successful team.
We will probably grow in our investment products, start going into different stages of investments, but this is just the beginning and there's much more to come.